Here. Oh, I don't know, brother. I heard you. I don't know if you heard me. I don't know if anybody else is listening.
Can you hear me? Yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
I have to keep dropping out the room constantly, man. I can't even drop out the room and then kick back in. I have to jump to another room, wait till it connects to that, and then come back to this fucking room. Because if I just drop out, the screen just sort of sits dark for ages, man. It doesn't fucking like click out or nothing. I have to fucking either shut Discord down
Right.
or in a different room. But yeah, I was trying to say because I thought you were still talking. I just wanted to say that guy. What was his name? The guy that went to watch the doc. Shit, can you hear me?
Yeah,
Yeah.
we hear
Yeah, I'm
you.
saying what I was asking what's that guy's name? The guy who went to watch the principal?
I don't know.
No, I don't know what the fuck. No, it was quite refreshing to hear someone say, "All right, I'm going to go and watch that," and fucking come back.
Yeah.
Especially in here, in this room. Fuck's sake.
Well, dude, we should do in the future. We should do some events that are coordinated in
Yeah,
this
man.
room, where you have to watch the video first, kind of like a book reading club. You have to read the chapter.
Yeah. Oh, right,
And then
yeah.
maybe we'll host, yeah, maybe we'll host the videos over in 24/7, so we don't have any problems with this server and different
Yeah,
copyrights or anything. But it shouldn't
right,
be a
right.
problem anyway. But we could do
Yeah.
that. Just host a watch party. Then after everybody's watched it, then we could talk about it.
And
And
discuss
everyone's
it.
working
Yeah,
off the same. Yeah, everyone's working off the
yeah,
same
man.
base.
That'd be fucking brilliant. Good fucking idea, man. I'm going to write it in my book I've got for this room.
Dude, when you research the history of these men that are so important to the heliocentric paradigm now, it's like it is so dripping with personal bias and religious and philosophical bias. Like to
For sure.
believe that the modern scientific paradigm is just this dispassionate pursuit of truth is just ridiculous. It's
Bro, surely.
absolutely ridiculous.
Have you seen that? The other documentary, it's fucking, I think it's an English, kind of Australianish sounding guy, and it's all about the Jesuits and how all these different things came into be, but it's quite fucking steeped in religious, like, it's just what you were saying, but it's like when
Is
you
it
first start watching it,
Helio Sorcery Spike?
that's the fucking one, bro. That's the one.
Yeah.
We could do with watching that, but as I was just trying to say there, it's really, when you first start watching the thing, it's like, it sounds just like pro religion, pro religion, pro religion. It's like listening to it, I was kind of almost ready to turn it off, and until it started like thinking in that what the fucking ramifications are for this fucking shit. But that would be an eye opener for a lot of people in this server, so I will get that sorted definitely. And then I thought, obviously, a ladies' night. Obviously, we can't maybe make it on a Saturday night instead of the Friday night, like sometimes on in 24/7. And then what else did we do, man? I thought something else last night. Fuck, can't even think, man. So there's no one in the room that wants to talk. Ask a question, pose an argument, talk about a
They're digging
contradiction.
through
Either
they're
model.
digging through the history of the modern paradigm that we've arrived at, trying to find out that it actually was arrived at through pure logic and dispassionate search for the truth, rather than a bunch of bias.
Extremely. Is there any way to, because I started using push to talk, but is there any way I can, rather than have to go into my Discord settings to keep it on push to talk? Because a couple of times when I've been using, like keeping my finger down and talking to folk, I've took my thumb off and it's been stuck. But it's on the iPad, so I don't think, and I've just got a brand new screen, so it's nothing to do with that. But I have to keep, I thought maybe it was a double tap or hold it down and drag my finger like up towards the mic, but that doesn't work either. And if not, I'll have to come out of this room, out of the VC, out of the text chat, then scroll down to my cog settings at the bottom, and fucking it's torture, man.
What the heck, dude?
Take it, you don't know how to get this.
Why? Um,
Oh, you know, do you use iOS?
PA going off. There's a PA going off in the background too, so you have to repeat yourself.
That was right. It was right at the start of my ramble. Fucking, are you on iOS?
Heck no.
No, just PC. No, it's just 'cause the iPad, man, they've usually got plenty of settings, and there's never usually anything goes wrong with any of it at all. But on Android, it's all over the fucking place. Right, I just need some way to lock, push to talk on. That's what I was talking about, rather than going to my settings and fix it. It takes forever. Take it you don't understand my accent. Yeah. Take that as a yes.
This bro asking me, can I think of a reason why a fire control system, right, would take Earth's
No, that's
curvature into account? Oh, maybe he means fire. I think maybe he was the one that was mentioned
who?
about the drill sergeant. For a
Who?
second, I thought he meant fire suppression. No, I was like, oh, fire suppression.
Yeah, you actually talking to me or somebody else and I can't hear?
No, I just said somebody
Yeah, but you never.
asked, but yeah, it was in the text. I didn't mention whether it was text or voice. Yeah, it was text,
No,
not
no,
voice.
no. I asked you a question, and then you says there was a PA in the background, and I had to like obviously say it again. So I asked you again if you knew how to what push to talk on Discord, rather than me have to go into the settings constantly. Man, that took ages to explain that to you, brother. Sorry, I
All right,
maybe need to
hold
speak
on.
a little more. I might need to speak a little more
Are
properly.
you on iOS? Are you on iOS?
Yeah, iPad or Android.
Yeah, I don't know. I got Android.
iOS is better on the iPads at least. I wouldn't have an iPhone for some reason, but the iPad's fucking awesome for mixing music and production as well. I've got lots of music making shit. We need to keep the room on topic as well, just like 24/7. Like that's it. Like, it's exactly like 24/7 in that manner. That they're not talking about all these other fucking TOS violations, basically. So they were talking shit in chill chat that was TOS violations, and they're not doing it here, man. I'm fucking sure of that. They're not doing it here. Not when I'm fucking here anyway, and I've still got fucking permission.
Oh, absolutely. Just ask them. There's no even if they're quote unquote on our side or whatever. Just ask them. No excuses. Zero excuses, zero
Is he
tolerance.
picking up for you?
I don't know. It's only us speaking, as far as I can tell. I'm in a pretty good signal area, so it shouldn't be me. But then again, being in a good signal area doesn't necessarily mean anything. All right, let me rejoin.
Fuck's sake, Panto, have you scared away all the Globers again? Jeez, man, you're going to hate to stop doing that.
You scared away the flat earthers. That's okay, though.
I got a question. How does reality works on the flat earth?
Reality, the same as it does for you, dude. It's like we wake up every day and it's life. Or did you say gravity?
Is that Gemsy trolling?
Probably.
Hey, it's that troll, Jamesy.
Wake up, have your cornflakes, get a cup of coffee if you've got time and get to work. That's reality. Pay the bills, get on with life.
Okay, how does
Gravity,
imaginary thing in my mind works in reality?
Imaginary thing in your mind. You mean your brain?
What?
No, actually, I can
Can
check that
anyone,
because you know I can. I mean, I can
can
ask my.
anyone hear me?
No,
How do you
Yeah.
check if you have a brain?
Oh, fuck. You hear me?
The doctor
Crystal
told me.
clear.
no.
How does your doctor know?
He
You
checks.
trust everything that your doctor knows or says?
Not everything, but some.
Doctor Who?
Oh, okay. So if he tells you you're like deathly ill, would you trust him?
Not really, because I'm still alive.
Yeah, but like
And
you
Jamesy.
could have like a cancer or something, right?
Oh my
Hey,
goodness.
The
Stupid.
Spade, can you
brain.
hear Kenny? Spade, can you hear Kenny? Because can you
You, you did seriously believe in this?
Hmm?
believe in what?
Like, you're not listening. I don't think you're hearing the VC. Well, why would I say that if that's the case? Guess I'll message him.
What do you mean?
Can you
I've been
hear
trying.
me?
I've been trying to connect since AI was talking about the idea for a event, and then it's
Yeah,
fucking. But
it
and
seems.
then I've just come in and
Yeah,
what?
but there. I don't know. It seems you weren't hearing the guys who were talking.
No, I can hear one of them perfectly. You's up to no good yourselves.
Always.
Right, carry on. Somebody fucking DM me. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Well, I might do it if that's what it is.
Hey, sounds like a you problem, bro.
I'm going to ban him. Yeah. If that's not who I'm thinking about, he's getting banned.
I really don't know what you mean, but just DM me.
I'm fucking in your DM.
Okay.
At least you're not in his BM. Oh,
Oh God.
Drop the
hey.
pipe and concentrate on the solution, not on the problem. So, Kenny, your imaginary thing that you have in your mind, how do we prove that?
What thing? Sorry.
Yeah,
Heretic,
the
you want to
globe,
fucking
the
DM me?
spinning globe.
Oh, I'm not here to prove anything. Sorry.
Oh, okay. So you have a question for AI Overlord?
Oh no, I was just like wondering aloud in the text chat. Why do artillery computers take in the Earth's spin into calculation, right? And why do
Do they?
they care which position you have on the Earth when they fire?
Do they?
Yeah, they do.
Are you sure about this?
Yeah,
Not the it's not the
I'm like
Magnus
pretty
effect.
damn
It's not,
sure that they do because I saw the calculations they use, and
it's not
later
spin drift.
confirmed that they actually work. Yes.
You're not conflating spin drift with Coriolis, i.e. Earth spin.
No. I'm talking about Coriolis effect. I'm not talking about spin drift. Those are two different
Yeah, that's
parts of
what
the
I mean, yeah.
calculation.
Folks, I'm sorry, right? I thought that was Jamesy trolling as a flat earther. I thought you were, because your voice sounds different to me anyway, Jamesy. And I thought you were here trolling, saying you were like basically trying to bullshit us. Sorry, that's me stoned in my mind. I smoked that fucking pure grass joint and I'm fucking tripping
Nah,
out.
don't worry, bro.
Sorry, man.
I know the voice kind of like is different. I do change my voice a little bit, and sometimes when I don't know, speaking to different people, I try to tone it a little bit. But yeah, my voice can change a little bit. Go ahead. And I was trolling a little bit, but just to throw some questions to the Glovers, just to activate them, because
What?
you need a bait. You need a bait for the fish to bite. So that's some.
When, see, when I reconnected,
So
I heard
Kenny,
somebody saying that's Jamesy trolling, and then I automatically thought that you were trolling us, and wasn't you, Jamesy. You were under a different name because I never looked at the names. So I just thought you were in bullshit in the room. All right, sorry, folks.
so,
Sorry, folks.
so Kenny, have you got something that you can show us that correlates that they factor in all these things when painting a target?
Painting a target? I'm not sure what you
Yeah.
mean.
Oh, okay,
Well, yeah,
shooting it or something.
Oh, so
yeah.
you mean when they designate a target like from a map, right?
From a map?
Well,
Yeah, that's how.
you know what a map is, right?
Come on, man.
So
that's how it's done,
you
brother.
designate a target from a map. Usually you divide a map into grids, and then
Yep.
you call that grid section that you want to fire on to the
Okay.
artillery crew, right? That artillery crew punches a bunch of grid coordinates. Sometimes you can punch the chords directly into a computer and it'll take care of it. Other times you like look up the map yourself, then you set a direction to the target, distance to the target, right? And
Yeah.
then you set an ammo type, and the
Yep.
computer figures out how much like powder you need or how much explosives you need, right?
Mhm.
Mm-hmm. And
Where's the curvature of the Earth or the Coriolis effect in this?
in the calculations. So usually you don't do them anymore on your own. Now they use a computer to do it, and in that computer, it's programmed to take into account the firing position of the artillery piece. So when you set up your firing position, you tell the computer your exact position on the Earth from a map, and then that computer then takes that into account in future calculations, and then it adds the Coriolis effect calculated from that position on the Earth. Right?
Yep.
You
So
understand the
have you got
concept, right?
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Have you
Okay.
got
So
have you got an equation for this, or have you got any information that you can show us? That,
yeah, sure. So how to calculate the Coriolis effect, right?
No, have you got
There's an equation.
something that have you got something that says that these equations are in the program? Like, it's all right for you to say it and explain it, but are they there? Like, can we have some evidence
This is
that
the
it's there?
this is the actual equation to calculate the Coriolis effect, right? The Coriolis
Yeah, but
deflection.
is it in the firing program?
Yes.
Have you got any evidence that it's in there, or can you show us something that it's in there?
Oh, so you want me to talk to a programmer instead? Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know any direct programmers. I'm not an expert witness in that.
No. I'm
sense.
asking.
So
I'm
I'm just gonna lay myself down flat and then say yes. I cannot confirm because I'm not a programmer of a
Okay.
artillery computer. So
All
we
right.
can move on to something else
So
if
do you know?
don't take my witness
No.
account into consideration. That's fine.
Relax, man. Relax. I'm just asking. Is there any evidence that you can show us that says that these
You can look up
equations are
the
in the
equations
program?
yourself.
Yeah, I know there's equations. Of course, there's equations, but you can say that the equations are in there, but if you've got no evidence that they're in there, then what are we talking about?
Let me see.
Well, let's be more practical. What's the round uncertainty in the equations at any given range?
What's that?
What is the
Round
round uncertainty? Yeah.
I'm not exactly sure.
Well, you'd need to know that in order to know whether these equations are relevant in any way.
Sure.
Because, for example, there's these claims that Coriolis is necessary to be taken into account for sniper shots. But if you take the per 1,000 yards of 10, if you take per 1,000 yards of 10 mile per hour winds, right, and section it into 3 sections, and you add a crosswind, then the uncertainty of the round actually puts any Coriolis accounting for, because it's just ubiquitous on those firing tables. It's like 4 centimeters per 1,000 to the right or left, depending on which alleged hemisphere you're in.
Mm-hmm.
But when you take all the uncertainties into account, then it wouldn't even matter whether you account for the Coriolis or not. You could just take that idea and just throw it into the garbage. It's pointless.
Isn't the Coriolis effect derived from the Earth rotation on its axis?
Yes.
So how do you prove the Earth rotation then, to begin with?
Well,
since he's describing an effect, that's not the cause. So we need the cause first.
True, but it's
okay. So
originated.
Yeah, I mean, sure, you could make the argument that it's just an unexplained effect, that it's an observable effect, but there's no real known cause of it.
Is it observable though?
Yes, definitely.
Can you show me where?
Sure. Let me find some information about the Coriolis effect for you.
Anyway, I'll submit to you that the round uncertainty is greater than the accounting for the effect. That's why when they teach you to bracket artillery, that's not guided munitions. You're talking about swings of 200, 100, 150 meters, right? When you're the forward observer.
Right.
No one's accounting for all of these things and then dropping a round directly on somebody's head the first try ad infinitum as if it's some kind of precise calculation. That just doesn't happen.
Sure.
Can you find that Coriolis effect?
Well, look, the whole Coriolis thing is named after Coriolis, right? The man who supposedly was firing or trying to solve the problem that they were always missing their shots, right? So he came up with something to say, okay, we just have to adjust our shots a bit, right? And then from there, it ballooned into, oh, this must be because the Earth is spinning. Right around that same time, right, in antiquity, you had other guys trying to figure out if that's the case, doing things like the Ares experiment, right, known as Ares failure, where he tilted his water-filled telescope to figure out whether it was the sky that was moving or the ground that was moving, and he failed to validate that the ground was moving. That's why it's called Ares failure, right? So we have a lot of claims that these things have to be done and they have to be taken into account. But the more and more I see, I find that all these claims are negligible. It's like they don't matter. It's like you could just disregard them altogether, and everything would be fine. Same thing like with flying planes. We hear all the time that all these planes fly over a curved Earth. And then you say, well, if that's the case, the plane would have to dip its nose down. And then they come back with, oh no, it'd be negligible.
So
Or the Earth looks flat. Why does the Earth look flat? Oh, because the curvature is negligible. It's always negligible, negligible, negligible.
yeah, sure. So very, very simply, the Coriolis effect or the Coriolis force is like basically think you have like
Yeah,
a
it wasn't.
merry-go-round or something, like
Yeah,
a,
we
s-
do
a circular
understand it.
that you're standing
I
on,
was
right?
asking for a demonstration of it.
A demonstration of the Coriolis effect
Yeah.
or the Coriolis force, or like do you want a large-scale demonstration like in the
He's
artillery
looking
thing?
Well,
for a
Earth-based.
demonstration of
Oh, dude.
Earth-based Coriolis.
Or
We
do
gotta
you
stop.
want
We gotta stop you. We gotta stop you
which
right there,
one?
brother, because you're off the wrong line.
Yeah, I'm not sure what you're asking for now.
The apparent deflection based on reference frame is not the Coriolis force. Okay, not even close.
Right.
That's just visuals. What's being claimed to be occurring with artillery is that it's being transferred into different concentric diameter rings of rotation, and it's forced to conserve its momentum, and that is providing a torsion or twist on the direction of the round, as it has to accelerate or decelerate to maintain the RPMs. Right? That has nothing to do with just rolling a ball over a merry-go-round. There's entirely two different things going on.
The principle is more or less the same.
Not even close, dude. Not
Really?
even close.
Really? Mm.
Can we have a? I was just
Kinda
asking
still
for a
works,
like
I
a.
think.
I was
But
just
sure,
asking for a kind of a
claim it
simple
doesn't.
demonstration of where this effect that you're talking about can be viewed, so we can all go and have a look at it.
I mean, the only real thing I could tell you is the demonstration of the merry-go-round.
That's
But I
different.
mean,
That's an apparent deflection.
Well, you see, though, that
yes,
is a
and so is the
demonstration of
Coriolis thing. If
That's
you
a
take the scale up,
Listen a sec. That's a demonstration of merry-go-round based Coriolis. He's asking about Earth-based Coriolis.
yeah. Now scale the merry-go-round up.
Yeah. Have you got a demonstration?
Yeah, it's under your feet, bro.
Yeah. Okay. Where can I go? I'll go today and go and see it. Where can I go and see it?
You can like go outside, I guess.
I'm outside right now. I'm looking up at the sky.
Right. Now,
I'm looking
throw a
down at the
ball.
ground.
Throw a ball northward, at least 5 kilometers, and it has to be a very
Yeah,
heavy one,
okay.
right?
Okay, I'll do that right away.
Yeah. Yeah. That way you can like probably measure it. If you like measure the wind deflection over distance as well.
Okay, so the wind comes into play.
Take the rotation of the ball as well into account, right?
Okay, so now I've got to throw a heavy ball 5 kilometers northwards.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Or southwards. I mean, you could do it either way.
Yeah, okay.
And
I'll let you know when I've done it.
yeah, sure, no problem, dude. So that's the physical demonstration of it in
Okay,
Earth.
so how do we do that?
It actually went straight.
Cool.
So where does it happen?
Where I just told you.
Okay, well, why don't you go do that and show us? Because I don't think anybody else here has ever seen a ball take an apparently curved path when it actually just went straight over their heads or whatever.
Nah, you know what? I'm good.
Okay.
Yep.
Changes bell.
Huh?
I guess.
That was disappointing.
I said, no, I'm good.
Yeah, very.
Man, I'll say it here as well. The parts I heard from Jenny and what I said, and it sounded a bit different from Jamesy, but I thought it was him bullshit in the room, and I'm fucking gone in my mind, and I've been awake basically since I came to this place, and then I got a bit of sleepy today after staying up till like, I don't know, 12 o'clock, but I'm running on empty, man, and I'm just, my head's fried, and I just walked up here with that joint, and was tripping a lot. I'm still kind of tripping just now. That's why I was writing it rather than speak. But it's embarrassment to the room, sorry. Fuck you. I don't know, man. fucking tripping at my mind still, like I'm fucking. Oh, sorry, fucked out. Oh, what else is it?
Well, I've got curved Natbrit in the chat, in the text chat, who can't understand why trying to use satellites in presupposed space as evidence for the radius isn't begging the question, because he hasn't validated that radius to begin with, upon which satellites in space is a claim which relies on the radius. And he doesn't
it's
understand how
definitely
that's not begging the question.
well, if the conclusion is radius, sounds like it's in his premise because that would be a premise for satellites in space. So, begging the question. I mean, if the conclusion isn't radius, okay, but then he's not really making an argument for the radius that we're asking about.
I hope that last guy goes away and thinks about what he just said.
That was really weird. Throw a ball and you're going to see Coriolis deviation. Uh-huh.
He
Yeah,
thinks
if I'm
if you
on a
put the ball
merry-go-round.
on, yeah, he thinks if you put it on the floor of the merry-go-round and then the ball moves around because of the spinning of the merry-go-round, that's Coriolis.
You know what? I have never talked to one of them who even know what Coriolis is. This just keeps happening. Like, it's like a script, and they just say these words, and they don't actually know what they mean. Or they have, like, a slight grasp of what they might mean, but they're not really all the way there. And you tell them that it requires a rotating and non-rotating reference frame, they argue with you. I mean, and that's just like 0.1. That's just literally what it is. An
Exactly.
apparent
He was trying to
deviation
say,
is you're in a rotating frame relative to something that isn't in that frame. And every time I tell them that, almost they argue with it, arguing with their
he
own
was
claim.
he was trying to say that that it can be two non-inertial reference frames.
Oh my God.
Like me, like me, I just want to go somewhere and experience it. Like, where can I go?
Yeah. Well, I mean, we're told that helicopters and drones and stuff don't like exhibit any Coriolis because they're in the atmosphere, which is spinning together with the globe. Well, okay, if you're in that situation where it's all spinning together, there can be no Coriolis. So
You don't understand that the air is the less non-inertial reference frame.
oh, it's not quite as non-inertial.
Oh
Okay.
wait, is it less or more? It might be more non-inertial. Wait,
So
that
then
might
you
be the
can
less.
easily, so then we can easily show some Coriolis deviation of a drone, right? Or it's not less non-inertial enough. What is it?
The GA record said that opposed to lead for the longest sniper confirmed game. It was I think it was
Who is talking right now? What the fuck is going
Yeah, Larry,
on?
could you fix your mic somehow? You're
It's-
not coming through.
Was it
Was
Kenny?
that Larry?
No, that was Kenny.
I
Oh,
thought
No,
it
I
was
was
Larry.
asking what the fuck was going on because I couldn't hear what that
Oh.
dude was saying.
Yeah, his mic is
someone
just
else.
garbled. It was Larry though.
Oh, it was Larry. All right. Larry, get on your Xbox mic. That's the best one. He's not on.
Like, Kenny, if you're still there, do you understand what your mistake was?
The what? That you don't understand what I was saying? Yeah, I understand.
Oh, okay, if you want to put it that way, then.
I don't think you understand.
Yes,
Yeah,
Kenny.
I don't think that I understand
We don't.
what you're
We don't
trying to
get what
say
you're
because
saying
you're
in your
saying some
imaginary
gibberish.
version of reality. In your
Yeah,
imaginary.
it's fine. You're saying some
We don't
gibberish.
get
You
it
know?
because
You're
we
trying to
are
figure it out.
trying
That's
to
fine.
reference. We're trying to reference from the realist level, and you try to take us into fantasy land, and we don't get.
Yes. Mm.
So can I ask you what specifically gibberish about what's getting spoke about? Like, could you articulate that?
Your gibberish?
But any of the gibberish, the fact that space is a near perfect vacuum enveloped in a tiny bubble of pressurised gas. And if space is as good as infinite, you would agree. So as good as infinite vacuum maintaining a lot of pressure.
Mm.
Hmm.
Is that relevant to the Coriolis effect?
No, I'm just asking you a straight question. And I'm
Oh,
not
okay.
trying.
So which one? Which one? Sorry.
Which one? What?
Yeah. Which question are you asking?
Oh, it was regarding this space vacuum that enveloped us.
Space vacuum.
Is it not? Is it a vacuum called space in your paranoid?
I'm not sure it is a vacuum.
Google it, bro. That's what you would tell us, to Google your evidence.
Yeah,
So
sure.
Google it. Is space a near perfect vacuum?
Is space a near perfect vacuum? Not just a vacuum.
Well,
Near perfect.
well, you'll come up with it's
Particles are
oh
constantly
shit!
popping in and out.
Oh,
Ooh,
fucking hell!
that's exciting. Virtual particles. You ever heard of that before?
Aye,
Huh,
Virtual particles, you
aye.
mean like in a video game?
Yeah, dude, virtual particles, like in a video game, dude.
So it's like a simulation then we're in.
Yeah, they pop in and out of existence, even in
Aye.
quote unquote empty space.
What's that? The near perfect vacuum.
Huh.
It's almost completely empty.
Yeah, it's almost completely empty, but it can't be completely empty because there's these things called virtual particles.
Do those shape the Earth into a spinning water ball through the vacuum of space?
In
Do
different
they shape
directions.
what into what?
You're saying virtual particles do things.
No,
Is one
I
of those
said they
things?
pop in and out of existence. That's what they do.
How would we know that that's what they do?
Well, I'm not saying that's what I know, or that we know. I'm
No,
saying
you're
it's what
saying that's
BBC
what they
Science
do.
Focus knows.
No, but you believe these people, do you not?
No, I'm reading on Google. You told me to.
I think that is the case.
That space is a near vacuum.
No, something completely different to the same question I've asked you 3 times. I'm being sarcastic when I said that, mate. Of course I was. I'm talking about the same question.
Have you tried researching this topic?
Well, that's how I already know what you had to Google and tell me what they told you.
Oh yeah, sure.
Right, so do I have to ask it again, or are you just going to continue obfuscating?
Well, do I have to answer the question?
Yes.
Oh.
It's not a democracy, bro. This was a straight question you agreed to when I asked you it. And then you started Googling shit, and then you started telling me all these.
Well, you told me to
That's
Google
because
it.
you were fucking obviously arguing with me. So get back to the fucking question, please.
Mm-hmm.
Or do I have to ask it for the fourth time? And I've asked you if I have to ask
Don't
it
worry.
multiple times.
So
I've had to ask you about asking it.
I'll say
Right,
this
it's a yes or no
about
question.
this question.
No, you'll tell
right?
me a yes or no answer.
Is it?
And I said to you, I was what I asked you a direct fucking question, bro. You fucking agreed until I told you it. Then you Googled it. They have to go through telling you what I've already told you, what that had already happened. Like that. It's like I'm in an infinite fucking time warp here.
I will say this about the space being a near
Just fucking say
perfect
yes or
vacuum.
no, bro. Get a grip of
I
your
do
life.
believe
I'm not
that
asking you what you believe.
there is a very good possibility that it
Oh,
is
come
true.
on. That's not a yes or no, eh?
Well, I said there's a
Good
definite
probability.
possibility.
You know,
Is that not
what
enough?
else could it be that we're in a spinning space ball barreling through a vacuum? You've got two choices. Either that is what's happening or it's not.
Who is he citing it from?
Well,
Google it at space.com.
can I be skeptical and say that there's a good possibility that
So-
it's happening, and that I'm open
Oh,
to being
Well,
wrong?
I just wonder why you were being sarcastic.
Is that not a reasonable thing to
Right, you
say,
said-
or is
you said-
that completely
You sound
unreasonable?
quite a little bit condescending when you're talking. Yeah? So
What?
you sound a little bit condescending when you're talking and when you're saying stuff.
I don't know, dude. I think you're high.
Severely.
Yeah.
Well, a lot better than what I was 25 minutes ago. But mate, is it happening though? Are you arguing for the globe or are you not? Because all I've heard is you're not agreeing that the Earth is motionless. And
Well, I don't know.
Are you
I like
moving?
to discover
moving?
new perspectives, and I don't
Yeah.
really want to close out the possibility of hearing others people's perspectives.
Well, that's cool. I thought you were in a sort of argumentative, but you were not like bringing the back and forth that you were not really agreeing that you're not moving and that there's no convexity over vast bodies of water. You were talking about refraction or whether you were talking about prior to my meltdown. I'm saying whatever you were talking about prior to my meltdown, I take it you were back and forth with the point, rather than agreeing that the Earth is motionless and not barreling through a vacuum in different directions. This is like it's as easy as that, just with that question, man. That question answers the paradigm. Do you experience motion? Have you observed any kind of convexity over bodies of water?
Yeah, sure.
So you're a flat earther. No, joking, man. I know it's not easy to say.
Yeah, sure.
Pardon?
What's up, post? Oh, thought someone said something.
Pardon me for burping on the mic.
Yep. Jamsey.
I was muted. I actually changed devices and I think it wasn't muted this one, but I didn't say anything.
This is a very loud sound. Holy shit.
I thought it was you, James, faking being somebody else, and when I asked it, old dude I heard saying I, and I was connecting and disconnecting, and so I just fuck knows, man. I was in a bad way when I smoked that joint, man, severely.
I feel like I'm in Pulp Fiction or something right now.
Fucking Twilight Zone.
Twilight Zone.
Man, honestly, see when I was like walking back and forth, when I was looking at the light, like when I look at it now, even though it's not happening, I can still kind of see it in my mind's eye, and it was blinking. It was like kind of strobing a little bit, and I was like, "Wow, it was fucking." Wait,
Is this better? Is my mic doing okay?
I've heard you faking voices before, Jim. Yeah. So,
Yeah, I did change my voice, but it was kind of like to bait the Globers to start a conversation again, and it worked. Just giving a globe tonality to the convo.
Sometimes there's an inflection to your voice when you speak that kind of rises at the end, if you know what I'm saying. But you're still a wanker, as I put in the tech chat for the last shit that we were fucking arguing about. So anyway, part of the part, I'll try and move on. And I don't want bad shit falling over from 24/7 or bad shit going over. And we need to start getting people back over to 24/7. So, because literally everybody's just been here and fucking sort of killed the live stream on it. And that's not good enough. So,
Well, I've been from here, inviting people from here. Sometimes they have questions and they want resources, and I'm like, you know what? We have a bunch of resources in the 24/7, so I'll invite them and they can find stuff over.
does the same when he's talking about any kind of citations for the laser test or any shit like that. He'll direct them to 24/7. So if we do that, and I've got a superior invite coming just now, I'm just making it in the meme maker. And I'm going to put the 24/7 and the politics invite on it. But because fuck.
Plus the convenience of posting and having like a record of post links in the 24/7 is different than here, because here everything gets deleted. So yeah, over there is kind of a. So Kenny was claiming the militaries are adjusting for Earth's curvature and move and rotation to be able to shoot targets or something like that, but he got debunked easy.
Well, the funny thing about that is what curvature, what rotation, who measured those things? They've never given us the answer. And in that case, why would the military be adjusting for things that nobody ever measured?
Then they will be losing wars. That will be silly.
Yeah, it'd be kind of weird to be accounting for something that nobody ever demonstrated before. Why would the military do that?
Increase the risk assessment.
Pretty weird. And like AI was saying, is the uncertainty greater than the claimed compensation? The correction. Because if the uncertainty is greater than the correction, then the correction ain't doing squat.
Well, they have a margin of error that is 10 to the 120th power. So.
Oh, well, basically anything can fall within that.
So is there any Globelfers in the chat that want to pose a question, argument, make a statement, or just say hello and tell us what your beliefs are, if any? No? If you need unmuted, just ping myself. Because I'm not enough to go through loads of names. So if you make me, I'll be able to sort you out. Oops. Tripping.
Well, the last conversation we had, I thought you were not interested anymore.
That's why you don't get stoned out your mind. I'm going, Discord. I don't really like to do it. I'd rather have a smoke and wait till it's chilled out and come back on. It's got to be something. Nobody wants to defend their religion. Bad boy. Yeah, bro.
He's a keyboard warrior.
What, has he never come on the mic at all? I thought I spoke to him before. Flat set, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Hey, Flat set, how you doing?
I'm good, just hanging
Yeah.
out.
John like a villain.
Feeling like a flurf.
Like a what?
Like a flurf.
A fourth?
Yeah, indeed,
Yeah.
I am.
I've done. Flats.
I said, indeed, I am hanging out with my son.
Yeah, that's cool. It's a cool little spot we've got here, Flatsy, so would you be interested in joining ladies' night if we could sort one out?
Wait, what?
Would you be interested in joining ladies' night if we could sort one out? Maybe on a Saturday night or a Sunday night, whatever you would prefer, or that makes best sense for time restraints and stuff like that. So,
Yeah, I'm down.
no, cool, that's perfect. We'll get one. So it's not obviously going to be on the same night as 24/7. So if we can start one on a Friday and a Saturday, or a Friday and a Sunday, one here, one there. If we can start it, there's plenty of people in here, even if they're no flat earthers, to come over to your ladies' night, over here or over there. But I've got ideas, I'm writing some shit down, so I'll get back to you.
Yep, sounds good.
Tasty. Anyone else listening that's interested in ladies' night, if you're a female, or if you're just a male and you're a pervert and you want to talk to the flat earth ladies, even though you're a gober, you're like a taboo. Yeah, Kiko, what's happening? Kiko, I see you lighting up. Are you there?
Yeah, I got
Yeah.
rain beating on my car, so I
All
think it's
right.
gonna.
No, you go. Sorry,
Sorry
sis.
about that.
Sorry. There you go. I never caught the last thing you said. The last part of
It's
it.
raining in a minute, so
Yeah.
the car is extremely loud when I'm quiet.
Yeah. I don't really hear it. Any it's good audio suppression on it.
I don't know. On my last phone, whenever it would rain, it would just overwhelm the backdrop of my voice, and they're like, "You sound like you're roboting, or you sound like you're scratching in a tunnel."
Yeah. But man, on the iPad, I don't get noise suppression. But if I'm on my phone and like a police car or an ambulance goes past, then it fucking no one hears it in the DC.
Yeah. The raindrops earlier were so big, it sounded like it was hail hitting my car. But it was just water.
I don't think weed is meant to be as strong as that stuff I just got. Plus, I don't smoke it like, every day. I had a hot puff of a joint yesterday, but it was tobacco that was in it. I smoked it with somebody, so I was a little bit stoned yesterday. But as soon as I got that, I came straight in, made a big fat single scar. with tiny little a little bit of back in it. Mind blowing. Yo, Marv, you in, bro? Marv, you there, bro?
Yeah, I'm here. What's up?
What you up to, bro?
I'm putting this trailer jack on my trailer. My other one
Alright,
broke, so I got a heavier duty one.
So I'm disturbing you.
No,
Yeah.
I'm,
No,
I got
just
an
wonder
earbud in.
how you were going, man.
Yeah, I put a roof on it today. Or this week. I'm getting I got some linear motorized actuators coming this weekend. I'll be able to lift it with the push of a button. Lift the roof. It's gonna be badass.
That'll be cool.
But I just got some 1.5 inch square tubing and welded it to the side, and then I got some 1.25 inch to go inside of that to make it telescopic, and then I just framed around the top and stretched the tarp across it. Yeah, I'm just doing some other stuff while I wait.
Always
Wait for the
fucking
rest
busy.
to come in.
You're always
dude.
busy. Constant. On the go, on
I'm
the go.
always moving. I always tell my wife that we need one more day in the week.
Yeah,
I
maybe
need one
too.
more day in the week to get stuff done.
So did you get any more pitches for your van then, who said that you were gonna like the workplace, like close to big workplaces? Did you sort that out yet?
No, I'm setting up at Lowe's hardware store this weekend. But we did a little downtown event in a town down the road. It's their homecoming weekend. We did that last week. That's a good little $1,200 5 hour.
Yeah, that's all right. You get a big more like the motherfucking American sort of size, getting a big mofos. So it's like over here, our hands like a transit, like a Ford Transit. I don't know if you've seen them over there, but the van over here is not that big.
You have no idea what you said. It was robot the whole time.
It's a transit for the foot. See how I take it you've got like a big Americanized sort of van for doing your cafe shit.
Yeah, I still didn't catch any of that.
I take it you've got one of the big American motherfucking vans, like how over here everything's kind of small and like Ford Transits. That's what I'm saying. Like vans are not that big. It's like even one of those things that sits outside, like the old job I had years ago. Like it was just like it's not a very big
Yeah.
van, but America's usually like big bonus size compared to ours, more.
No, it's a Dodge Grand Caravan.
But
Here, I'll take some pictures.
yeah, go for me, see it, man. Because Americans are like triple sized everything, man.
Yeah, no, it's not a. I had a 3/4 ton full drive pickup, but some kid ran a red light and made me hit him, and that got totaled.
But yours got totaled. I take it his was in a
Yeah,
bad
my
way.
pickup. Yeah.
I take it his
Yeah,
was.
it hit head on with his front right wheel. He was in a like a Yukon. It was an SUV anyway, but it pushed my bumper up into the radiator and bent the frame. So it was just the repairs would have cost more than the pickup was worth.
But
I got
him,
more on it than what I owed on it. So
did he come off worse? I take it because yours was a truck.
his was a truck too. No, it was two trucks. It spun him around. I just stopped moving, but he did like a 360 in the intersection.
Shit, man. Lucky boy.
But nobody was hurt. It just the vehicles. And I was even able to drive it home. His wasn't able to drive.
I've been in a few fucking smashes. Like, I've been lucky once, maybe twice, but I've been in maybe 4 maximum. One was in a Cosworth one there. No, it wasn't me driving. I don't know if you know what a Ford Cosworth is. It was I don't know if it was a Sierra or Escort. But man, we flipped over and rolled down a hill, man. And fucking like we only flipped over once, so it was on the roof and it kind of just slid down the hill. But man, that scared me every car I went in after that for fucking probably a year, man. I was a bit apprehensive. And if you're driving fast, anyway, I don't really like driving fast just for that reason.
If this works to be better. That last trailer jack was shit. This one handles backwards.
So there's got to be somebody that wants to hear about flat Earth now instead of trucks. Surely. We sidetracked a little bit. Let's get back on topic. Is Bad Boy still there? Surely he wants to come in and get destroyed.
I think that's a joke.
Bad Boy, come and say hello, bro. You don't want to, if you don't want to, you don't need to argue your religion, but come and say hello. No? Oh well. What would man fat totem? Scraping the barrel here, but man fat totem. Are you in? I mean, what to argue? Point, man, surely. But you would always argue if you had the chance. What about Uber? I don't think I've heard your voice. He's fucking deaf and what the fuck. Oh, Zena. Last but not least, Zena, are you there?
Hey, how's it going?
It's happening, dude.
Man, I haven't heard from you in a long time.
Oh, that's what I was just about to say. Have I not spoken to you? Because I was thinking about it and I thought about the name there. I was like, what, was it the first 24/7 or was it 24/7 2.0?
I know, I was here for that too. I heard him talking earlier, but I guess they stopped talking.
No, but do I know you from the other server from 24/7?
Wait, from the other server 24/7? I'm confused.
Well, 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. That's where we came from. We started this room. Well, I started that, and then Heretic was joining me, and then basically our server's got like 28,000. So, well, it's got that as membership. Obviously, a lot of them are troll accounts, but yeah, it's a busy server. Well, it was at least until I started this place, and then we've kind of killed 24/7. But the place is full of resources, like literally terabytes of information. So if you want, I can give you the link for the server, and I'll give you mod terms because you sound chill. You don't. We always BC verify, and I know a troll when I speak to them, and you don't sound like a troll. So I can give you a role if you want.
Goodness, I'd be honored. Shoot.
one thing we don't talk about COVID. Some people keep wanting to talk about COVID, but it's a terms of service breach, and we do a live stream. So there's multiple streaming: YouTube, Twitch, Facebook, DLive, Twitter, Rumble. So it's constantly streaming to all those platforms. But I killed it. So there's a bot playing like constantly over there now. So there's a lot of the old conversations you can hear. So you can pop in at any time you want.
Sounds good. This is all on your server, or?
No, it's not. I'm just a mod over there, bro. But I have been with the team for almost 5 years. We've been in like 2 servers and went through over 60,000 members in the first server, and well, between the first server and here, the other one was 32,000. This one's 28,000. So it's been a journey along with the team. Right? It's a emotional connection.
I hear you. It sounds like you've been around the block a lot more than I have. I've just been sticking with politics, religion, and politics.
Well, that's the good thing about us coming here, man. We speak to a different demographic. People that would never go to a flat earth server, they wouldn't have any reason to, man. So now that we're here, it's just a branch, basically, a connection to our server, so we can keep building and keep sharing the information. But yeah, I'm on push to talk, bro. So I'll just jump in. Have you joined? In fact, I've not even DM'd you that yet. I started and I realised I was still here. And here. It's just I'm stuck in the screen if I'm on push to talk, bro. Right, one sec.
I gotcha. I'll wait.
Right. Can you hear me all right now, bro?
Yes, sir. Hear you just
Yes.
fine.
Right, Christian, 1 second.
So if I got this right, you got a server set up, and this channel is one of the branches out to spread the word, so to speak.
Well, yeah, exactly that. As well as a couple of years ago, because I was coming over all the time and the flat earth discussion, it was filling the rooms. Like the other day, we were up to like 50 odd, I think. I don't know if we went over 60, but the room's extremely busy. It was the last time as well, but it kind of sort of fizzled out a bit, and people were not coming from the politics server as much. And the mods from 24/7, they weren't going over here as much. And then they just took the room back. So now we've actually got the room permanent again, and hopefully we can keep the flow and keep people coming in and out and try and stay as good, like sort of as good with the bands as we can. But they can't just come in and overtalk us and throw abuse and just expect to continually get that, like get access to the server. To the room.
Interesting. It's strange because I see there's at least 10 accounts on here, mate, but no one's talking.
A lot of people don't want to speak about flat earth, and there will be flat earthers, quite a lot of flat earthers listening as well.
Well, the Earth is obviously spherical, you know. It's obvious.
Right. Are you drawing or do you actually believe that shit?
Well, I'm thinking because I've been listening for a few days, right? I've been listening for like that's about 4 days, right? And I'm trying to think of all the possible responses that you might make to constructive.
You've been trying to come up with all the possible ways to confirm your globe bias.
No, the opposite. What I'm trying to do is think of like, okay, so this is what people say, right? And this is what you guys say. It's like let's say a counter, right? And so the object, I guess, is to think how can someone account for the objections that you might make, right? Without falling into that trap. You know?
Of course, you're saying it politely, but you need to have the answers to fucking once you know our answers, then you've obviously been digging and googling shit and fucking maybe writing down shit. You've got like a little notepad.
Yeah, I mean you're not wrong. I've got Word open and I've written down a lot of things just to trying to like piece it all together. But
intelligent of you.
In a way, you guys have done a service, right, to physics, because I think I mean, it's been a year since I was doing physics classes. I'm primarily like an international relations sort of guy, right? And so I forgot all of physics, right? Like it's not something that was at all, and trigonometry and all that sort of stuff. And just having these conversations and listening to you guys speak has forced me, right, to revisit that sort of stuff.
Yeah, good man.
Well, you know what they could do to counter everything we say is just give us a direct demonstration of curvature drop.
Yeah, so you want us to do the experiment, right?
That's not an experiment. Just drop over
Give
distance.
us the direct measurement is not the experiment?
No.
When you
when you measure something, it's basically a direct measurement. So
Right,
if you
so you
say
want us to do that measurement, right?
No, if you're going to come in here and argue for the Globers, then we expect you to do your due diligence and like go and get your citations ready for the measurement and the drop over distance. It was repeatedly
You're
asked.
incomprehensible.
Okay, so y'all have measure. Do y'all have a
I was
measure
in the
that's long
middle of
enough to
speaking, bro.
determine?
I was in the middle of speaking, and two of you started talking.
You're incomprehensible, man.
Right. Well, if you can't hear me, I'll just deafen you, so then you can't hear anybody in the room. Then, if you can't
No, it's not
understand
that.
me,
You
bro,
are very
I'll
hard
find
to
you.
understand.
Yeah,
Speak
I'm
a little
sorry, but
slowly.
you could have said that, bro. You could have said
I
I'm
did.
not understanding.
I did. You should
You
pay
never.
attention.
You just says you're incomprehensible. It's not very polite to say that. It's not like some people can't understand what I'm saying. I can slow down a little bit for you if you need me to speak slowly for you, if that's all right. So we'd expect people to bring their citations, like what I was saying, and for measurements and for their experiments and whatever they're going to claim. Like that guy said that he done. He went away and he listened, and before he spoke, he listened to what we're saying, rather than just speaking out of ignorance from your belief system about the spinning globe.
So, do you want me to bring citations of other people's measurements, or do
No,
you
it
want
was the
me to
other
do
guy that
my
was
own?
talking.
Do you want me
It
to
was
do
that-
my own measurements for this procedure?
So was there not the other guy that was speaking?
Okay, but you're directing this burden of proof
bro,
to
the guy
all
was speaking.
Glober. Yeah, speak.
Bro, the
I
guy,
understand, I understand he was
right,
speaking.
hold it.
I understand he was
Just
speaking.
Don't speak over me. I don't want to have to meet you.
You were speaking
This
over me.
guy,
I didn't get to finish.
listen, this guy was in the middle of speaking to me, and he was telling me about the story, what he listened to us before he spoke. So he's got the floor,
Who?
Yeah, who are you talking about?
No, the guy that says that he had Word open.
Yeah, I understand. I mean, like all I was saying, don't want to like beat the horse again, but just to say that, it's it's a case of anticipation, I think, more than anything else, because when I watch people come to the VC, I often hear them start to make the same arguments that you probably have countered several times. And that's because I know exactly what you'll say in response or whatever, right? And I think that building that up is a good method.
Yeah, man. Pleased to meet you, man.
just-
It's, to hear somebody talking like the shit that you said. You came here.
We're not saying necessarily that you have to provide your direct measurement that you've done. I mean, we would say if you want to know about it and you want to know it yourself, then it's best to do these things for yourself where you can. But I mean, we're often just saying, well, who did measure curvature over any distance? Like whatever measurements you think exists, we can take a look at them. But yeah, we're not saying it has to be you that's done it right now, or we won't discuss it with you. Like if you think there's a good example of it that you found online of someone else doing it, as long as it's documented pretty thoroughly so that we can actually at least see they were out somewhere measuring something. I mean, even if we come to different conclusions, at least that's something we can discuss. So yeah, if you've got something like that you want to discuss, feel free, shout it out.
Yeah,
post
I
a
do.
link and we can talk about it.
Yeah, so
the
this is
other guy-
this is
wait
from.
a minute, hold on.
I don't I wasn't coming in with an argument. I was just talking.
No,
about
I thought you said you'd done your due diligence.
I still.
and had stuff.
Aligning them using trigonometry to the shadows that the sun would expect to cast on both a round Earth and a flat Earth. And what they found was when you use this data set and you do the math that they set up on a round Earth model, it's what you would expect. The circumference was measured to be somewhere in here, but and the distance of the sun would be about 2,000 miles away, or about 1,850 miles away. And I don't know any evidence that would suggest that the sun is 1,800 miles away. So unless y'all have that, like this is the claim. This is the claim that y'all would be making.
No, we don't claim a distance to the sun.
So flat water, why is it affirming the consequent when we use a round Earth model, but it's evidence for a flat Earth whenever we're using the flat Earth model?
I'm not using.
To
I'm not saying it's
evidence for miles away.
Who's saying
He
that,
was.
man? That's a strong
He
man,
he
isn't it?
just
Yeah,
said
we don't
he
claim that
just
it's evidence
said
for the
he
flat
just said
Earth.
verbatim. Well, it sounds like you have evidence that the sun is 1,850 miles away.
Yeah,
That
it
is
sounds like that's
exactly
what
what
you
he
said.
said.
Yeah, it sounds like
Yeah.
that's what you.
Yeah.
What you saying?
Right, but why are you
No.
considering that evidence for a flat
that what
Earth,
you're
but it's
saying?
not
Because that's what
considered
you
evidence
said.
for a round Earth?
That's what you said. It shows.
No,
Yeah,
I'm
but-
saying using a round Earth model, you can get the circumference, which is listed on the website.
Affirming the
And
consequence.
if you wait, okay, so why is it affirming the consequent when using a round Earth model, but
It
when it's
is
using
both
when
ways.
using
It is both
Right.
ways.
okay, so then
Both
what do you
ways.
what the, okay, so then what methodology would you take to measure drop over distance then?
Not this one, because this one is
Not
just
this
measuring-
one.
Directly measuring drop over
So
distance.
what is the
well,
what
it
is
doesn't
the
measure
error?
drop over a distance.
What is the
does
error
it?
in the measuring the drop?
You can answer cycle.
You're not measuring drop.
What?
Who the fuck's
Sorry,
on it?
Heretic. I didn't want to speak over
No,
you
that's
there, but yeah,
that's
you're
okay.
obviously you're not
You go for it, Cyclone.
you're not measuring drop over a distance when you're talking about sticks and shadows.
Yes, you are.
Right? You're assuming the curvature. No, you're assuming the curvature bit. The shadows are cast on an observably flat surface, and you're assuming a ball in calculation.
Okay, but if that was true,
Follow
a simple follow-up experiment could be done to see if the sun is 1,850 miles away, right? Given that this methodology would work on a round and a flat Earth surface, the sun would have to be 1,850 miles away, right?
Well, if that's your claim, I'm not claiming that.
No, it's not. I mean, it's not my claim because I think the Earth is round. But y'all would have to take this claim using this experiment.
No.
It's either.
Unfortunately,
It is either.
Unfortunately,
It is either the sun is parallel and very far away, or the sun is very close and casting shadows at different angles.
Unfortunately for you, you don't get to tell us what our claims are. What
So
our
y'all
claims
don't.
have
So
to
y'all
be.
don't have any claims then? Do you even believe that the Earth is flat?
We don't claim sticks and shadows tell you what shape the Earth is,
Oh
my
my
friend.
god!
Sure, so let me.
you're not
let me,
even making a claim. So instead, you're just actively just going to be ignorant, is what you're saying.
I'm
No, we're just saying
responding.
we're not making claims.
I'm responding to the claim that
That's not a
you guys are
response.
making.
You're
so,
just
so
denying it.
Cyclone, can you take a look at my stream real quick?
No, I can't. I'm out walking.
You're not walking. Okay. Well, if
Yeah,
we had a poll
Sounds like
directly,
you guys are doing a lot of japping and not listening. Like, can you shut up for a minute so other people can speak?
oh, yeah, I'm
Nobody
asking
cares.
you. I'm asking you if you agree with this framing. Okay. So if the sun
No,
was
whatever you have in your imagination is not working in
Gimsy, you're on
reality. So
Xbox.
Okay.
Please stop.
Yeah, Jesus. Okay. So whenever you have a sun,
please stop.
if it's directly overhead a board, like right here, if it was right above R1, R1 wouldn't have a shadow, right?
Listen, we've been over this like 20 times in the last couple of days. I think one of the Globers could explain to you how this isn't globe evidence.
This is literally globe
No,
evidence.
I understand that you don't think it's globe evidence, but I'm wondering if the sun was directly over R1, it wouldn't cast a shadow, right?
Well, he's not watching it, so it doesn't matter.
I mean, I would think he could understand that if the sun was directly overhead, you wouldn't cast a shadow, right?
Yeah, if you got a light source directly over you, you don't cast a shadow, okay.
Fine.
Okay, and if you have a light source to an angle, right, and you measure that angle, then that angle would be the same from the sun to R1 and from R1 to the ground, right? I mean, I can snippet out this picture if you want, but this seems like
Carry on. Go to your conclusion. Tell us what you divine from this information.
Well, it's not divining. It's just trig, right? It may be deriving,
it's literally math that lines up.
Okay, so you're claiming.
Know.
So you're now claiming that the sun is a certain amount of distance away from the Earth.
No, I'm saying that under a flat Earth model, based on these measurements, it would have to be if you are saying that the Earth is flat. That is what this model would entail.
So are you claiming that model is true?
I'm asking you if you think that the Earth is flat.
Any model. I'm not agreeing with any model.
Okay, then you don't think that the Earth is flat then by definition because you're not modeling the Earth as flat. By definition, you don't think the Earth is flat then.
No modeling, bro. This is like remedial
Do you
stuff.
think the Earth is flat or not?
You're forcing a straw man.
Define what you mean.
Whatever you think to say the Earth is flat? That's
what
a straw
you're
man.
saying. You're saying I do not agree with. No.
Okay, so you don't think that the Earth is flat then?
No, you're forcing a straw man with your model. You're
So do you think the Earth is
Let
flat?
him talk.
Well, what do you mean
think
by the Earth is flat? What do you
I
mean
mean
by
that
the Earth is flat?
I mean that it is a flat, level surface that only protrudes in one direction.
What do you mean that only protrudes in one direction?
It means that it is a flat plane, maybe a little bit of texture, but
a topographical plane.
Sure.
Yes, that's what we have evidence for. Yeah.
Okay, sure. So you're saying that it's a flat plane. So you do believe that the Earth is flat then, right?
There's a level topographical motionless plane, yes.
Okay, great. So I'm glad we can start off at this point of agreement that the Earth is flat in your model. I'm really glad we can start there.
Now
you're going to
It's a straw. Okay. No. So
I didn't say a model. I said this is what we have evidence for. This is what we observe and experience, right? This is what you experience every day. A motionless topographical plane. That's what you experience, as well as me.
Sure. So if the sun
let's start there, right? We both have just agreed. This is what we experience: a level topographical motionless plane.
Right. So if we experience a level topographical plane and we take the sun in different measurements at different times of the day, or even the same times of the day at different locations, right? Then we would have some variation of this diagram that I've just posted in the side chat. Right?
Right. So are you under the assumption that you can triangulate a position of the sun?
Yes.
Okay, well I don't agree with that.
Why not? What about this figure do you disagree with?
Well, I don't know if someone's got the paper, but they've actually done this. They've actually taken different positions on the Earth and tried to triangulate a position of the sun so that all of their directional points would be meeting at the same time to decide where the sun would be over the Earth, and they don't match, they don't meet, all of the.
So you're saying that on a flat with a flat Earth
directions.
representation.
Well, I'm explaining it if you want to listen.
Listen to him. Stop talking through him so you understand what he's saying.
So there's a bunch of different people on the Earth, and they're all tracking where they're seeing the sun at a certain time. They all draw a directional line to that sun, and then they all put it on a map, and they draw those lines to see where they intersect, and that's the point where the sun's going to be. But the lines don't intersect.
Why don't they intersect then? Wouldn't you expect that they would intersect if the Earth is flat?
There's a question. No, I wouldn't make any assumption about what they should be seeing of the sun, because I don't know that the sun is this one determinable physical object that we're seeing the definite position of. You are making that assumption.
So the sun is magic then? If it's not an object made of matter, then it's magic.
Is that what I said? Is that what I said?
Well, then what else would it be? What else would it be? What are you supposing that the sun is made of then?
Well, did I tell you? Did I tell you what I think the sun is made of?
Do you think it's made of anything?
He doesn't have
What
to.
did I? Well, how would I know that?
Well, I can tell you how I know that. I can tell you how I know the proportion.
Tell me what the sun is made of.
It's made of hydrogen and helium.
Okay, how do you know that?
Because
how do you know that?
Because of spectrographic imaging. There are certain
tell me how that works.
Yeah, so there are certain levels that electrons go into when they're operating in an electron shell. When these electrons become excited, they absorb energy, right? And then when they release that energy, they release it at a very specific frequency every time, right? Hydrogen does this, helium does this. And when we know exactly how hydrogen reacts and how helium reacts when it's releasing energy, we can look
In
at
all
other
its states?
things releasing
In all
energy
its
in that
states?
same way. And then we can
In
say,
all its states?
and then we
In
can
all its
say,
states?
and then I'd like to finish my framing, please.
And then you claim
I'd like
on
to
top of
finish.
that, you know,
I'd
the
like to finish my
distance.
framing,
You've been,
please.
you've been spewing
he's
been opening his mouth. He never stops speaking. He's talking and talking, and he never stops.
I know, but this is it. This is
projection
it. But
bud.
other people
Projection
can
bud.
listen and decide for themselves whether what this guy is saying sounds like verifiable proof of what the sun is, and if he actually knows what the sun is, or if he's just heard this story being told. So carry on.
Well, what I'm finishing then, whoever jumped in after him.
Am I going to get to go? Or
yeah, as I'm saying, but let him finish and let whoever jumped in after him get in after you.
Yeah.
Yeah, all right. I just wanted clarity on that one point.
Am I going to get to finish or not?
No, let him carry on. You can get in next.
Y'all can't focus.
Yeah, like that's going to happen.
Fucking go. I've said it 3 times.
All right. So yeah, like I was saying, like the electrons take on a certain state when they absorb a certain amount of energy, and then when they release energy in the form of light, which can be measured at a frequency. And then if we know on Earth that hydrogen releases light at a certain frequency, then we know it'll do that in space. And we've also done that, simulating it in a vacuum chamber as well. Right? So when we expect things to behave a certain way, and then they do, and then we say, okay, well, if it's behaving like that here, it'll behave like that over here too. And we look in that place and we see that it's doing this thing. That's how we know that the sun is made out of hydrogen and helium.
Okay, fine. Right. That's your claim. And that's what you've just claimed. Was it Timbo or T-Dub that had a question in there?
I just wanted to know, in all its states, did they test it in all its states? In all its states of matter, hydrogen. Was it tested in all its states of matter, in plasma form, liquid form, gaseous form, solid form?
I'm pretty sure I could find tests for that. Yeah. So you're asking if the state of matter meaningfully affects what kind of energy it would release when the electron releases energy after releasing light.
Right. Have we determined that it would or wouldn't make a difference? Right.
Sure. So if I get you some experiment or some kind of paper that recreates a methodology that would say, hey, when hydrogen is in its plasma state, it releases energy at this frequency.
Yeah, so you would have to get all of the measurements for that. Yeah, so you get all the measurements for those, and then you'd have to demonstrate how what those experiments are showing is comparable with what you're claiming for the sun. Because if you're going to be doing this on spectroscopy, typically, I assume what you're going to find if it's done in a lab is that they're going to be doing this in an isolated container, and they're going to be isolating all the possible variables of outside interference with these samples. And then you're going to say that's the same as observing through 90 odd million miles of atmosphere and vacuum or whatever other medium.
Well, yeah, the light's not going to change on its way here, right? It's very far distance for us, but it's light. It's only going to take 8 minutes to get here.
But it would be an assumption on your part as to what medium the sun is in, how far away it is.
Medium is in a vacuum. That's why we can't hear the sun.
Well, that's your assumption. Can't hear the sun.
So just to be clear, like I gave you all of these examples on how spectrographic imaging can tell us that elements will release it.
We're still waiting for you to get those demonstrations.
So right, and I'm offering to get those demonstrations, but notice whenever I offer to get a demonstration of light being released by hydrogen in a plasma state, somehow it's still not good enough because the light has to travel through a vacuum, and that's
I'm just pointing out what I expect the difference is going to
be. Are you asking me to build a physical star? Like, is that the new requirement?
You'd have to do to prove your claim, then that's not my problem.
No, you're walking it back.
That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. No,
Even
what I'm saying
though
is
you yourself have admitted you can't triangulate the sun on a flat Earth.
What I suspect the difference is going to be between what you would provide for what T-Dubs, or was it Timbo? Sorry, I don't know. I think it's T-Dubs. What he has asked for and what you are claiming the sun is doing. I'm just saying that's probably going to be different.
And because y'all sound unsure, because y'all are afraid that I actually might be able to produce this evidence, now y'all are walking it back to, you're also assuming that it travels in a vacuum. You're
No,
saying,
I'm just
it
preempting
also
it.
travels in a vacuum. You're preempting it because you're afraid I'll provide that evidence.
No. We're telling you to provide the evidence. Go for it.
So given that you can't triangulate the sun, and given that I can provide this evidence, would we then say that it's more likely the case that hydrogen and helium at very high excitation states are releasing energy to the Earth and it's traveling over? Would we say that I have more evidence on my side, given that I can provide evidence and you have already admitted you can't?
Well, let's see when you provide the evidence, and we'll see what that evidence looks like.
Every time, dude. Every time.
Yeah, every time you make a claim like this is the case with the sun, we're going to say, okay, can you provide the evidence? Yes.
Sure. Hold on.
Can I just get a point of clarity real quick? The electron model that's being proposed here for evidence backing, has that been thoroughly understood to be the case? As in, have we evidenced the electron model that's being proposed as far as the evidence goes?
Yes, we use it. We use it to build semiconductor devices. We use it to, like, spectrographic imaging is one of the ways that material sciences engage in looking at things and knowing what it's made of. One,
has anybody
and
ever
two,
seen an electron?
And no, you don't see an electron.
Okay,
No,
how do you know
that's
they
not-
exist? How do you know they exist?
They exist in a probabilistic state.
Probabilistic state, which is why you're going to bring a probabilistic state.
Right. So
in the form
again,
of empirical
before
evidence.
I've even gotten my evidence out yet,
think
y'all
you
are
need to
already
explain what
denying
that
it because you don't think electrons exist.
No, I didn't say that. I said, has there been any evidence for it? You said it's probabilistic out of your own mouth. So there you go.
That's not what I said.
Well,
I
no one's
said it
stopping you
exists
from getting
in
the
a
evidence.
probabilistic state.
Please do provide your evidence. No one's stopping you.
Yeah, provide your model of the electrons while you're at it as well, along with that.
Guys,
So does Neon did Neon realize yet that what he's providing is inference of curve, not measurement of curve?
So while he's doing that, I had a question for whoever said that we can't resolve the source of light to come from a single point.
Yeah, you can. It was already admitted by one of the other flat earthers in here.
Yeah, two of them, in fact.
Yeah.
So I'm curious, regardless of what the sun is, it is regardless a source of light, correct?
How do you know that?
What?
Answer the question. Answer the question. Don't laugh. Answer the question. How do you know that?
So you don't know that the sun is a source of light now?
Answer the
Is this
question.
how far back we're going?
No. You know how far back we're going? We're gonna get. Listen, we're gonna get you to engage with the critical
Is
thinking.
the sun a
How
source
do you
of
know?
light? I don't know. Dude.
How do you know?
I
How
don't
do you
know. I looked at the sun and then I
How do
can't
you
see
determine
anymore.
that the lights on your ceiling are a source of light, bro?
Because you can.
shadows.
Yeah, you can actually get to those lights. Can you get to the one that's up there in the sky?
So if I go to the stadium,
not
if I go to the
sure if
stadium
your
and I see
ceiling
an
light-
overhead light, can I not? Can I? If I see street lights at night, I can't reasonably get to those.
You
so
can
I
get
don't
those,
know.
you can get to those.
I don't know if those are a source of light.
You can get to the street lights. Now you're just
So
being.
have you checked every single street light in your town?
Have you checked the sun?
Well, no.
casts
So I guess
shadows.
under both of our
Almost.
frameworks, I
think
can't verify that the sun is a source of light, and you can't verify that the street
you.
light is a source
Thank
of light
you.
because you haven't checked it.
Prosecution
This is
right,
the,
Your Honor.
this is
No,
the
wait, hold
ridiculous
on.
level of evidence that I keep on
I
talking
think you're
about. Y'all keep on
misunderstanding.
doing
I think you're
this.
misunderstanding.
It can't be a
just a
source of evidence
second.
until you touch it in your
You're
hands physically.
misunderstanding. You're
That's
misunderstanding,
that's
right?
directly
When
what
he's
he's
saying he's
saying.
a source of light, yeah, but when he's saying
That's
is it a source
what
of
he's
light,
saying. He's saying you can't
think
check
about
it,
like,
therefore you
is it
can't verify
the
it.
origin point of the light? Not is it a source of light that we see, but is it the source of light of the
Okay,
sun?
so are
Why
street
is
lights
that
the
relevant?
source of origin light?
Why is that
All I
relevant, and
asked
what does
was-
that even truly mean?
Is the real source
original
of light.
source of
Hold on. There's a more important part to this, right? First of all, even if you just say it's apparent that it's the source of light, right? It's at that point, right? And you're asking for further verification. When you sit and say it's apparent the Earth is flat, doesn't mean it's flat, right? And yet that's sufficient. I don't understand why we have these
No. We're not. No, because what the claim was of his about how he knows what the sun is. So what we were on is him going to find his evidence for telling us he knows what the sun is. Talking about the nature of the source of light of the sun is speculation for all of us, and it's just derailing it. What we're actually on is this guy finding the evidence that he said was easy for him to find to the point where he was just saying, now, given that I have all this evidence, which he hasn't provided yet, doesn't this mean I'm correct? So we're waiting for that guy to provide the evidence.
Yep. So they're
I don't know
called
what the other guy's
Fraunhofer
question
lines. So they're
was.
called Fraunhofer lines. They're a set of spectral absorption lines named after the German physicist Joseph von
Right. Okay, no, that's fine.
Fraunhofer.
Post it in the thingy as well for
Here we
everyone to
go.
read. And obviously we'll need to get to the question,
And
which
the
was
sun
T-dubs, which
reflects
was
those
about
lines. I'll get you evidence of that.
Yeah.
You're really
And
gonna
remember
listen to this
the
pro-choice
states,
guy? Jesus
the
Christ.
states of the material of the elements that you're saying this is showing. Whatever else you'd need for your claim. Your claim had so many assumptions in it. I mean,
Yep. And here are the absorption lines caused by sunlight that you can derive yourself if you have the right equipment, which is really just a prison, honestly.
Okay.
So this is how we know when we look at something what it's made of.
So we know what the sun is made of.
Right.
Have you been to the sun to check? See, this is the thing within the
Well, I haven't. No, I haven't, and I haven't been to. I haven't been to my spotlight to check either. So I guess the spotlight's not real, right?
And I haven't checked my
It's not a real. It's not a real thing we can triangulate in the sky because.
Can I make the
Hey
point?
guys, have you ever touched or seen your own brain? How do you know it's real? Because
Yeah, true. How do you know it's there? How can you verify?
Guys.
All the way through it.
Oh no,
Yeah,
you can't say that. You can't turn around.
Can you
on
build
that
your
kind of
own
stuff.
physical brain?
Have you ever seen or touched a pussy? Well, how do you know it's real, guys?
How do you know it's real?
How do you know it's real?
All right, so you're getting muted, Colin. Who else needs muted so Jedi can actually get his point out?
In laboratory conditions, you can actually go up to the thing that's casting the light to check it is the thing that you assume it is with your spectral lines. You haven't been to the sun to check that's exactly what it is.
Right, and this is what I keep saying. So every time I offer evidence, evidence that the sun is made of hydrogen or helium, right, based on Fraunhofer lines, right, you're just saying, well, you haven't been to the sun to check. So now the threshold of evidence is you need to build a rocket and go to the fucking sun to actually give me a scoop of it to make sure that it's actually made of what it's made of. This is what you're expecting.
How about you repeat what
You
I
said that I haven't been to the sun to check it, therefore it's unverified. That is what you said.
My friend,
Slow down, Neon. He has to use ChatGPT to find an answer.
It's quite simple. Whilst you were muted, I explained the difference between in laboratory conditions, you can walk up to the thing that's casting the light and check.
Right, and you can't walk up to the sun. Yes, I understand.
So
therefore, to verify this, I have to go to the sun, right?
Bingo.
Okay, so now the new standard is you have to go to the sun, right? So even though y'all were trying to triangulate the sun location and y'all couldn't definitively do it, y'all assumed that y'all had a methodology to do it in the first place.
We didn't claim that. Right. Listen, you're acting again like the victim.
I would like to finish.
You're acting like a victim. Yeah, well, I'll just finish for you. You're acting like the victim for being asked for evidence that the sun is what you claimed. Yes, you made the claim, so yes, you provide the evidence. You're not a victim because you were asked to provide evidence for your claim, you pussy. And yes, if you were to then make the claim and say, because of these lines in this experiment that this guy did in a room, this is how we can claim that we know what the sun is, you would then still have to verify your assumption based on what you think you have understood from this test, right? Which you cannot do. And so when we point out that even if you believe this is true based on this test, you would have to verify it by going to and sampling to confirm your assumption, which you cannot do. And so to again play the victim and say, oh, just because I can't go to the sun to confirm my claim, this is what you guys do. Yes, you make retarded claims of a fantastical nature, such as, I know what the sun is made of. You would have to go and verify that claim. If you're going to fucking cry whenever that burden of proof is pointed out to you, then you can just stay on mute. The question and the conversation is actually about the nature of the Earth. So again, you've done all of this mental gymnastics and breaking down, quite frankly, over something that isn't even telling you anything about the Earth. You're talking about the fucking sun.
So if it's a ridiculous burden of proof, then it's a ridiculous thing to claim. So Figure that out.
That's
Globus.
not true. No.
And Cyclone,
you're
Cyclone. I
asking,
wish I was.
you're
Listen,
saying that the only way
Cyclone. I have to say, I wish I was recording what you just said to him, brother. That was fucking top notch.
it really
It's
wasn't.
basically verifying your
It
claim.
really was
So
manufactotum,
what's
and
been
you have
said here
nothing.
so far is that you have
Sorry,
there's no science that could possibly be done
He just
without
destroyed you.
without using
Category
without
error.
using
You're
your
still in a
eyes and
category error.
hands
Science. You're
to
still on that
verify what the
category.
thing is. Where science
The
has made
Cyclone
specific
destroyed
things so
you.
that we don't have to rely on our eyes and hands, which can be fallible.
It's
Hey,
unfortunate
listen,
that
there's
you have to
nothing
verify.
about this that
Sorry,
indicates
give me
how
a point.
far away the sun is or how big it is.
There
It's
is.
about verifying your claim. Again, in laboratory conditions, you can walk up to the thing that's casting the light
There
and
are other
fucking test it.
ways.
There
Yeah,
was
there
a
are other
You've
ways
only
to
provided
verify claims.
composition
the
claims.
electron model was also invoked in this demonstration of evidence as well. So have you even looked into that? So there's a lot of fallacious reasoning behind this assertion.
So these
Big
guys,
stories.
these
Big
guys have
stories.
they have
It's fairly
assumption
easy to
stacked
tell how
on
far
top
the
of
sun is
assumption,
actually.
which leads to the inference of Earth curvature when what we asked for was a measurement of it. We don't want you to infer it. We want it to be directly measured to verify those inferences that you keep showing up with when we ask for the measurement.
Right.
Do
So you want
comprehend?
us to directly measure it, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so you
Now he's
want
gonna fucking
me,
infer
you
it
want
again.
me myself to go out and measure the curve of the Earth.
No. I'm speaking colloquially when I say you, the royal you, whoever did it, doesn't matter.
Okay, so
have you
if
seen-
if Miller's University did it, if their physics department did it, and the data was sound, then you would accept it. Okay, but this is the problem. I keep doing this, right?
No,
and then you say that well, this physics department is fake or whatever.
Not measurement. You keep not doing it.
No,
and
this
you're
is
about to do it again.
measurement. These were measurements taken
Measurement
at
of
Key
what?
Largo.
Measurement of what?
It was the measurement of the shadows cast at certain
Okay,
angles.
measurement of shadows. So curvature is
Right.
inferred from a measurement of
No,
something else.
no,
We're asking
not
for
just
the direct
curvature.
measurement of curvature. What's the matter with you?
Okay, so what do you mean when you say direct measurement of curvature? Do you mean like
over
right? So if I had a measuring tape that was 6 miles long and I laid it out from end to end and it was curved, then would that be evidence?
No.
No, that wouldn't be evidence. If I laid it out on the ground
I've
and
had
it
it
was
up to
curved, that
here.
wouldn't be evidence.
I'm not a flat earther anymore. Fuck this shit. It's
No,
so
so
full.
Don't cry like a baby. Just fucking leave. Don't cry like a baby.
I'm not a flat earther anymore.
All right, fucking leave then. Don't cry.
Fuck flat earthers. Fuck
All right,
Zerka.
fuck you, then leave, bitch.
This is bullshit.
Then leave,
For
motherfucker.
the flat earthers here, have you ever seen a lunar eclipse by any chance?
Yes. Have you seen a Selenelian eclipse when the sun is out in its daytime?
Yeah, I have, yeah. But the point is that it's a lunar eclipse. You can actually see the curvature of the Earth right there on our closest body.
My friend, did you notice that I pointed out it was daytime, so there's not a syzygy, a straight line between the sun, Earth, and then moon, where the Earth in between the light of the sun is blocked, and therefore the shadow is on the moon. It's fucking daytime, and that's a triangle. Therefore, the moon is not behind the Earth in the area of shadow.
Okay, but I'm talking about a lunar eclipse, not the opposite.
Well, have you considered a different type of eclipse that's not relevant to lunar eclipses, Carnamir? Have you considered this completely irrelevant thing?
Yes, I have, but I'm bringing up a lunar eclipse, and I'd like you to contend with that.
So am I. And so am I. This is a lunar eclipse where the moon appears to have a shadow upon it. We'll say shadow, just so you can understand. But it's daytime. Therefore, there is not a syzygy, a straight line between the sun, Earth, and then moon. So the light of the sun is blocked by the Earth in between and causing a shadow on the moon. This is a triangle. We're still talking about lunar eclipses, Sunshine. You're the one that brought it
It's
up.
a different phenomenon that's causing that.
Oh, it's different now, is it?
Well, yeah, those are two different kinds of eclipses. That's why they have different names.
Yeah, exactly. But is it still a lunar eclipse?
It's a type of lunar eclipse, yes. But
And
the
that's
ones
what
that we're talking about, happen at night, and where it's the Earth blocking the light coming from the sun.
During the day, then.
No, it's sunrise.
It's
barely sunrise.
It's a different kind of eclipse. It's not what we colloquially know as a lunar eclipse. The reason why I'm bringing up a lunar eclipse is because the Earth is occluding the light going from the sun to the Earth. Do you understand?
He's talking about a lunar eclipse. Do you get it?
Okay, but he's talking about one that's happening during the day.
Yeah, don't talk about that one. Yeah, ignore that one. Don't, nope, not that one.
Bro, the sun and the moon, both above the horizon at the same time, cannot cast a shadow upwards onto the lunar surface.
Yeah, but that's a different phenomenon, like I was talking
What do
before.
you mean it's a different phenomenon?
Tell us what the phenomenon is. What is
where
it?
would the sun, listen, where would the sun, the earth and then the moon have to be in alignment to cast the shadow upwards, not both of the bodies above the horizon at the same time? Do you not understand a lunar eclipse?
So
they call it the Selenian. They also call it the impossible eclipse for good reason, because it can't happen on your model. Listen, I'm going to educate. The only time it can happen is if you claim refraction.
I'm actually in physics.
Listen, I'm not going to hear you talk. Well, why do you know? Right, so the sun and moon, listen, bro, please. I don't want to have to mute you.
You're not understanding what I'm saying.
Heretic, can you mute this guy till I make my point?
Oh boy.
Well, I'm going to do it. It's going to take longer. I'll get it, bro.
All right,
can you shut the fuck up? Right, bro. You tell me what has to happen with the three bodies, the sun, the earth, and the moon, to happen if it's an eclipse called the lunar eclipse. Also, a Selenian eclipse is what this eclipse is called. This is still a lunar eclipse. People, it's called colloquially and literally the Selenian and the impossible eclipse for a good reason, because it can't happen unless you claim refraction. You'll not know which kind of refraction it is, I take it, that's happening. And then you've got to explain how the shadow on the moon travels from the top downwards and not from the bottom upwards, like what must happen geometrically in your model. That's you educated, or are you still going to claim nonsense?
Okay, so I'm talking about
you're going to answer the point. How can the shadow be cast upwards, bro, onto the lunar surface if the sun and the moon are above the horizon at the same time?
What is your hypothesis for the occlusion made on the sun?
Somebody else take this guy.
It's a burden reversal fallacy.
Well, no, it's a question. What is your
We're not making a claim about what causes it. You are. Now we're challenging that claim, and you're trying to flip it onto us to make a counterclaim. That's a burden reversal fallacy.
I gave my hypothesis. What's your hypothesis?
We don't have to have a counter hypothesis. All we have to do is falsify the claim that you put forth.
Well, just because mine is false doesn't mean yours
you're making
true.
A geometric claim about what happens during a lunar eclipse. The three bodies are lined up in a syzygy. We don't observe that geometry, and then you give us an ad hoc cop-out of refraction. So there's no evidence for your claim. It's just an assertion, which requires Band-Aids on top of Band-Aids. So
right. So it's a hypothesis based on observation and measurement.
It's not. It's a story. It's a story. You also don't have any direct measurements or observations of the small Earth that you assume is in space, lined up in a syzygy with the sun and the moon. So it's just a fairy tale. It's once again an inference of curvature, not the direct demonstration of it that you keep being asked for.
I disagree, because that actually coincides with all the measurements we've made of the Earth. What is your hypothesis for this?
Okay, give us the measurements of the Earth.
Hypothesis. How is it a testable hypothesis?
Because we can measure for various ways the circumference as well as the curvature of the Earth. And then we could also observe that in different ways.
Just go to that. Just go to that. Don't infer curvature from the moon. Don't infer curvature from the moon. Just go straight to the direct observations that you say that we have of the curvature.
You said we can measure the curvature of the Earth, so let's see it.
Yes, let's see it. Go to that.
We could do that in various ways, and we can go to that in a moment.
Okay, no, we're going to go to it now.
No, we're not going to ping pong. We're going
to go to it right now. Because that's all you were asked for. We're going to move off of you. Which one's it going to be?
You interrupted
Are you scared?
to ask for that.
Yeah, are you scared? Because you just claimed direct measurements of curvature of the Earth, and you seem scared to provide those. You want to talk about something else. Are you scared?
I'm afraid of going into the lunar eclipse, which is the thing that I brought up.
Okay, we already talked about what you think the lunar eclipse is. Now we're asking for direct verification. First thing we want is direct demonstration of the ball Earth, which is required for the syzygy that you are invoking to ever occur. Got it?
Right. So what's your hypothesis?
Okay, so back to the burden reversal. You don't have the direct measurement of curvature of the Earth, do you?
Well, I'm asking what your hypothesis is.
Yeah, so back to the burden reversal. Like I said, you don't have the direct measurement of curvature of the Earth, do you?
But you're claiming knowledge of flat Earth.
I'm not claiming knowledge of anything. I'm asking you how you got your knowledge that the Earth is a ball. You seem to have inferred it from looking at the luminaries like an astrologer or something stupid like that. Now I'm asking for the direct confirmation that the Earth is what it has to be, for the lunar eclipse to be what you think it is, and you keep running away from that and trying to turn it into a claim on my end. What the fuck's wrong with you?
Well, no, I told you exactly how I got to the...
You guy's a fucking retard. You guys can talk to him if you want. I'm gonna go do something else.
As soon as we point out a phenomenon that doesn't fit his model, he runs away.
Are you going to unmute him?
I'm not. He doesn't have the measurement. Wasn't that obvious?
You said you guys can talk to him. I'm going to go do something else. I thought you were going to
Well,
unmute him.
someone else can if they want.
Yeah,
I'm
they
just
have to unmute them. See, look at follow the logic there, right? So Heretic muted them and said, I'm going to go do something else. If anyone else wants to talk to him, you can. That someone else who'd want to talk to him wouldn't have to unmute him if they wanted to talk to him. If they didn't want to talk to them, see, this is why you guys, you really need to start thinking, okay? This topic has caused you to shit your brains out.
Oh my god. Okay. Just to be clear, I think I've learned something, right? About what tools you need, right, in this kind of conversation, because I've come to discover, right, that science itself typically does not cut it, right? And I've noticed that everyone who comes forward with science are missing one important tool in their belt, right, which is philosophy, right? It's each time, and not just philosophy, but like method of arguing, right? So, for instance, you're in the defensive, right? You know, you're always put on this back foot where you're like you have to defend, and you can't assert put the opponent on the defense because they're very good at forcing the other.
Yeah, you're full of shit. I took the Globe side just a couple days ago, and Pinky and someone else, I can't remember who it was, took the flat Earth side. We talked for 45 minutes, no problem. No one insulted each other. There wasn't any spurging out. So all you need is to just sit back, check your ego, and have a conversation like an adult. The same way you would at any college campus, at any 101 class. You walk into like any 101. I'm trying to think of something good, but like.
So to be fair, and I agree with you, the kinds of things, like you did pretty good with that, you know, taking the Globe side. What I've noticed is that Heretic tends to not give the kind of conversation you find in a college. Heretic and sometimes Gemsy, I don't know if he's still around. The times that I've seen this room devolve into shouting and nonsense have been when they've sort of taken hold of the conversation.
The colleges are what made you guys as stupid as you are. So yes, we don't talk like that here.
There you go.
Yeah, they work at the really is levels. So you, and this is the thing though.
No.
It's not them though.
I have no problem with that. No.
Okay, good.
It's how
sound
they're
like you're trying
presenting
to
their
take the
arguments.
piss.
No. I'm saying I've had very good conversations.
Yeah,
with a lot
you
of
don't
people
like
in this
being held
room.
to a point. We get it.
Okay, that right there is exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah, right there is exactly what I'm talking about. That's why I said it.
Okay, I just want everyone to pay attention to what's happening.
Yeah, to cry for you because you don't have the thing that we keep asking you for. We got it.
There's a lot of crying at your university. Goodness.
That's why they got safe spaces now.
Anyone got measurements direct of drop over distance of curvature of the Earth to make the claim?
Manufactotum has feelings, but I don't think he has that, Jedi. Try asking him though.
Flat Earthers are miserable.
I spoke to Jedi yesterday, and we came to the conclusion that you don't resolve the source of light at a single point in space.
Okay, so you didn't provide what he was asking.
Can we get off the fucking bro? Can we get off the fucking calling each other fucking bullshit and talking to each other like we're pieces of shit? Because it makes everyone else think that it's all right. Well, provide the evidence that's being asked, man. Everybody's pissed off talking to you, man. That's why I gave up. I tried and I explained the fucking selenium. Listen, I'm talking, man. I explained to you the selenium after they repeatedly tried to. I kept having to unmute and talk to you and try and get you to understand what's getting said to you. But so everybody's pissed off. That's why you think flat earthers are toxic, because people get pissed off with you coming and talking with absolute nonsense that's not verifiable in nature. So it pisses people off, man. So get a grip of yourself. Explain what has to happen with the three bodies, the sun, the moon, and the earth, to happen for the light to be cast upwards. You explain how that's not the case. You tell us how that is not the case in your brain.
Well,
I mean, you
said
can.
it
We
earlier,
already
it's
asked.
reflection.
Let him tell me.
All right.
If you can, tell me. Tell me how a lunar eclipse happened.
Yeah, so you said it earlier. I mean,
Tell me, bro. Tell me how a lunar eclipse happens. It's been explained to you by me twice, others multiple times. So can you tell me how a lunar eclipse happens in your belief of your model? Go for it.
Right.
Don't tell me what I was going to say. That's what you just started talking there. Tell me how it happens. Nobody else butt in. Nobody else start talking.
Yeah,
Right, so
all I
come
said
on,
is
tell
you
me.
mentioned earlier refraction. So refraction is in
Right, so
fact
tell
the
me how the
reason that
shadow. Tell me how the shadow travels to the top downwards, mate.
I just can't find my cigarette paper.
Yeah,
You
so
tell me.
Yes, I'm telling
Right,
you. So
stop telling me what I'm going to say, mate. Please explain how the lunar eclipse happens in your
Homie
model.
is sauced.
You can't. He doesn't have the direct measurements of the geometry. It's all based on.
Nobody chime in. You tell me how the shadow travels from the top downwards.
So what do you mean by that? I'm just as a new listener, I don't know what you mean by that.
Geometrically in your model, the three bodies have to be in alignment, not the two bodies above one of the bodies. That shouldn't be happening if the shadow's travelling from the top down. It should be travelling up the way. Somebody post on the GIF or the meme that shows you it's from a clip from there's 3 Selenium lunar eclipses in my YouTube channel. Put the name of my channel, the name of my moniker in here in YouTube, and you'll find 3 Selenium eclipses. One of them in the broad daylight.
So you're saying light should be refracting off of the Earth onto the backside of the moon?
So-
Like what are you?
So if I can just get in quickly. So geometrically,
reflecting. Excuse me.
Geometrically, just wait. Just geometrically, where there's a 3-body alignment, but we're seeing both the sun and moon above the horizon. That part excluded. The moon, where it's supposed to be in position, right, would be entering the penumbra, but we see the shadow coming from the other side.
Yeah, I understand.
Not from the side where it would be entering the penumbra. So explain that.
That's what actually is the case. That's exactly what we should expect to see, considering the movement of those 3 bodies. The fact that we see it above the horizon is the weird thing. There's nothing wrong with the shadow. That's exactly how those 3 bodies would cast a shadow. The fact that we see it above the horizon, and it's not broad daylight, it's just barely at sunset. As the moon is slipping down below the horizon, the sun is at that moment coming up. So it's not
Hey, go
like
look at the
it goes
videos on my
straight up in the
channel.
sky.
The moon's on the wrong side of the penumbra.
It's
the moon's
not.
on the wrong side of the shadow indicates that it's on the other side.
No,
it should
what
be on
it's
the other
indicating is
side
the
of the Earth.
direction of travel of the moon and the sun around the Earth.
Refraction is not going to make the moon appear from one side, from where it would be on one side of the Earth to the absolute other side, like a 90 degrees.
Wait, what do you mean?
Jedi, please destroy this guy after you answer his question.
The shadow's upside down.
It's not.
Metaphoritorium. Yeah, it should be coming from bottom up. It's coming top down.
Why?
Because it would be in line. It would be sun, earth, moon.
Right.
Okay, the sun would be below the earth, casting a shadow upwards into the sky to the moon, and the moon would be above and hitting it at the lower part. Draw it out. Just draw it out on a piece of paper.
So in this Selenalian, is the moon entering the Earth's shadow or is it exiting?
But wouldn't that be indicated by which side, where you're observing it from? So you're observing the sun and you're observing the moon. All right. Now draw it out in your mind or draw it on a piece of paper.
Right. No, I'm asking.
Exiting or entering, it would be the same thing. Because it's not a total eclipse; it's a partial eclipse.
It's doing everything you're saying, so it's entering and exiting apparently, because the phenomena happens within about 2 to 3 hours. So with the Selenilian eclipse, for example, it's when the sun and moon are above the horizon, so it's daytime. The area of shadow is on top of the moon. Imagine You've seen Alice in Wonderland, like the Cheshire Cat, right, grinning in the sky, where the crescent of the moon is the smile and the shadow is on top. Throughout the 2 hours, what you see is the shadow move across the top of the moon, but never touching the bottom, which is a slight geometric impossibility, being as we're standing on the Earth, which is said to be causing the shadow, so the shadow should at least be on the bottom of the moon. Again, it's a geometric problem in 2 instances. The shadow's in the wrong place, and it's fucking daytime.
It's not daytime, it's sunrise, to be clear.
Daytime.
Is it daytime? Is the sun above the horizon? Is it not a syzygy? Is it a triangle? Yes.
It's
so it
rising.
is
The sun is rising as the moon is setting.
But let's be clear, the difference between the actual position and what they appear as is different. Both of them are already across the horizon, but because of refraction, you're going to see them as though they look above the horizon. That's why you're getting a mistake here. It's simple. Look in the chat. There's a diagram for you so you can see exactly how that works.
Yeah, but you still can't explain. Oh, sorry, Charlie. Go ahead.
Can't explain what?
That's not the sun and that's not the moon that we see. Remember the conversation we had half hour ago talking about the definite article sun? Well, that's not the sun then, is it?
Yes, it is.
It's our... no, hold on. That is the sun. It's just how we see the sun.
So not the sun then. You just said refraction. That is not the actual sun and that is not the actual moon. They're being refracted out of position,
Well,
right?
Nothing you ever see in the world is actually what you're looking at.
No,
You're
no,
only
come on.
seeing light
Let me finish
reflecting
this
off
one.
things.
Let me finish this one. So the sun in that case is as real as you are in a mirror. It's just refracted light. It's not you, of course, but it's what you see right now because you are just sensing photons hitting your retina. The real position of the sun is somewhere else.
In your diagram for the observer, at the top of your diagram, the shadow would not appear to come from the top down. It would appear to come from the bottom up.
Why?
In your diagram.
Right. So again, the shadow isn't coming from anywhere. It's just the Earth occluding the sunlight, being the moon, just like any other lunar eclipse. The only difference here is that it's happening at a very specific time, which refracts the light and makes you think that they're both still above the horizon when they're not. So
they're actually not there then?
So what you're seeing is an illusion. Yes, the real position is yeah. Are you familiar with light and physics, or do you not believe in that either?
Yeah. I just want to remember the conversation about an hour ago where we were talking about the definite article sun, where you've just pointed out that's not actually the sun that we're seeing, or the
that
actual
is the
moon.
sun that we're seeing. Yeah, you're seeing the actual sun and you're seeing the actual moon, but their apparent position is different than their actual position.
So it's not actually the sun; it's apparently the sun.
It's actually the sun. So if I put a pencil, if I put a pencil,
hold on. So here's a question. No. Okay, so you see yourself in a mirror. Okay, what you see in the mirror is yourself, right?
Sorry. Oh, hold on. We understand that to cause a shadow, let's say within this argument, a light source, a ball casting a shadow on another ball, that would be what is known as a syzygy, a straight line between the three. Can you, in, say, I don't know, laboratory settings, demonstrate your claim where both sun and moon are above the horizon and the shadow is still caused upon the moon, for example?
Yeah,
can
absolutely.
you show that?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you could easily do that, and you could actually do that in your living room if you actually cared to do it. It's just a refraction of light. It's no different than refracted light in any other means. And there's a reason why the sky is blue during the day and then becomes orange close to the sun, close to the horizon.
Refracted shadow, not refracted light, refracted shadow.
I was going to say that, Jedi. A refracted shadow, exactly.
No, the shadow is just occluded light that's actually hitting the real moon, and what you're seeing is the moon as it appears over the horizon. That's why you're able to see that.
As it appears.
Yes, its apparent position. Its actual position is over the horizon.
So it's not really there where we're seeing it. It's somewhere else.
I feel like we may be not using the same words, or maybe I could define my terms to help you out here.
Is the moon where you see it to be? Is it there?
The moon is not where it appears to be, no.
Oh, apparent then.
That's what I
So
said.
then at what angle in the sky does it actually disappear and I'm not actually seeing the moon, I'm seeing a refraction of the moon?
It gets more obvious the closer it gets to the horizon. The refraction factor increases as it goes through more air, as it goes through more atmosphere, which is going to obviously be more the closer it gets to the horizon.
What happens when the moon changes color?
So that's refracted light again. It's refracted light that's filtered and scattered through the atmosphere.
So that's reflected light, but we're talking about a shadow.
Scattered light. Hold on. Okay, so there's three different things. There's occlusion, scattering, and refraction. There's reflection too, but that doesn't really matter here. So scattering is something that light would do through the atmosphere. The more atmosphere there is, the more scattered it gets. There is refraction, where a photon can wrap around something which has a different kind of medium when it enters a different medium. And finally, there's occlusion. A photon hits something solid or something impermeable or something reflective and stops. So therefore, it no longer allows to continue going, in this case, from the sun to the moon, because the Earth's in the way.
Seriously.
So those are the three terms that I'm using here.
Awesome stuff. So can you demonstrate it then? A triangle between three
Yeah,
bodies.
in a lunar eclipse, it shows all three of those.
I'm
Color of the
talking
moon,
about-
the occlusion of the moon, and the refraction of the moon.
You misheard me. Can I demonstrate to myself in, say, for example, my living room, a light source on two balls? Can I move one ball from behind another and have a shadow cast on it?
Yeah, you could do that using water in this case, because you need a much stronger refraction index than air, because you don't have a giant Earth.
Awesome. So I can do that, can I? Has that ever been demonstrated to be true in laboratory settings? If so, can you give it to me?
Yeah, you could do it in your living room. You don't even have to trust a scientist. I don't know what to tell you.
How do I do that?
So it should be pretty simple. Just get some water. You can put two things close to each other, and depending on which angle you view it from, it's going to look a little different. Just like you ever put a straw?
Did you even know about this until Flat Earthers talked about it?
I didn't know that this was in contention, but I think it's pretty entertaining that it is. I mean, I'm happy. I learned this in elementary school, but let's do it. You know,
the Selenilian eclipse. You heard about this in elementary school?
No, I learned about refraction, when you put a straw in a cup and it doesn't look quite straight.
Okay, how about this one? When you go to these debates and someone's like, "Flat Earthers are dumb."
Is this really a debate, or is this more of like a
Welcome to the Flat Earth Room, Carnivore. I warned you.
Is this really a debate?
Yeah. So the debate is that they make these wild claims that Flat Earthers need to be
But
rounded
they
up.
don't make claims.
They need to be
didn't
gassed.
say they made claims.
They're barbaric. They're a drag to society. They're all these horrible things. And then you say, why? Why would you say that, right? Then they say, well, we say this because you guys can't explain eclipses. You're like, yeah, certainly. I'm not going to explain an eclipse. What I think is interesting is you can't explain eclipse either.
I have a background in cosmology and physics. I could do it for you. Let's do it. I could even show you the math if you want.
Yeah, you use all the eclipses. And let's start from the very beginning. How do you know? So, lunar eclipse. How do you know that's a shadow of the Earth on the moon?
Well,
why is the shadow red?
We don't. We don't.
Okay, so there you go. So wait, hold on. Pump the brakes, okay?
No. You have to let me finish.
Okay. See, now you said you don't know.
Holy shit.
This is perfect, because if a flat earther says that, they're deemed a drag to society. In this room, mind you, this room, not just different servers that offer different people, okay? As someone's only debate tactic. If someone says, I don't know what's going on up in the sky, I'm not going to use the sky as my proof of what the ground is, they should be gassed. They need to be, it's barbaric. It's barbarism. This room needs to be shut down. It's harming all of humanity. This is the type of stuff why the debate is important. Just to return some sense of humanity to the world. This topic really goes to the heart of what someone knows and why they think they know it. They can come in here and scream and screech and talk about how flat earthers are just a bunch of fringe people on the internet that don't matter. And and at the same time, they're also responsible for why people have been back to the moon in 60 years. You look at what you do here is you take a little Dremel tool and you drill into this globalist worldview and point out the contradictions and just watch them freak out over it.
So I agree with you, and that's horrible if people said that. But to be fair, Cardin Mir never said that. And I mean, I would just add that, poking holes in a theory is fine to test it, but to say that you don't know this one thing doesn't mean that you can't know anything about something.
Okay, so how about this? Just walk me through. Why would you use the sky that you don't know about to tell you what the Earth is, what you say you know about?
Well, it's not that we don't know about it. I mean, we don't know everything maybe, but there's certainly things we can say we know.
Okay, which is something you know?
Ooh,
like 100%.
That's a bold claim. That is
give me
big,
something. Yeah,
right.
Don't be like I know this, and by knowing it, I mean like I look at the stellar eclipse. I know that's daytime, but it's nighttime. But it's not. But it's also give me something that you can look at it and say I see the sun up. The sun up, I call that daytime. When the sun is not up, I call that nighttime. Give me something like that you know beyond all doubt, 100% confidence interval.
100%?
And then 100%. Then use that confidence interval and explain why the sky is really the ground.
Well, 100% would be knowledge, would it not be?
Yeah, you know it.
Not necessarily. Knowledge doesn't have to be 100% certainty. But I mean, you're not going to like my answer.
Well, it doesn't matter if I like it or dislike it. At least
so I would say the one thing that I know to a great degree of certainty is that the Earth is round.
How do you know that?
Photos from satellites.
Wow, I also believe that unicorns are real from photos on the internet.
Yeah, I was just about to say, so King Kong climbed the Empire State Building and Sasquatch is real because of photos.
I used to use a heliocentric model to prove the Earth was a globe too, and it was like use this, like Jimmy.
Why is that a bad answer though?
Because again, I can believe in the unicorns.
It doesn't.
I could say 100% that they're true.
So you're saying there's not a single photo taken from space that's truthful, that's reflective of the actual situation.
That you can verify?
None that we can verify. No.
No,
let's follow the claim.
100% certainty, like I said, is impossible in every sense. So when you say verify, to what degree of certainty are you speaking? Like beyond a shadow of doubt, beyond a reasonable doubt?
Independent verification. Independent verification.
Okay,
right, to what degree of certainty?
Okay, Manufactorium. What do you say when you see the Earth from space? What does it mean? Let's follow it. Let's follow a cause and effect relationship. Let's dive into your worldview. You know the Earth is a globe. You've seen it from space. Okay, so what can I do with that? What does it mean? It means I should or do. What effect would it have?
I mean, I'm honestly not understanding that question.
Okay, here, I'll throw you a bone. They told you it's called the overview effect.
Make it easy for you. You're speaking to people with sub 80 IQ.
So right here, so the overview effect is an instant cognitive shift reported by some of the astronauts and cosmonauts during spaceflight. After they observe the planet from the universe, they feel an obligation and a responsibility to take care of the fragile blue dot forever, coined by Frank White. He wrote this book after interviewing Edgar Mitchell. Edgar Mitchell was Apollo 14, the guy who took a Bible to the moon. So
I'm not sure
you
if
would
that
have
applies to me.
You would have, but you saw the photo, right? So why are you immune to the overview effect? Why didn't you have a instant cognitive change once you saw what the Earth looked like from space? Why are you? So you'd say if you're immune to it, and why would I? And I'm not immune to it. I saw the overview effect. I witnessed an instant cognitive change, and I started thinking that even though it's bullshit, you could still realize the Earth is a small, fragile place, and want to do something about it without having to imagine it being spaceship Earth in the vacuum, in the vast of nothingness. So let's go here. So tell me if it's not the overview effect, what would the effect be? So here's a picture from space. What say you? What do you see? What do you feel? What's happening right now when you see this picture of Earth?
I just think it's really cool.
And that's just it. It's really cool. Like, you know,
It's a
beam me up,
perspective
Scotty.
I've never seen before, but it's not like
It doesn't do much for you.
earth-shattering. No
It
pun
doesn't change anything. I'm gonna go back and clip too because they did inspire Michelle Thaler. She coined the overview effect that. I have to like pull up the. Okay, basically she says the reason why overview effect hasn't sunk in is because not enough people have been to space. So I
don't think the
kind of
overview
adapted.
effect is a population thing. I think it's like a personal thing.
Michelle Thaler said it was a population thing, not because the reason why it hasn't kicked in yet is because not enough people have been to space. I kind of looked up ideas of this. It's called the 100 monkey effect. Okay, so after 100 monkeys have done something new, suddenly it spreads through all the monkeys in the area.
Yeah, I've heard about
So
that.
yeah, so you're talking about maybe just not enough monkeys have been to space. So then the Australian space agency is trying to develop a VR program where somebody can like plug into this VR system and orbit the Earth and be completely weightless in this VR experience. And that's supposed to give them the overview effect. You know, things like this. So you want people to start seeing, hey, this is how important the Earth from space is. And then you say, from your point of view, you've got proof 100% that here's the Earth, it's a globe, and it doesn't really mean much of anything other than it's kind of cool.
Yeah, well,
okay, so what do I
never
do with
really
that?
doubted it before I saw those photos, but I mean that's
It's cool. So what do I do with coolness?
I don't know why you have to do anything with it. Like
Is it the rule of cool?
I don't know what you're trying to get at. Like that's just how I felt when I saw.
Is there any cause and effect relationship between the Earth as a globe and you seeing it or you doing something? Did it change any? Was it a variable that affected you at all, or was it just like basically? My take is you NPC'd it,
but not to that degree.
Like you NPC'd. You're like when the show Westworld, where they show them a picture that broke their worldview because they were programmed to be, like 1880s. So they saw something from whatever show that was like 2080 or whatever. If they saw something,
past the half of the first season.
Well, yeah. Remember if they saw something that messed with them, they said it doesn't look like anything to me.
Bless you.
Thank you.
I honestly I don't know what you want me to say. I think it wasn't like a big revelation to me because I already kind of, I knew what it was supposed to be, and then that was just kind of confirmation, I suppose. But no, it's not.
The Earth is flat.
Awesome. Can images be manipulated?
Sorry?
The AI.
Of course they can.
Manipulated. Awesome stuff. So those images from space, there's got to be 50-50 that they could be manipulated.
No, just because something can happen doesn't make it 50-50.
Yeah, but you would have to verify it, wouldn't you?
Why? There's no reason to doubt it. If someone says that those are fake, then I'm going to look into it. But I mean, are you saying that they're all fake? That none of them can be trusted?
They're full of
just one of those have to be true, right?
We'd have to verify them. Let's just, have a good play for images can be manipulated, so we would have to verify them to be true, especially when they're making bold claims about the space that they come from, right?
That's true.
And I don't think it's a bold claim.
Otherwise, we're just believing things like in a newspaper, for example, without verifying them. Doesn't sound very clever. Well, images and data can be manipulated, and to believe it one way or another, it's either just believe it as it is or verify it for yourself to be true. Otherwise, you just
nobody lives like that. Nobody reads a news article and immediately calls up the journalist to confirm every detail of his story.
We talked about that with Colin Powell going to the UN General Assembly. Here's his photos from space taken by NASA. They show this, and they told him, "No, you are faking them. They are fake."
No. So I heard you talk about this, and you were corrected in real time. That's not what they said. They said that's not evidence of what you're claiming that they have, what you say they have. They didn't say the photos were fake. No, They didn't say the photos were fake. They said this doesn't demonstrate that they have what you're looking for.
Can I ask you a question? Sorry.
Who are you talking to?
Go ahead, ask me the question.
Go on, Tay.
I don't know who that was, but yeah, just jump in and just ask. You know, it's an open room right now. Only people are muted are the ones who keep spurging out.
T-Dubs, did you have a question? Right, jumped out.
Yeah. So I was going to ask, why does not having reason to disbelieve something trump not having reason to believe something?
Are you asking me?
Yep.
Yes.
Why does? Can you say that again? Sorry. I was rolling a cigarette.
Why does not having reason to disbelieve something trump not having reason to believe something?
Why does it trump not having a reason to believe something?
How about this? Use George Carlin, right? He says he has rules he lives by. This is atheist logic, second wave atheism. I have certain rules of which I live by. I don't believe anything the government tells me. Zero. If the government tells it to him, he's got zero reason to believe it. So why would you're quite the opposite. You've got certain rules you live by. My first rule is I believe everything the government tells me.
Okay, no. Let me stop you right there. I'm a huge fan of Carlin. I'm also pretty distrustful. However, there's certain things that I don't think is worth the time or energy to doubt. So, for example, I could say, like, you're talking to me and I don't know if you're real. Like, maybe you're some new AI that they're testing, they've just put out on the market. Like, can you prove to me that you're real?
Yeah, remember I made fun of you the other day for doing that? That lady on the plane who said that motherfucker ain't real? Dude, you turned yourself into an internet meme when you do this dumb shit.
No, but that's exactly what's being asked of me. Like, it's taking something that would normally just be assumed and just 100% turning the skeptic dial all the way up. Like, I feel like the null hypothesis is to what?
It's just verifying claims. So
Yeah,
an
no,
image from
that's
space, we
sure.
understand things can be manipulated. So how do we verify it to be true instead of just believing it 100%
But again,
when it's
yeah, again, I would ask to what degree of certainty?
You
And
said
and to
100%.
that effect, the what I've heard very often in this room is that those images can't be trusted because NASA is part of some global cabal meant to
No,
obscure the
that's not
truth of
true.
some higher
False.
being.
Yeah, you're getting close to a
It's not.
disqualified.
It's
So
not.
is
It's that I've heard that
SpaceX.
several times in this room. I
No,
have.
no, you haven't.
Fine.
Maybe not by
The area,
you, but I've heard it
Dude.
several times in this room.
I've said that NASA is part of the executive branch of the federal government, and yes, that I do not. Of all the branches of government, that's like the most scummiest one. Okay, that's the one that basically, like, you want to look at what Richard Nixon did or any of the presidents since then. All their thing is about cementing power at the federal level, damn the state rights, and then waging war on third world countries that really can't even defend themselves, and
Absolutely.
then use
Thank you.
hyper.
I'm right behind you. Like I said,
Okay,
I'm
so
not,
why would
like,
you
I don't
believe
buy 100%
anything?
into it.
Okay, so how about
There
this
it
one?
is.
The 1972 photo taken by the Apollo program. The only photo I would say was taken from space. That, right? First of all, they told you it wasn't doctored. Then they
I'm
tell you,
actually
oh
not
yeah,
familiar with that one.
they doctored it. Blue Marble 1.0.
Okay.
December 7th, 1972. So they tell you, okay, this is what we're looking at here.
Anyone got a photo while he's explaining this?
Oh well, yeah, I can show you it later. I'm just not at that part. I got a different window open. So okay, here I'll grab it. I guess it might help to see it.
¿Qué pasó?
It's not so much that
What?
NASA are a fake thing. mean, I get it, and lots of people have said that NASA are this, that, and the other. But the thing about taking pictures from the vacuum of space is the area of contention is the vacuum of space, as in that can or can't exist.
Sorry, can you say that again? I had to turn you off.
It's not so much that NASA are faking things. It's more to do with the area that the photograph, quote unquote, is said to be taken from. That's the area that's in contention. The vacuum of space, for example.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, that's fine, but if you're not contesting what the photo actually shows, then it does show around Earth.
Oh, to what level of certainty?
Leg of that whole
Sorry.
idea.
So we understand that images can be manipulated. I've asked you how you can verify it, but the area that is in contention is the place that the photograph is being taken from, the vacuum of space. So being as that is said to be an impossible medium to exist uncontained from the Earth's atmosphere, that's the main point.
Okay, here's two photos right here. So these are two photos I would say you could use as evidence, okay? Because the other ones, the low Earth orbit ones, are Photoshop. They worked, they're done through many different layers of graphics and designers. They tell you it doesn't represent Earth. And if you use them, they tell you you can make a map, a flat Earth map out of them. So here's two photos, show both of these photos show the Earth in its full entirety. Or not full. I mean, I guess you don't see the back side. So here's the top one is Blue Marble 1.0, December 7th, 1972. The other one is Pale Blue Dot.
Mm-hmm. So I'm familiar with the Pale Blue Dot.
Okay. Do you remember when it happened?
No. I know that it was Carl Sagan's idea to have one of the satellites turn back, but I don't know when that was.
Okay, February 14th. 1990. No, yeah. Okay. 1990. I just remember the whole Valentine's Day. So I think it's 19. It might be 91 or something, or 92. But okay, in 1990-ish, early part of 1990s, and then you've got these two photos here.
Mm-hmm.
So you look at them, you're like, okay, what can I see here? What can I look? What do you see in the photo? Anything jumps out at you? Which one do you want to do first? Pale Blue Dot or a Blue Marble?
Let's go in order. Let's do the first one.
What do you see here that could be testable? What could you look at to say, let's see if this matches or something? Do you see that? Like, do you see Africa, Madagascar? Yeah. Okay. What else do you see? Do you see some storm systems, some cloud patterns?
Yeah.
Okay. Can we look back at weather reports for that day and try to match up cloud and weather patterns?
What the fuck is this guy saying?
For the areas that show clouds?
Do that. Sure.
So what if I told you I've done that, and there's many spots on here, namely the Madagascar one, that doesn't match weather reports?
What do the weather reports say?
Clear skies, sunny all day, not a cloud in the sky.
I mean, I guess I had to look
I don't think any flat earthers on your side right now.
Yeah, exactly, because they won't even entertain
I think we
that
could convert people by doing a little bit easier things and talking about fucking.
No, you're right. Wish. Okay, give me a second, okay? Just bear with me. Because what we did here, we're diving in because this is his proof, his 100% proof that he guarantees you that Earth is a globe. So let's dive into it and see. Are you still 100%? You know that this photo does not match cloud weather reports given the same day.
No, so right off the bat, if you say weather reports, are those weather reports describing the weather that they're looking at or predicting the weather that was going to be on that day?
It's weather reports of that day, what it looked like that day.
So they're reporting the weather that is that day.
Yep.
So you're not looking at like a weekly weather report that was put out Monday and saying, oh, look, on Wednesday was supposed to be that.
No, this is the day. What was the day reported at? And I can tell you what the cope is because I've talked to globalists about this. They say, well, Madagascar at the time was a third world country. Their records weren't exactly correct. And then, but you dive into it and you ask them. No, they were actually pretty proud of their weather reporting back then. It's one of the things that they had, a functional government part, one of the early parts of the thing of what they had going on.
Okay. So we have mismatched weather patterns.
Yeah. So what do you think? Does that lower your confidence interval in the photo at all? Did NASA get the wrong day? Was there something going? Maybe another excuse that says globalists have told me that clouds from space look different than clouds from the ground. And I'm like, certainly, right? Yeah, clouds are amorphic, right? They got different sizes and shapes. So these could be like some kind of weird vertical cloud.
Well, no, I mean, if anything, they might be like brighter or something. I mean, that's sure. But taking your question in the spirit with which it was asked, I would say that would maybe give me more reason to question it. I wouldn't say it would lower my confidence to a significant degree.
Still 100%?
No, I'm saying like, who was it? Jedi earlier asked like why, or someone asked why is not distrusting something. I don't remember what he asked. You know what he asked. So having some, sorry?
That was TW.
Yeah. So having a claim that says that something is false might make me actually look into it. Like I figure the null hypothesis is just sort of tentatively accepting what's been presented and either adding it to evidence that you already have or putting it against evidence that you have that it doesn't support, but it's all sort of Bayesian reasoning for me.
Perfect. So let's just look at the photo. Let's just look at the photo and say, if you just were given that photo and told this is an official photo from the Earth on this day by this organization, would you tend to believe it?
So there's a lot of stuff in that hypothesis. I mean, considering that I know about the space program, that I have some formal education telling me a certain thing, I mean, considering all of that, yeah, I tend to believe it.
Okay, now remove that, just focus on the picture itself. And someone just says, hey, this is a picture of what the Earth looks like. Would you believe it?
I mean, removing all of what?
Can I see the photo you're referring to? Where did you post the photo?
Yeah, I don't see it. Are you putting it?
It's
we're talking about two photos, right? Yeah, hold on, I'll repost it.
And
there's two photos.
Chat?
Yeah,
I don't see it.
Yeah, I'll repost it. It's 1972, December the 7th.
Yep. Absolutely. So we have the hierarchy, going down hierarchy. We have this is told to be an image of the Earth on a particular day by NASA, versus this is just told you to be an image of the Earth by anyone. And then it's just an image and you look at it and you decide what it is. So in all three cases, what is the arbitrational factor of why you're going to believe it is an actual picture of the Earth or not?
I understand. I heard the question. I didn't hear the three situations.
Can you post it in VC chat, please?
He did.
Situation one, you're told this is an image of the Earth, right? Direct image, like photographically taken from NASA, right? They say this is the Earth. It's what it is on that day. Then you have somebody else telling you that doesn't have the credentials of NASA, just like an average person telling you, hey, this is a picture of the Earth. And then you just have you coming across this picture with no context, and then you look at it. So in those situations, what would be the arbitrational factor of why you would believe this is a picture of the Earth as it is?
Well, I would only believe that in the first instance, if someone says this is a picture of the Earth. In the second instance, you say it's not a picture. What was the second one?
The second one is just somebody telling you this is a picture of the Earth. They don't have any.
Yeah, I would take it as a picture of the Earth, but I don't know if it's
which just bear with it, okay?
His representation of the Earth. It's a picture of Earth.
Right, but as it is, like this is the Earth. Somebody photographed the Earth. Okay, that's what you're looking at. The Earth as it was that day. No edits, no trickery. This is just the Earth, plainly taken by a photograph in full frame.
By some guy? Like if some guy told me I took
No,
a picture of the
why
Earth here,
some
it is,
guy?
I'd
They're
be
just
skeptical.
telling you. They're just telling you that's what it is.
Oh, sure. It's
You would,
picture
yeah,
of the Earth.
you might then ask, well, how did somebody get that picture? They might say,
Yeah.
oh, well,
And
a mission into space.
Yeah.
And it's a really good picture too. Like you think, like you know what, like when you try to take a picture of the fucking sun and shit, like you can't get a good picture normally, right? It looks like shit all the time. How the fuck
Just
are
let
they
him
able to get
answer
such
the
a good
third.
photo in space?
I want to hear his answer to the third point.
Yeah, I got other things to talk about this blue marble 2.0. Not just
Yeah,
weather
if the
patterns.
third-
There's lots of
if the-
problems with it.
Sure. If the third question, if the third situation is just I happen upon it, I don't think I'd give it a whole lot of weight. It's just a picture of the Earth. Could be someone's rendering, could be an actual photo. I mean, I don't think I'd come to any conclusion specifically.
Right. So I will submit to you that the majority of these pictures' validity trace back to the alleged claims of NASA in the beginning, where we have an image of what the Earth would look like from space cemented in our psyche and in our media, right? And we always refer back to that as the authority of what the Earth should or would look like. And we just take it for granted whenever we're told, hey, here's a picture of the Earth. We'll be like, well, of course that is. That's exactly what I think it would look like from my past experience.
Well, I mean, that's not the only reason.
Well, then where else are you getting these pictures of the entire Earth that are photographs from?
Well, there's pictures of like the partial Earth, for example. There's other reasons we can come to the conclusion that the Earth is round. All of those things together paint a pretty compelling picture. And if the only reason that I have to doubt that is that, pictures can be doctored, that's not enough to go against everything else.
Okay, not doctored. Okay, what are we looking at right now? Weather patterns not matching the day. Okay, there's conflicting data. So someone's wrong right now. So either like I mean, it's not just Madagascar who's got bad cloud patterns, but Madagascar is the most spectacular one because some of the other ones you can kind of parse out what they mean by partially cloudy or by rain or whatever. But Madagascar, that part of Madagascar, mind you, all of Madagascar reported completely sunny days. And especially a city in northern Madagascar that you wouldn't be able to see. They said clear skies.
Yeah, Madagascar is the island, right? Just so.
Yeah, the island part there. See, if you look at the little off the coast, the northern part, there's a city up there that begins, I can't really pronounce it, like Maibo or whatever, that reported clear skies. And this is on the website for Madagascar, the government website. So it's not like it's some sort of rinky-dink thing.
Yeah, sure.
And even if you don't use that, you use some sort of rinky-dink one, it cites back to that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so the next thing I would show you is, let me bring this up. Okay, so let's see if you agree here. I took a Mercator projection from time and date, and then drew a black circle around to match. Do you agree with that?
With what?
The black circle. Is that what you see? So look at blue marble, look at the Mercator projection, and inside the black circle is everything you see. Yes. Outside the black circle would be the other side of the Earth.
It's hard to tell what Antarctica's doing though. Like it's hard to distinguish Antarctica from the clouds, but it seems like I can see a bit
Gemsy,
more Antarctica.
Just meet him, guys.
Okay. All right, there you go. So the Antarctica. So you could lift that bottom part up a little bit, maybe.
Well, no, I would squeeze. So, I don't know how to show you this. So to the left of that circle, right? There's sort of like an inlet.
Okay.
Yeah, it looks like that's in there again. It's hard to distinguish what is cloud and what is ice.
Yeah. Okay. So it's pretty close then, you'd say.
It'd be wider at the bottom, certainly.
Okay, so a little wider at the bottom, but the point is here that this is time and date who said for the weather of that time period. You are looking at, oh, why is it that you only see this small part? You should see all the sun, half the earth. This is a very small fraction. Everything lit in sunlight you should see from the Apollo.
No, there's good explanations for that. So depending on how far you are, like it's still going to look spherical because, like, obviously Africa looks way too big.
Okay, can you put a pin in that real quick? Let's hold that thought because you can recreate this image in Stellarium.
Mm-hmm.
And you got another problem.
Stellarium? Is that a program?
Yeah.
Okay.
It doesn't match either. So even if you do this thing, like you are a distance of 17,000 kilometers, 17,000 kilometers away. It's kind of like a universal sandbox thing. You have the universe. You can fly around like in your spaceship and view land on the moon and look at the moon from Earth.
Mm-hmm.
And you can do all that stuff.
Yeah, I mean that we should see more of it. I don't think that's necessarily true.
Less. If you use Stellarium, because the people said Stellarium works really good. It's like a really good program to really show the Earth. It's showing less. When you should see more, they show less. And what's interesting too is Stellarium counts weather reports. And look what they did with the clouds. They put the clouds over Madagascar, but not over the southern part of Africa. That was the part I thought was funny because some of these areas in Africa had severe thunderstorms. So like they put in some weather reports, but not all weather reports.
Yeah, I mean, it's
so the image doesn't really match, right? You could say that if you cross-reference it, you start looking at other resources.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I mean, I'd sooner trust you about the weather reports than this program. I honestly, it's the first I've heard of this program. But if we're going by one of these things is wrong, I can't really vouch for the accuracy of the program.
All right, the next one here. I got too many windows open. It's been a while since I did this. Here we go. I found it. So here we go. The next thing they told you, their claim was they didn't manipulate the photo whatsoever. Okay, this is exactly as the Earth appeared from the Apollo, from Apollo 17. Okay, is that true or false? Do you think that's true that they didn't manipulate it, or they did manipulate it?
I would imagine they probably did some post-processing.
Okay, how about this one? They turned it upside down.
Oh, sure.
Okay.
I mean,
so this is a problem too, isn't it? Because you say this is exactly the way Earth would look. Here's the telemetry data of, or if you just fake the telemetry data or use, I know a lot of people post, they show you the way the craft went around the moon and came back. It looks like a dick, a dick and balls. People sometimes post it. People said this doesn't make any sense. If you were on this telemetry, this was your flight path, you would see the Earth upside down. And they're like, oh shit. Then they finally realize you're right. You would have seen the Earth upside down. Then they say, oh, we turned it up. We turned it right side up. They go, well, that doesn't work now. Okay, you can't, no backseas because you said you didn't manipulate the photo.
Okay,
you didn't change anything. You snapped a photo and then presented exactly what you saw.
Yeah.
And then when when it was found out the photo isn't what you saw, okay, it should have been upside down. It should have been north, south, and south, north. You then double back and say, oh yeah, we did manipulate it. We turned it right side up.
Okay.
So why would you do that?
All they did, that's like absolutely nothing.
Yeah, but only after they got busted. They got busted.
I think they just presented it as, people expect the Earth to see with Africa right side up. But I mean, north and south mean nothing in space. You take the photo however you're facing. I mean, that in any case,
look,
all they
the
did was
image was
rotate it,
technically
and that doesn't
taken.
mean that anything here is like off.
Okay, this is the thing, right? So the image was technically taken upside down from what we expect because there's no up or down in the width of space. Okay, so they turned it 180 degrees. Okay, so if you is no up and down in space, why'd you have to turn it upside down?
Because that's what people expect to see.
But they also expected to see. They also expected to see a unmanipulated, unadulterated photo.
Don't go any further than that. Don't go any further than that.
No, this is
that proves my point. That proves my point. People have been implanted with an expectation of what these images are, right?
No. I'm not talking about like globes. I'm talking about maps. We have an expectation of north is up, south is down, east is where am I? East is west is left, east is right. Right? That's just what we expect when we're talking about cardinal directions and navigation and all that. It's not about like, oh, the globe has to look a certain way. It's about we expect the top of the quote.
But the globe having to look a certain way is true as well.
Well, even if you flip it around, I mean, it doesn't change what I'm looking at. I just, flip it around.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
So the only anecdotal interest there would be like, why didn't they just say that? Like one of the astronauts who took the photo be like, hey, we saw it and it looked, kind of upside down from our point of view. So that's how we took it. But, the media decided to print it, quote unquote, right side up because you guys are all, imperialist American, clones who think that the earth is up and down and, whatever.
Like,
but that didn't happen is what he's trying to say.
Sure. My suspicion is that they took like a bunch of photos. They didn't really think very much about the orientation, handed it to the developers, and they printed them how they thought.
Right. So where's all the photos? Where's all the photos?
Yeah, why
Just the
can't,
one.
why
I don't
can't
know.
they
I'm
produce? Why can't they
hypothesizing,
produce
but
an
it's
unedited photo?
Excuse me, why should we have to prove the flat Earth rather than? Sorry, why should we have to
don't
disprove?
derail. Okay, we're on the really.
I'm not trying
topic
to.
right
I'm asking you. This is.
Okay. So does any of this change your confidence interval? Are you still 100% that photo is a perfect representation of what Earth is from space?
Well, as I said earlier, I wouldn't say 100% about anything, but not a whole lot.
So why can't they just release an unedited photo of the Earth then?
I mean, if by editing you mean that they like flipped it upside down, I would say this qualifies. If that's the only thing they did to this. But even like some post-processing, if they're trying to make space look good, they're going to do some post-processing, like levels, colors, or something. But
exactly. So why
but
can't
that
they
doesn't-
just
no,
post
but they're
something
not-
that doesn't look like that?
I'm sure they do. Like
But
NASA
where?
has a
No,
whole
they don't.
like
That's the
they have
point. There's not a
gigabytes of
there is
stuff.
not a single unedited photo of the Earth that exists.
That's true.
Don't believe that.
Okay, how about you want to go on to Pale Blue Dot, or does someone else want to pick up the conversation? Go a different direction.
No, can you present an unedited photograph then? If you doubt that, can you do some googling?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I'll go through it, but
Would you use Pale Blue Dot?
I have no. I have no idea if that was edited. Or not.
Yeah, you're all right,
Right here.
Jedi.
I just reposted it.
Even if he says that the photos are fake, that's not going to make him change anything.
It was just to
He's
get his
still going to be a
confidence.
glober until he
Yeah,
dies.
wish.
If
No,
the
no,
photos
he-
are fake, so it
No,
changes.
said
the
these
issue is
photos are
exactly what you
100%.
just said. No. Here's the problem. When you say edited, you're implying fake, but that's not what that necessarily means. If I edit a picture of who is that?
Why would you add
close
clouds?
woman in
Why would you add
Sex and the
fake
City?
clouds? What is a single reason to add fake clouds onto a picture of the Earth?
It depends. If this was like on the photo of on the
Because
cover
you
of
can't
a
take a
magazine.
picture of the Earth and it be a fucking ball in space. That's why, Manu.
Yeah, okay. See, this is my point. So when you say they were edited, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's like
It was created from
not
Photoshop.
in no way,
Created
shape, or form a
scratch in
representation
Photoshop.
of what they're actually looking
Wait,
at.
but Crit asked
That's a
you.
different
Crit
thing.
asked you how can you prove the globe model, and you said the only your evidence for proving it was saying, oh, there's pictures of Earth.
That's not what
But
happened.
there's
I didn't say that was the only way.
so produce a picture that proves that Earth is a globe.
I mean, that picture.
It's edited.
Edited how much? How different is this picture from what they actually saw in space? Is it just some extra clouds?
Why don't
'Cause
you
then
look
it's
up
just
NASA globe on Google and see how much different every single one of them are? Like, you're so naive. It's insane.
It's not just saying that that picture might only be doctored a percentage. Let's just say that's a good argument. How can you validate that that's the picture they took that day?
Why do I have to validate
To make it a proof. Because people are claiming this is proof. So they have to validate it as proof.
Well, they can validate it as proof.
Yeah, you don't need proof because you don't care about the truth.
No.
Well,
There's a lot of reasons that
person
doesn't
A,
make
hold on,
sense.
friend. Person A claims this picture is globe proof. Person B says, can you validate it as proof? The answer is then, well, you can validate it as proof.
I didn't say you. I said they. The person
Who's
who claimed
they?
that this is proof.
Who's they?
Look at that. Look at that picture I posted in there. Look at all those. They don't all look the same, man. How do they have different fucking colorations?
Yeah,
and then such a
Different
dramatic
continent
way.
sizes
That's so
every single
fucked.
time.
The continents are we know why that happens.
Drastically different.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
what
gonna
the
happen.
fuck?
Yeah, but they're just snapping a picture of how the Earth was that day.
Right. From how high?
You're insane. Altitude does not change continent size.
It absolutely
No,
does.
it
You can do this with a
doesn't.
schoolroom
You're a
globe.
retard.
You can do this with a schoolroom globe or a basketball. Look at the
dumbass, man.
lines from different.
You're a
Dude,
dumbass.
this is not controversial whatsoever.
Actual size, it just looks different depending on how close or far away you are from it.
Yes.
So it doesn't actually change its size then, which is what you just said.
The size of the continents?
And the
No,
type
they're
of
not
camera?
fluctuating different sizes. This is rudimentary optics.
You're a dumbass.
This
Who
is
was the person
crazy.
that said it's Photoshop because it has to be?
No.
Rob Simmons, the guy who works
that's
for
it.
NASA.
Oh, I thought she was talking
Why
about
does it have to be? No, not you. There was a quote from that guy, Rob Simmons. Was that about the blue marble or was that
Yeah.
just
That's a
in
good question.
general?
Yep. It was a blue marble.
Did
Yeah.
anybody ask him
Specifically
why it
created that one.
has to be?
Yeah.
What did he say?
It's
Fucking no clue.
photoshopped, but it has to be.
Right. Did anyone ask him
I'm
why
not a
that is?
fucking astronaut. I'm not an astronaut. I've never been to space. This is just what I think the Earth looks like. You're
Why
an
does it
idiot.
have to be?
That's
Why does
literally
it-
the quote. Okay. God,
That was his
embarrassing.
answer to the question why it has to be?
No, why did it
because
have
you
to be?
can't take a picture of the Earth and it be a fucking ball in space.
That
That's
was
not
his
reality.
answer.
They're creating a picture from Photoshop, from
Okay, my
scratch in
question
Photoshop.
was
So we
when
don't have
asked,
any photos?
why does it have to be? What was his answer?
Because
That wasn't a
manufacturing.
question.
Nobody asked him that.
No, he said it's
Okay.
Photoshop,
That's all
but
I was
it
asking.
has to be.
Yeah, I caught that.
Because the region that it's coming from doesn't exist. I don't know.
I mean, this all sounds like speculation, though. I mean, maybe he had a reasonable answer. We just
You're a
don't seem
retard.
to care.
Yeah, to mock you straight to your face because you don't take anything seriously.
I'm
I
taking
mean,
this
what
all
was his
very
answer?
seriously.
What did he say? I'm curious.
So am I.
No one
I guess
asked
we'll
him
never
that.
know why they have to be.
I guess so, but we can
Well, it's
speculate.
something to do.
Usually, when someone makes a
because
claim
the
like that, they would say, "Oh, it's Photoshop because it has to be due to."
Depends.
Due to the fact it wasn't taken
Yeah, he
from
just said he's
far
not an
enough
astronaut
away.
and he's never been to space. Like,
Yeah, the images weren't taken from far enough away. They were taken from so close to the Earth that they were data strips where they had to fill in the gaps. So it's like taking an aeroplane over the surface of the Earth 1,000 times and then putting the images together. As in, the
Yeah.
images wasn't taken from far enough away, as in the vacuum of space. It was too close. So
did that
your
with
blue
Mars.
marble. So your blue marble wasn't an image taken from the vacuum of space.
No, this wasn't done that way.
Oh, you watched the interview where he describes how he made it?
Was he talking about this one?
The blue marble? The one we're talking about? Yeah.
The blue marble, yeah.
Get him, Witch.
So being as you don't know what he's talking about, you're going to make claims to knowing what he was talking about. Come on, sunshine, please.
This is what I've dubbed the Globe Whisperer, when people just translate English into English. Like we needed that. Bro, speaking plain English, bro. We can all understand. We don't need you Globe Whisperers to interpret for other people.
That's a good idea. Did he run away? Oh,
No, this wasn't done that way. This blue marble image wasn't done that way. They've done that with like pictures of the surface of Mars and other planets, where they take
So
like
the guy
strips of
Robertson
photographs and they
taken
stitch them together like a
the
panoramic
blue
shot.
marble 2.0 wasn't talking about the Earth when he was talking about the blue marble 2.0.
When he wasn't,
talking
when he was
about
talking about, when he was talking about stitching strips of data together, this photo wasn't taken that way.
Maybe it's just not a photo.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but it wasn't initially put out to be, "Hi guys, this is Photoshop, by the way." It wasn't until it was started to get questioned, and then he was like, "Oh well, it has to be."
Yeah, that's because they can't. That's because it's all Photoshop.
Why
They
not
can't
just start it
produce-
off by like, right, we only have photoshopped pictures of Earth.
I suppose he didn't think he needed to say that.
Well, I suppose it's pretty relevant. I mean, you're making a claim of having a picture of Earth. It's not a real picture.
I mean,
But does that mean
There
that it's
it
a
is.
complete fabrication?
It means it's not a real picture. I mean, I can edit
Right.
a horn
No,
onto a
that's
unicorn and call it a picture of a unicorn. Onto sorry, a horn onto a horse and call it a unicorn.
Okay, now that would be radically different.
I mean, it's Photoshop because it has to be.
No, actually, I'm glad she's bringing that point up because it's the same thing that happened when they released that so-called picture of the black hole. It really wasn't a picture of a black hole at all. And then when later on, when they explained that it was Photoshop, the hype died down. It's just not as interesting when you tell people the truth.
All right.
Yeah, because they don't want to be invested into something boring.
So are you saying that there was no black hole, or that it
Oh,
wasn't actually a
yeah,
picture?
space doesn't exist, so therefore neither do black holes.
Well, I mean,
Okay.
here's the thing. Here's the thing. It's like the way we understand it, right? Space isn't three-dimensional, right? So like Earth isn't like Earth is flat, but the universe is flat too. We're talking about the holographic principle.
Talking
Homie,
about,
what? Don't listen
no,
to this
don't
guy.
listen to this guy. He's actually insane. He doesn't know what the fuck he's talking
No,
about.
hold on. I literally just
No, no one in here is going to agree with you when you
I'm
start
not-
talking about aliens and the universe
No, I'm
being
not.
flat.
I'm not.
No one's going to fucking trust you. Okay.
I answered your question.
That's a bold claim. You're speaking for everyone. Not that I agree with him, but
yeah,
that's
there
bold
is
of
no
you.
infinite vacuum of space.
I
He's
never
saying that
said-
there
I never
is, and it's
said
just
that.
flat.
Nope, I never said any of that.
Yeah, we talked about this yesterday.
Yo, can we just stick on the topic of photos?
What I'm referring to is the fact that
Photos are going to change people's minds.
is that reality is flat, is what I'm talking about.
Okay.
Yeah, if I was like a heavy Bigfoot believer, I don't think you guys would just accept photos. So
Like, okay, you guys know about Pokemon cards?
Dude, stop.
Oh, what?
Bro.
No, like
This is exactly
like,
what I'm saying.
No, like
Bro, you're
shiny-
yapping, bro. You're
No.
yapping.
Explain your theory to these people. Go ahead.
Right. It's so
Please
just like
don't.
with just like with a Pokemon card that's holographic, where you can kind of like move it around a little bit, and from a different perspective, you can see like different details and depth to something that really is only two-dimensional. In a similar fashion, that's the universe.
This guy's a genius, right?
This nigga tweaking, bro.
No, dude, this isn't my idea, dude.
You're just muddying the waters in this call.
No, there was all right. Someone named Leonard Susskind was the one that actually came up with this idea of the holographic principle.
Oh, I
know
You
what
understand
you're
that a
saying. Wait, is this-
Pokemon card is not two-dimensional, right?
One sec.
You're aware of
One
this?
sec. Is this two different people on the same mic?
No, I'm alone.
No, I know. What
I
he's
don't think you
talking
know
about.
what two dimensions made.
No, the holographic principle is about higher dimensional reality. How like our 3-dimensional world is actually a projection of a 4-dimensional.
Yeah, someone cue up the X-Files music.
Yeah, this guy's retarded, huh?
Yeah,
No,
2
it's like
dimensions
high
is
level. I
definitely
don't
not as
think
many as 4. So
he
I
knows
don't know what
he's
he's talking about.
Well, he was making an analogy because we can't imagine 4 dimensions, but it was theoretical. I think it's been largely, I don't know if it's been rejected, but it was a theory put out. It was a hypothesis.
I'm actually really glad that someone else chimed in for me and steelman me. Thank you for that. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
So manufacturer, if NASA knows all these people are flat earthers, right? Then why don't they just release a single, like if they supposedly have satellites that can take hundreds of photos of the Earth every day, why don't they just release a single unedited, and then the argument would be over?
Would it?
What would be unedited to you?
Because every single photo they post has manufactured clouds, has inconsistencies with how big the continents look, has inconsistencies with the weather patterns that are associated with the time of day the photo is taken.
I have a question.
Wait, just to answer Swerve
Okay.
real quick. So as far as the continents, again, that's not controversial, but the fact that that's, I got like called dumb and people saying I'm retarded for saying that, I think proves that that's never going to be accepted. I'm pretty sure that the last like accurate photo of the whole Earth was done. What was it? The Discoverer? Hold on. That other guy can talk in the meantime.
What
Hey,
would
QE, someone wants you to speak the chat.
What would satisfy you to an unedited photo?
CB, quick as you can.
Yo, QE, if you can peep the chat, take a look at the chat.
I mean, at this point, what we would need is like a chemically treated silver plate photo, essentially 18th century technology.
What?
That was the the very first photograph technology was exactly that. It was chemically treated silver plates in with a contraption that was very simple. Because there's no editing involved. It's just straight up etching the fucking silver plate.
Would film be applicable?
Whose man's is this?
At that point, there's editing.
A film camera doesn't edit.
No, it's the
edit a
process.
video.
It's the process of.
You can tell if a film has been edited quite easily.
Again, the process of developing film entails yes, editing. It does in terms of cropping the picture.
What do you mean, the actual reel?
When you're developing film reel, you have to crop out certain pictures. So yeah, you are editing it by cropping.
I'm asking you the actual reel.
No. The actual reel is different. Those are the
All
negatives.
right, cool.
Yeah, it was the Discover.
Yeah, but the negatives don't give you any detail though. Like you have to develop it in order to get further detail.
What?
Like you're not going to get all the color differential detail in the negatives.
Well, the Apollo stuff was black and white film.
So,
unless you want to go to Earthrise, then you have a combination of color film
How do
and black
flat
and white
earthers
film.
account for seasons? That's what I want to know.
How do you account for seasons? Brilliant. I love this one. Brilliant. It's got fuck all to do with the sun, I take it. Right.
So the Tropic of Cancer and the Tropic of Capricorn have no purpose on the globe, right? They're just lines with titles for no reason. But if you look at it on flat Earth, the sun pattern will go from the Tropic of Cancer to the Tropic of Capricorn, and in between that'll hit over the equator. That'll be, autumn, summer, winter, all that shit.
Is there any evidence that this is actually what's happening?
What, the sun looks closer and therefore it's hotter, and it gets further away, it's colder. You do understand about heat sources, right? And when they're further away, it's not as hot as it was when it was close to you.
Yeah, there are explanations for that in a globe Earth model too. I'm asking how we know that your model is correct.
Well, more than that, it
No one's
doesn't
offering you a
match
model, dude.
night and day.
Okay, can someone offer me a model for the seasons of the flat Earth, please? No.
All right.
Okay.
So this was a 16 millimeter frame from a camera that was gone ahead and developed straight from the film. I also posted the actual film a little bit further up in the chat. So would this satisfy you? Bruh?
I don't know. I told someone that what if I presented them pictures
So
of the
how does
Loch Ness
that- how does
monster
that
and they
show-
said it looked blurry. So
Is that a legitimate picture of the Earth?
No.
Hell no.
In what way does that show curve?
Fine.
I think we've entertained this topic long
In
enough.
what way does that
I think
show
we've
the Earth
entertained it long
small?
enough.
Is
I
that
think that
a-
if I think we could safely say that there is enough reasonable doubt that these so-called claim to be photos of Earth showing convexity of oceans taken from a natural law violation sky vacuum were real, then we should be able to measure that convexity on the surface.
No.
Where does that show
can't do
curve?
that.
Shaylix,
Why can't we
where
measure
does
curve?
that show
Yeah,
curve?
so
Shaylix, where
if
does that
we
show
go
curve?
up
Can't
to
confirm
here,
straight.
Where does that show
let
a
me
ball,
show you.
Shaylix? Where does that show curve?
R.I.P. parallel sun rays.
If we look at the pictures, you can definitely see the curve on the
No, you
third
can't. You
frame.
can't.
Yes, you can.
No, you can't.
You definitely can.
You can't see it as ball.
Oh, fair enough.
Wait, but when does water do that?
We can't confirm straight anyway. Please remember to tell all engineers that their bridges and their dams are going to fall over. Beings we can't confirm straight.
Specifically in measuring
It's
the
almost
globe.
like I showed you a picture of the Earth, and now you've just moved the goalpost.
Hey, how do we measure tall buildings?
What do you mean? We measure is just subjective. We've all come to a reasonable understanding that, like, hey, there's a metric system and an imperial system, but at the end of the day, they're arbitrary.
Well, don't directly measure it. Just look in the sky, and then
No.
yeah, that's all you need.
Imperial or metric? How do we measure buildings?
Well, you don't
How do
even
you
need to
measure
measure it. Just calculate it, and then look at the
You
sky,
get
and then you're
a
all good.
stick.
No, I know that.
You get a stick, and then you use the stick.
I get 2 sticks, and then shadows, and then boom, done.
Yeah.
How do engineers measure buildings?
Why would they
really
measure
fancy
anything?
sticks.
Measuring?
So
What's
if I-
that all about?
Sorry. If I've got, say, for example, my living room, and I've got a stick underneath the light, and over there, not underneath the light, I've got another stick that is producing a shadow. Does that mean my living room is curved?
Nobody's claiming that. But while we're on this,
Well, hold on. These and sticks and shit. Hold tight.
Yeah.
What? Yeah, you are.
I'm holding. Go ahead.
Well, I've finished. Bashing
Is your
bollocks, mate.
idea that we can't achieve perfectly flat is because if the Earth was round, there would be no perfect flat?
What?
Yeah, that was my point. But as
Yeah,
far
we're
as
all
the sticks and
creatures.
shadows in your living room, when you measure that stick and the shadow in your living room, that source of light is a single point in space, correct?
Yep.
Okay,
Sure.
so if we have another stick and we put it further, we measure that distance, and we measure the angle from the shadow to the top of the stick, we should get back to that
We're
same
going back
point
to
of
not
source,
being able-
right?
We had this conversation yesterday. We're going back to not being able to triangulate the sun, aren't we?
Yes.
Awesome. So that's on a globe Earth or a flat Earth because that's the sun up there. No matter what you think the ground is, we still can't triangulate the sun.
Well, no.
But no,
So-
yes. Can we
No,
triangulate the
here's the
sun?
thing. Here's the thing. So we can plot those data points and we can get either a linear curve or a curved, not linear curve. We can plot those linearly or we can get a curve when we plot those points. So we can still resolve the sun at different altitudes, but we can't do that on a flat Earth. It has to be some curvature, not necessarily spherical, but it has to be curvature.
Wait, but you just
So
did it
if
on a
what people
table in
said-
your house.
Yes, and that goes to one point.
Kind of like the sun. What is the sun?
Right.
Multiple points? Like,
Yes. So you have
What?
several different sticks moving away from that light source, and they all resolve to the same point.
Sticks are
That's
moving.
how light works.
You
You do
there's
that
an
on the Earth
How
at
are the
different
sticks moving?
latitudes. Sorry?
You said the
This is
sticks are moving.
proving the Earth's rotation.
put
This
them
is
at
what's
different
happening right
points.
now.
No, it's not.
I'm still
Okay, so what I want you to do, what we can go ahead and do is to prove the Earth's rotation. Take a pendulum, let it swing for a couple hours, and see how it turns. Just put dominoes
Awesome.
every so on degrees. See what happens.
Two reference frames. Are you going to demonstrate two reference frames? with full quartz pendulum, the Earth moving underneath the pendulums. Are you going to say there's two reference frames now?
No, I'm explaining the Coriolis effect.
Oh, the
How do
Coriolis
planes
effect.
land on a spinning ball?
That's specifically what I'm referencing.
Just so I can confirm you understand what the Coriolis effect is. The observation of an apparent deflection as I rotate underneath a thing that is traveling straight above me. Coriolis effect, right?
Sure.
Awesome. So that's not an actual movement. That's an apparent deflection as I move on a rotating reference frame. The thing in question, let's say I'm on a roundabout and I've got two friends that are throwing a ball over the top. As I move underneath the throwing ball, the path of the ball is actually straight, but I observe an apparent deflection. So the thing isn't actually deflecting. That's the Coriolis effect, isn't it?
Have you ever been on a bus and have been traveling? And then you go ahead and you just you throw a ball straight backwards. Instead of the ball going ahead and being thrown backwards, it stays still.
I'm talking about the
Because I'm
Coriolis effect,
explaining
Coriolis
the
effect.
principle behind
Why?
this. I'm explaining
Why?
the principle behind this. You're gonna have to give me
Awesome. So is that an actual
So
deflection?
the actual
He's not even listening, bro. We were just talking about Eratosthenes, and you completely changed the subject.
With full quartz pendulum and Coriolis effect. I wanted to have you on, full quartz pendulum where you're demonstrating two reference frames so everything above the Earth's surface would appear to deflect, which it doesn't. Shorter flight times east to west and west to east. When a hot air balloon rises and I move on the rotating reference frame, it would appear to deflect. Full quartz pendulum, which we don't observe in the physical natural world.
I'm getting actually really pissed by this room muting me whenever I try to break down a point that you guys legitimately just disagree with.
Bro,
No, it's fucking annoying.
You're
crying about it.
Stay
They're
annoyed.
trying to educate you and you won't listen.
Hold on. We were just talking about sticks in a room with our friend Manufacturum here, and you're like randomly, so pendulums? Like, bro, like, we can get to that, but like, holy.
People don't come in here to learn. They come in here to show us how much they don't know about their own model.
Yep. No, they show us how much they can Google while they're in the
Hey guys,
chat.
I can defend the globe Earth, but I don't know how far away the sun is.
But when you're on a bus, it's like, what?
Shit, what about when I'm on a train?
So do we want to get back to the sticks and
People
shadows?
come here just as the same reason they go to a zoo to watch monkeys dance in a cage. Let's be honest.
Oh boy. Yeah, let's get back to the sticks and shadows.
You guys
So,
know that
like,
89% of all flat earthers have some form of autism?
yeah, cool, bro. So let's get back to the Eratosthenes thing. So
Yep.
this doesn't all take place inside.
That means
of your
they're
room.
retarded.
Okay, bro, just you're triggered. It's all right.
You're on Xbox.
Yeah,
So
go
that
back to your Roblox, bro. But anyway, so yeah, I mean, this can take place in a room on a table. It doesn't make the table curved.
No. Okay, so here's what I'm saying. Let's say that we have. Okay.
I mean, this has been done. I can grab I'll grab some screenshots while you break it down
Okay,
for us. Give me a
What
second.
I'm saying is, so everyone talks about Eratosthenes assuming that the Earth was round. For let's call it modern Eratosthenes experiment, all we need is to assume two things. One, that trigonometry or geometry, I suppose, gives us results that comport to the real world to some reliable degree, right?
Triangles.
Right? And two, that shadows are created from a single light source, where that light source is a luminous body that emanates light in all directions.
Does anybody remember the conversation we had about a solar and lunar eclipse where we were declared that the sun wasn't in its actual position? Again, we're going to be talking about triangulating the sun.
Yeah, okay. So we can talk about
Well, that's not actually the fucking sun
levels
then.
of. Sorry?
That's not actually the fucking sun then. It appears to be there, but it might not actually be there. Depending
Okay.
on your latitude, how the fuck did you get them in the first place with a triangle? But
Okay.
depending on your location, the sun will appear to be in a slightly different area because guess what? Can't triangulate the sun.
Okay. So just bear with me. I know this
And wave
is,
that.
we've done this before and all, but chill. All right. So we can talk about tolerances and noise in the experiment, but for now, what I'm saying is we can resolve that to a single point in space, right? Light comes from a single source. Cast shadows from a single source. So If, for example, someone were to take various shapes and cast a light on it and do this sort of on a small scale with little tiny sticks on the shape, and then give us the data from a separate room without having seen what shapes he was putting on the table, we could derive what shapes he put on the table. That's what we can accomplish with these trigonometric measurements, these calculations.
Triangles, right?
Sorry?
Trigonometry and all that.
Yes.
Awesome.
So,
how do you get an angle off a curved surface?
okay, we'll get to that. So, okay, let's get to that now. So, you don't really need the surface, right? What you need is the angle of incident to the top of that stick. So if you have multiple sticks, right? Let's say you have one at every half latitude or so, you take the angle of incident, and you can measure that with the shadow, or you can just take like a protractor or something. You get the angle of incident that the light is arriving to that stick from. That's all you need. The shadow gives you that angle, but you can do it that way too. So if you do this with two data points, you can resolve that to a single point, even whether it's flat or whether it's curved. If you do it with three, you can do that with measurements that you take in the real world. You can't resolve those to a single point on the Earth unless you take that surface mathematically in your model and you curve it, and then you can.
Yeah. So there's your problem. You can only resolve this if you beg the question that the surface is curved and remove everything else, like the sun not being in its actual physical location for every instance along latitude lines on the Earth.
No, but so there's no mechanism to describe how one source of light is casting shadows in those regular variations across latitudes. There's no mechanism that describes that.
How do you get latitudes?
You can do it on longitudes as well. If you do it over on latitudes, only over latitudes, you could potentially resolve that into a cylinder, say, but then if you just go perpendicular to that, you're going to get curved across the other axis.
Latitudes in the first instance. How did
Sorry?
you get those? How did you get latitudes in the first instance? What did you do to get those latitudes?
It doesn't matter latitude. You just use whatever distance you want. Just go like 100 miles away each.
You need flat Earth for that.
No, you don't need latitude. Just go 100 miles each way, like 5-10 miles in the same direction.
Whether or not you need latitudes, I'm asking you directly how you got them in the first instance.
He just answered it. But he answered it. All latitude is an arbitrary measurement. So like you can use any
an arbitrary measurement. An arbitrary measurement of what?
Of distance between these imaginary lines that cartographers use in order to make maps make sense.
My goodness. We need to talk about Cartesian coordinate systems in a minute, my friend. How did you derive latitudes in the first instance? 90 degrees
by using human imagination.
Not by using human imagination, mate. By using angle measuring devices, you fool.
No. The original concept of making a grid pattern was a grid pattern was used, came from the imagination, my dude. It's all arbitrary, bro. We can use any other system. We could use a hexagonal system.
How did you get them then? How did you measure latitude lines?
Right. Again, by
how did you?
Yeah, with the process of ratiocination. Do you know what that is? Ratiocination? No?
No.
Okay, I can define it for you. It's by coming to a conclusion using only the faculties of the mind and not external sensory stimuli.
Oh, so we didn't measure them then?
We imagined them.
Yeah, that's the same reason why people believe in a globe, dude. Like, stop muddying the waters.
I'm not muddying the waters, dude.
You are.
I'm literally
You're just
telling
talking about bullshit.
I'm being honest with how longitude works. These are arbitrary measurements. Like
it has to be referenced against something, my friend. It has to be referenced with something.
Yes,
Why?
I understand that. And the references are the prime meridian and the equator.
And
how were they measured?
Those were also picked arbitrarily.
No, they weren't picked arbitrarily.
Yes, they were.
Why do you think that there's 90 degrees underneath Polaris and halfway between the North Pole and the equator, which is 0 degrees, there's 45 degrees? I've said degrees 3 times there. 90 degrees, 45 degrees, and 0 degrees at the equator.
Yeah.
How did we measure those?
Again, by arbitrarily picking reference points.
And what reference points were they?
They could have been any other reference points. That's the point I'm trying to
How
make.
did we measure them? How do we measure them?
By coming up with arbitrary systems of measurement.
No.
Which was?
Yeah. Again,
Which
it could have been any other system, man.
Yeah. See, the thing is, you've got your latitude lines with elevation angles to Polaris. You know what an angle is, right?
Yeah.
Awesome. So 2 straight lines meeting at a vertices, yes?
Yes.
Awesome stuff. Being as the surface of the Earth is curved, I'll put it to you, how the fuck can you measure angles on a curved line?
By compartmentalizing your mathematics, right?
By word salads, apparently, according to you.
No, there's Euclidean.
Yes.
No, there's Euclidean geometry, which is a certain type of mathematics, correct? Then there's other types of math.
Dude, you realize you're just talking about bullshit right now.
No,
right?
I'm not, dude.
You
like,
think you're a flat earther, but you're like, we
there
can
are-
measure curved lines, guys.
Hang on.
Hey, guys, we can measure
Just
curved lines. I'm a flat earther. You're a retard.
There are literally
You're a
different
fucking
types.
dumbass, dude.
There are different
Yeah,
schools of
he is.
mathematics. There are
He's
literally
taking
different
us-
schools.
You're
No,
insane.
I'm not even making this up, dude. Like there literally are
We don't care.
various schools of
You're
mathematics.
just muddying the waters.
I'm
Nobody
not.
needs to talk about this.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, you're just talking shit, man. Just shut up.
No,
Sit
dude,
in the
I'm just.
background. Shut the fuck up.
Well, in any case, none of that's necessary for this experiment.
Exactly.
Phenomena.
So, get back to the normal conversation.
Can you repeat that?
that-
Oh, sorry. Next time
Yeah,
somebody
no.
says experiment, I want the dependent and independent variable. You said
Sorry.
experiment was dependent and
Sure.
independent variable.
Demonstration or calculation, if you like.
Thank you. Don't say experiment, mate, please.
Can I ask a question?
Better be a good one.
What are your guys' opinions on dinosaurs?
It's a
Yeah, they're
dude.
not real.
Oh my god.
Remember the bit where I said it better be a good one?
Well, is that not a good one?
They're not real, but that's not.
Hell
the
no.
Earth.
They're not real?
They're not real, no.
Okay.
Wait, really?
We don't need to go into that. Just stick to the
Just
topic.
a quick answer. Yeah, back to flat Earth.
Yep. Thanks. I appreciate it.
But yeah, I mean, that's it. That's basically, you can resolve it to a single point with curvature. You can't do that with a flat plane. That's all.
Unless you make a claim that that sun is the actual sun and not in an apparent position.
Yeah, but there's no kind of optics that allows for that to happen.
What do you mean, like a fisheye lens?
No, that wouldn't work.
The curvature?
No, to resolve various angles of incident from a single light source coming in at that sort of that on a flat plane, it would be a sort of swooping light. It would come down more, I guess, vertically, and then it would curve out towards the horizon.
How
Right.
far up would you have to go to see curvature? It like if like
Well, no. So before we get into that, so
top-
let's
Yeah.
say, for example, light could do that, right? So light sort of showers down and then spreads out as it gets closer to the Earth. As you go up in a building, if that's what light was doing, as you go up in a building, the sun would appear to move closer over your head. Like from the distance, it would appear to come to you, and that's not what we observe.
it appears to stay the same size.
Well,
Right?
apart from that, like if your vertical movement, say going up in an elevator in a tall building, the sun doesn't move from where it is, but it would appear to basically come right over your head, and that's
I
just
see.
not what we observe.
So since we observed the sun not getting bigger when we go up, that's the Earth is flat or the Earth is not flat?
Is not flat.
Okay.
I'm not saying that this proves like a sphere, but it proves that it can't be flat. There's some curvature. If we
So
resolve
what-
that to be an optical infinity, then we get a sphere.
Could it be like a curved pancake? like so it's not like completely flat. It's kind of like a
So I tried to
like
figure
a
this earlier. The lower you bring that source of light, it would, I think, become parabolic.
Who are you
Oh.
directing your
I'd have to do
questions
the
to? A flat
math
earther
again.
or somebody who doesn't know what they're talking about?
Well, I know what I'm talking about with regards to trigonometry.
Mm-hmm. That's cool. I appreciate that. It's enlightening.
We're on a curved pancake.
Well, I mean, that's like what I was thinking when he was saying that.
No, I think it would be kind of like a hill kind of thing.
Like the okay,
Yeah,
so
that's
it's
what
like
you guys think water is.
Exactly.
Does the water spill out over the edge of the curved pancake? How does the water stay
Forget
in
about
them?
what we see and experience. I'm going to imagine gravity curves oceans because that's what I'm told to think. Forget thinking for myself or like looking at a fucking horizontal beach. You know, who cares what you actually see and experience? I'm just going to imagine curve and
it also just
large
kinda
bodies
makes
of water curving over a ball. That's just kind of retarded.
What? That water is curving? You think that's retarded?
Yeah. When have you ever seen a hill of water, bro?
In Minecraft?
Exactly.
No, not in Minecraft, actually.
Not
No,
outside.
I'm talking about OG Minecraft before the better water physics.
There are
Yeah, well,
tsunamis.
not when you go outside. But, I love when you guys do this. When you bring up waves and stuff. Because like that's
Wait,
not
how
the
if the
thing.
Earth is what are the waves
So
caused by then?
if there were miniature
hold on.
waves in my cup of water, does that make the surface of the moon
Dude,
flat?
Creation Bear, you have been fucking in the chat talking about people thinking buildings moving. Since this morning. Come on.
Yeah. You guys do think that is happening.
No.
So I'm just laughing, bro.
That's an obvious, like, you're a troll at this point. I want to
How?
talk to the real flat earthers.
How am I trolling? You guys genuinely believe
understand
that.
what
I'm just
they
mocking
think.
your belief. So just stay triggered, I guess.
But
let's not change the subject. Let's not change the
This
subject.
guy
Just
is
Creation
not
Bear, can I go to the
flat
edge of the
earthers.
disc?
That's not a thing, bro.
What, is it a waterfall? Because it looks like a waterfall in the picture.
Yeah, it's not. It's not either of those. So don't worry. We'll change the subject in a bit. You guys can hold on.
No, the paradise will start there. It's the paradise.
I've still got an old gentleman who's
It's
finding
like-
it hard to find a text string that's associated with this live stream. If we could help the old gentleman find the text string, I'd really, really appreciate it.
You talking about Kiwi?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
What's
one of
the
those
name of the text string?
side chat.
Is he on mobile or PC?
PC, I would assume. For me, I find it on my mobile in the top right-hand corner.
What?
Yeah.
I found it in the same place on PC.
Fun what?
So top right.
I imagine if I look at some real articles from people who are mainstream, establishment, and that they would have these really nice explanations for what flat earthers believe and how they were misled, and there are like some accomplished, smart people that actually believe this that are. So that's my question. So
They're not trying to give you the sauce, bro. They're not trying to give you the sauce. They want the mainstream wants you to think exactly the things you've been
that
posting in the
everyone
chat.
is citing as the guy that's
There's no daddy. Don't worry.
like an astronomer who's like a flat earther.
We don't
Who's like
appeal
a
to some daddy.
There's such
So-
thing as like a professor who's a flat earther. Do these people exist, or?
Yeah, I'm a professor.
Yeah,
of
his
flat
name's
Earth.
Gravity.
The Earth is flat.
No, I'm saying that there's bound to be somebody that's actually like.
I am. I'm a professor. of
Made
flat
it.
Earth. I
It's
profess
actually
the
like
Earth is
made it
flat.
in the world, and it's like they're a professional. Maybe they're a professor, and they actually believe.
What about a doctor of spectroscopy called Dr. John D? There's been multiple laser tests. If you search for that name under YouTube, you'll find that they were all documented from the target zone as well as where the laser took off. It was all live streamed. You can speak to him. He put his email address in the comment section. So, Dr. John D, if you appeal to consensus and authorities and things like that, that should sort you out.
Yeah, what do you mean by made it too? I'm a successful builder with an engineering degree, so is that made it, or does it have to be a professor?
I mean, that's a bad
What's your
question
level?
anyway.
Oh, well, no,
Your
I just
level
mean
of
like, who is
success.
someone that would be compelling. So I'll check. I'll have to look that guy up. Yeah, I'll look him up.
Alright, so
And
what I'm saying is,
You're a Scientific American. That's the first.
See what I'm saying to you about a doctor of spectroscopy who's a flat earther because he's done multiple laser tests? Do you not think that's good enough, like, for the question that he asked?
Yeah, or I guess that's related.
It should be fucking really good for you, man. Surely. I'm sure it's in here. If you go to laser tests in here, I'm sure John's in here, man. Oh, it's in the 24/7. Sorry, it's over on 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. If you want a link for it, it's in my bio. And if you go to laser test, plus there's stuff about selenium, chroma key, use the hashtags, literally terabytes of information in the server that completely destroy the globe. A couple of memes, even one meme destroys the globe. Okay, nothing.
Out of this big, that actually is a good answer. I would say though, based Shapiro, that we're built different. We don't appeal to some daddy or some man out there. You can just appeal to the earth as it presents itself. You don't need to go listen to some dude tell you what to think or how to think. You can just go out into the field and test it. So there's no daddy.
That's your.
What's why is the association of someone who's made it have to be a professor?
And you guys
That's
are benefiting.
retarded.
You are benefiting from this. Is the fact that you refuse to accept the consensus, that means something. When there's a group of people and they all come together and say something, that consensus means something. The fact that you are ignoring it and ignoring daddy or whatever
We're not
means
ignoring that. We don't just stop
ignoring
at
data,
consensus,
guys.
bro. Like that's called peer pressure.
so you're depriving yourself. But here's the thing: you are benefiting from a lot of the establishment and stuff that you're pretending to reject. Oh, your lives are benefiting very much from this worldview, the science, the establishment, and everything it has afforded us, like medicine and other stuff. Where you're like, where there's like a lot of the science you reject. I'm sure you've been to the doctor and already
Stop spiraling. Stop spiraling. We're not denying all of medical science and basic physics, the standard models and stuff like that. We're not denying basic stuff. We just went out and tested the claims that we were fed from childhood, and turned out they weren't actually correct.
This is the funniest. I had this meme and it said, you see, I've done my research and just other things about.
Yeah, it's not that funny.
Yeah, well, we have an opposite meme that's like, don't do your own research. Just listen to the scientists. That's you guys, okay? This is just peer pressure. Why would you
Who's
stop
the
at
number
the peer
one
pressure?
globe guy? Who's the
Every
number one globe guy?
on the internet has researched, has done like 20 years of research, but they haven't gotten anywhere.
Well, where are we going, dude? It's not like the Earth is moving, so there's nowhere to go. Go ahead, Jedi.
I'm just asking this Shapiro guy if there's a scientific experiment that proves the shape of the Earth, and if so, can you give it to me, please?
I think there are a lot. I mean, there's a whole variety of stuff that would probably pertain to that.
And the wig just fell off.
Could you be any
that would be a
vegan?
problem. Sorry, my friend.
Listen, me not being a fucking knowing scientific studies and like astronomy or whatever, geology. I mean,
buzzword.
What field of field of study is it?
Not science.
You can't argue for something you don't know. You're exactly right, bro.
So being as I asked you for a scientific experiment, Shapiro guy.
I can't cite you a source here.
Shush. Being as I asked you for a scientific experiment that proves the shape of an object, you should have stopped me right there if you knew anything about what you were talking about. Science doesn't deal with shapes, mate. It deals with cause and effect relationships, doesn't it?
Oh no, you said that's not. That's a that's a really rigid way of looking at stuff, and there are plenty of scientific experiments that would reveal and tell us about the shape of the Earth.
No, dude. That's why it was a trick question.
Say it again. Let me say it again. Science deals with cause and effect in the physical and natural world.
Sure, and what
doesn't deal
caused the Earth to be shaped the way it is, and why are there that's all explained in scientific experiments. What caused it to be round? They're all
what caused it? An explosion. That's it. You're retarded.
You have to be
and
able to
there's-
vary and manipulate that
It's not
cause.
specifically round. We describe it, and we describe it in further detail.
He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Hush. Is a shape a phenomena?
Earth that would not apply to whatever you would.
He's just still going.
Is a shape a phenomena? Something happening?
This is what is convincing you, the fact that you think a scientific experiment can't be done on the Earth because it's.
Answer the question. Bro, it was a trick question from the start and your wig already fell off. So now we have to educate you on what science is and what science isn't.
The things that convince certain people of stuff like this are the bar is so.
Bro.
What the fuck are you talking about, and who the fuck are you talking to? Because you definitely ain't talking to me about what I'm talking about, Sunshine, are you?
Answer the question.
With its little petals being blown away, and it said something. There might be a meme of a drop of water. You know,
this is amazing.
I love that.
Water falling right with the point at the top,
my God.
and inside.
Yeah, so
and it's meant to describe it, and they
bro,
they imply that the water would.
Why does he keep getting
water?
This is too funny.
It's funny, man. On this channel, there's so many trolls. Yeah.
How do you go from science to drops of water to something else, something random? Like, bro,
Something on the ceiling.
You don't know you clearly don't know what science is. So we can help you, Shapiro. If you need help, we got you, bro. But it's not drops of water. And it's definitely not what you're saying, bro. If you're going to conduct a scientific experiment, you need to vary and manipulate an independent variable. This has nothing to do with measuring shapes. That'd be like geometry, not science. So you guys treat these words like buzzwords. You just throw them around willy-nilly. Science, experiment, theory. These things are very specific. Okay? So maybe you got some homework to do, my boy. Holy, it was a trick question, Shapiro. He said, what is the scientific experiment for the shape? And you're like, well, there's tons. Actually, there isn't, because we're not trying to use science to measure shapes, bro. Just like you don't use science to measure how big your foot is when you go to the shoe store. Can I get a scientist here, please? No, they just measure your foot. It's not a scientific experiment. So you guys, it's just so funny. Like when this all started, it's like, oh, you guys are science deniers. And now that we're presenting science to you, you're like, oh, well, science can mean anything. And you say science doesn't prove things. Like, you guys got a lot of catching up to do.
I mean, you can circle jerk all you want, but if you were actual scientists, you'd be publishing studies, not sitting in a room on Discord. So.
Well, you're here with us.
Yeah, because I'm bored. I'm not pretending I fucking know something the world doesn't.
Yeah, feet are up too. I'm having a good time, just like everyone else. So, like,
What else is left to do?
Double standards.
I'll compound this issue again.
If it was true, you'd write a paper. Sorry, Jedi. Go ahead.
No, you're fine. Being as we've demonstrated that
Can I do it from the other side?
isn't a tool that you would use to figure out the shape of an
Do
object.
that from the other
Why the fuck
side.
would you
I think we've
turn
still got a
around to
lab.
us and say, why are we not producing scientific papers? Because science isn't the tool you would use to answer this fucking question, you dickhead.
Like it's like they don't even listen, bro. Like you guys. It's like Boy Scout badges. Y'all wear a pin on your chest that says science. That's not what it is. It's not a label. It's not a badge. It's a method used to determine cause and effect relationships. We don't need to write a freaking paper. You could just go outside, measure the earth, test it yourself, just like you measure your foot. You don't need to write a paper on that. We're just measuring things, dude. Holy. You guys gotta put all that mustard down. Y'all need to catch up, man.
Wow. Okay.
It's another CB original. You heard it here first.
I did. That was good. I like that.
Like, why are we appealing to like big? Oh, well, who's the scientist that you all believe in? Do you have one of those? And why would you do that anyway? Well, Daddy told me to think this, so that's what I think. Like, okay, you can
Did
have
no
that.
one speak and you just went to shadowboxing? You just like hearing the sound of your own voice?
Yeah, unmute Base Shapiro.
I mean, he's been unmuted. You're unmuted too, bro. Like, you're welcome to respond. You guys are getting grilled at this point.
I
So.
don't know what to respond to because, like, I don't know.
All right, so you understand what science is and what science isn't.
Yes.
Okay, so measuring things isn't science. So we're just talking about going out into the field and measuring the surface of the Earth. Doesn't involve writing a scientific paper or appealing to some scientist or any of that stuff. So just you can.
Sure.
All right. Cool.
Okay.
So there's no scientific experiment for that. So when you get asked, hey, can you provide a scientific experiment for the shape? And you're like, yeah, there's tons of them. You just dropped your wig on the floor. So feel free to respond to
Well,
any of that.
there was like evidence for like that was discovered that the Earth like before like we even started going into outer space and sending satellites and shit.
Okay, well, why not just get that and like show it instead of it's like we're all sitting around a poker table, right? And you're like, well, I got the winning hand. You know what it's called? It's called bluffing. So if you actually have the winning hand, you would just put it down on the table.
I mean, I had to look for this.
Oh, right. I gotta go Google it real quick. Another Google as you go, Earther.
Oh, I mean, okay. Well, here's an example. Here's an example. Why does this guy keep talking over me? What the fuck?
I'm just predicting what you're about to pull out your backside, mate. That's all.
Okay. So, how's it possible for someone on how's it possible for someone in Australia,
Hey,
South
is this a
America,
question?
and South Africa? Like, yeah, it's a question. It's
I just said you had evidence.
it's a demonstrate that. Well, they started. It's to demonstrate it, the concept of it.
Basically, you're like I said, we're sitting around the poker table, and you're like, guys, I got the winning hand. So what cards do you have? It's like that's not showing.
Well,
you.
I mean, I'm not an astronomer. You can't just expect me to take out the exact like.
Then what were you talking about when you said you had evidence?
The first people who started theorizing like that the Earth was a globe.
Bro, just stick to things that you can back up, all right? Not that you need to Google on the fly to figure out what I'm supposed to say. Like,
it's all right, CB. It's
crazy.
fine. If he's gonna point out South America, South Africa, and Australia, we're just going to remind him that it's not always going to be nighttime in all three of those locations and watch him sink.
Well, no. I'm talking about like how can they all look in the same direction and see the Southern Cross?
Yeah. I'm just going to refer you to what I just said, you idiot. It's not going to be nighttime in those three locations that you've just arbitrarily pointed out, is it?
No, because that's because the Earth is spinning.
That's because,
it's because the sun is only hitting one side of the Earth at the same time.
Either way, it just ruins your point. You just asserted from these three locations they look and they see Polaris. All I like to point out to you is it's not always going to be nighttime in those places, rendering your point fucking useless.
But there would still be whatever. I don't know.
Yeah.
They would still be looking in the same direction though.
Also, the Southern Cross is not representative of the so-called Southern Celestial Pole.
I'll say this for our young friend here. There's one thing I would love for you guys to understand is that what you see now is what you will always see. What you've always seen won't change. So the way we see it is the same way you see it. So like a lot of what these arguments boil down to as well, if you guys are right, Earth would be different. We're not saying that. It's basically a straw man.
So like all like the scientists all around the world, they're all in on it. Like they're all lying about it.
That's such a vague statement. Like name one of those.
Okay. So you would have to you kind of have to be a conspiracy theorist in order to believe this, because it's like the standard science, like modern science, acknowledges
Name the scientists. Stop saying other people. Name the scientists that you're talking about.
Yeah, it's an appeal to authority fallacy because he generalized all scientists. He generalized all scientists.
Okay, give
there's
me a
different
scientist
fields.
that's a flat earther.
There's
Way
different
less
fields
scientists
of
that are
what is
flat
considered to
earthers.
be,
like, if any at all, any real scientists.
You couldn't even name one. You're like, well, all these
I don't
scientists,
need
all
to.
these
What am I going to
years.
name every single scientist
You could
ever?
name one.
I don't know.
Oh, sorry.
Stephen Hawking.
Again, sorry. Again, I have to refer you to the point I made
Albert Einstein
5 minutes ago, where
Albert
science.
Einstein. All right, you guys are insane.
Oh, dude, listen. I'll help you. I'll help you. So science isn't the tool that you would use to figure out the shape of an object. Science deals primarily and only and solely with cause and effect relationships. I'll put it to you like this: a shape is not a phenomenon. So I don't care how many scientists you've got, they're not going to be given a scientific experiment that proves the shape of an object. Are they?
Hell no. This is, they always do this. Oh, all the scientists, all these years. It's like, bro, you have imaginary friends, basically. You've imagined a bunch of big brains in the corner over there that have all the answers. This group, this
They've
vague
never
panel
been
does
able
not
to
exist.
answer that question, though. When I say name one scientist, they freak out.
Well, yeah, I mean, like, if this was a court case, I'd be like, all right, well, let me call one of those witnesses to the stand. Who would you like to bring? They're like, well, you can't address one of them. You've got to just accept them all. Like, it's like, what?
Yeah.
That's wild, bro.
How does a chemist determine the shape of the Earth using chemistry?
Did someone say a chemist would determine the shape of the Earth?
Why?
All scientists. All scientists. So how does a chemist using chemistry determine the shape of the Earth?
You can shadow box in the corner by yourself.
Yeah, well, let us know when you're ready to get in the ring, because you got Tyson waiting for you.
I mean, science isn't a bunch of people circle jerking in a corner. When people
Correct.
publish studies, okay, I don't need you to interrupt. Thanks, I wasn't done with my sentence.
Well, you were right.
So science, when someone publishes a paper, there's people who test it, and if that were to be disproven, that'd be like the first thing another person in the scientific community would do. So we don't need
Go ahead and
schizos
name
on
one of your
Discord.
scientists.
If you actually had something to contribute to the scientific community and you could prove it, you'd be accepted. But that's why you're in a Discord room with mod privileges, because you have nothing to contribute to society.
Oh, or BB.
Name one of your scientists again.
Why would I have to? Hello?
Exactly.
Hello.
Like I said,
You're
schizos.
just appealing to, well, that's you, man. You're appealing to a vague entity that you've made up in your mind. All these scientists, they've got the answers. Who?
Sure.
Name one.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
Yeah, the universities will be thrilled to find out they're all wrong.
I mean, they actually would. If the schizos in this room could prove
they'd
something.
they'd have to
But they
close up
can't.
shop. They'd have to close up shop.
Remember, listen, well, Grim, you're talking about science, but your own side says science doesn't prove things. So you want proof in science?
True. Everything is a theory. I heard like grade 9s argue that when the first time
we
they
don't
hear,
say that.
oh, technically just a theory of evolution. Is it? It isn't proven. That's what
don't-
you sound like right now.
No, hold on, wait, Grim. I actually don't think that. I think science does prove things, but your side says it doesn't.
Okay.
So notice how you're asking for scientific proof when your own team says that science doesn't prove things, which I don't agree with. I think science does prove things, but don't mind me.
You can have scientific proof without
really?
proving something. It's called supporting a hypothesis, not proving a hypothesis.
It's not proof, dummy.
You're a clown.
Did you pass grade 10 science, or
You're
am I
a
just talking to an
clown. You
elementary
haven't.
school kid with a deep
You're
voice?
a clown, sir. You haven't. I'm right in the middle of wings. That's the stupidest thing I ever heard.
You sound like a retard, dude.
Yeah.
You're just using buzzwords, my man.
What's a hypothesis?
Scientific proof is a
What's a
buzzword to you?
hypothesis? retard.
Scientific proof.
What's a
is
hypothesis,
a buzzword to you?
retard?
No, you're using buzzwords like hypothesis, theory. You're just throwing these words around.
Okay.
buzzwords.
First of all,
don't
you
know
brought
what
up
they mean.
theory
You're a
because you said
pretender
I can't
clown. What's the
prove
scientific
anything
theory?
because it's a theory.
Folks,
So you're the one
folks,
that brought that
Shut
up.
the
And
fuck
second
up.
of all,
What's
it's
a
not even a
scientific
buzzword.
theory?
folks, can we calm
What's
down a
a
bit, please?
scientific theory?
QE, QE, bro, don't. If all them are not shouting, let them listen to you, QE. Please explain to them.
What's a scientific? He's appealing to a scientific theory. I want what is a scientific theory with citation in chat right now, or just shut the fuck up.
It's not my job to be your dictionary, dude.
Oh, so you're a village idiot. In other words, you don't support what you say. In other words,
So have you got support for your claim? Have you got information that you could cite
Can't
for
say
any claims that
anything.
you've made?
Could you send me your source,
clown.
bro? That's what you
You're a
sound like.
pretender clown.
Do you have any of the information QE is asking you for? Or are you just making baseless assertions? Yes or no?
Oh, I don't respond to people who abuse.
All right, well then just pipe down, then, bud. So it's all good. You clearly don't have what you're asking of us, so it's fine.
Yeah, God forbid somebody be asked to support their claims, right?
Shaking my damn head.
He wouldn't know what a scientific theory was if it climbed up his arse and started kicking footballs wrapped in jalapeno lace concertina wire. He's a pretender clown. It failed 5th grade general science, by the way.
So I'm saying, bro, they're just buzzword earthers. Just throw these words around: science, theory, experiment, hypothesis. You don't know what any of those mean. So just relax, all right?
Do you find the fucking text room, mate?
Yeah, but I'm eating chicken wings, man. You gotta chill out.
All right. Fair play.
Can't interrupt the wingies. Shit.
As long as you found it.
Yeah, it's so funny. Guys, I need science from you. Wait, no, science doesn't prove things. I need scientific proof.
You want to give it another shot, Grim, now that you got your feelings out?
Like I said, I don't deal with mod abusers. Suck a dick.
Aw, poor baby.
I'm not a mod.
Then I'm obviously not talking to you, you product of incest.
All right, he's just triggered. It's all right. Let us know when you're ready.
Like you're so stupid.
Can somebody mute that guy? What's his name? If nobody's going to mute him,
I thought it was
somebody tell me his
Grim.
name.
It's Grim. I thought it was our Grim for a second before he started
Speak
talking.
again, motherfucker.
Yeah, Grim, there's no need to take the water ball Earth
His
news.
IQ is
personally.
grim.
Yeah, no need to be so grim, bro.
QE, I hope you don't expect them to provide anything in this server because we've been here for a few days. We've not had like 5-6 days. We've not had a single fucking thing.
Oh no, these village idiots are going to provide support for each and every one of their claims, or they're going to get, or somebody's going to shut them up.
No, they've not got claims. They've just got other people's claims that they try and enforce, but they've got fucking jack shit to back it up. So like they've not even got their own claims.
I think they just imagine those quote other people. I love pointing that out. Notice how they're like, oh well, there's 2,000 years of experts. It's like, who? Why don't you start with one? Oh well, I don't need to do that. All right, so you've just got a vague group of people that you've imagined that have answers. That group doesn't exist, folks. Sorry to break it to you.
See, being heretic, can you jump into 24/7's mod room? I say.
Sure, yeah.
Fuck off, shut the fucking room down, man.
All right, I'm heading over now.
Thanks, it's gone quiet. Would anybody else like to provide a scientific experiment that proves the shape of the Earth?
Giggles.
Have you guys seen that video where the flat Earth guys? They did a good job. Actually, they had a good experiment. They tried to prove that the Earth is flat by shooting a laser over a pretty big lake with flat water.
Yeah,
Yeah, and have you also realised
And they were expecting.
Technology? Dude, that's military applicable technology. Laser sight targeting. The military use from vessels at sea.
You
lasers.
Sorry, are we interrupting, or are we going to do it one at a time?
No, that's fine. You're just going to try and build a straw man about some flat earthers who shot a laser over a lake. I'm just going to remind you that's military applicable technology. Laser sight targeting, for example, used from military vessels at sea, hitting ground-based targets up to a distance of 100 miles, requiring a direct line of sight.
Got it. So I'm talking about literally a laser pointer pointed at something of an equivalent altitude. A funny word to say based on the flat Earth model. And the fact that given that if you have a level on the laser and it's pointed directly straight based on the level, I don't know if you guys have a bubble level, then it should go through the other circle, right? But it didn't. It was off by like 3 feet.
Earth must be a ball then, right?
Shit, we better get on.
No, I don't. I'm not going to jump to that conclusion, but I think it might be.
Well, being as the military, i.e., the Navy, use direct line of sight targeting systems, lasers, up to a distance of 100 miles from vessels at sea hitting ground-based targets. I don't really give a shit about your laser pointer, Sunshine.
Lasers refract. Why do you have to say sunshine? Could we be civil here or no?
This is why they use three different colors of laser at different wavelengths to account for whatever refraction might be in the atmosphere. If the surface of the Earth was curved, they still wouldn't be doing this. They take account for refraction. Ain't that fucking stupid?
Got it. Okay. So here's an example of where they spent quite a bit on this experiment. I'm going to go ahead and post the YouTube link. I know that's easier for most people, which is fine. Some people like reading stuff, some like watching it. I totally understand.
The Bedford level experiment showed that the Earth cannot be flat.
So
the name level.
Oh God, is that Brenda?
Yeah.
Is she in? If she's here, I gotta go, man. I can't. I'm not dealing with this. She's retarded.
All right, can always mute her.
Yeah, not while I'm in here.
Sorry, Brenda.
Yeah. Thank you. All right, bringing up science in this genre, that is the sphere, tarred Earth, is like bringing a hockey stick to a cake decorating contest. It is so stupid. And whoever said that stuff, what was his name? Bra or Grim? You just snatched your own wig off, dude. You'd fail 5th grade general science. You don't know what a hypothesis is. You don't know what natural science is. You don't know what scientific theories are. You don't know what they apply to. Yeah. Clown. Thanks for snatching your own wig off for everyone in the room. Did something cause the shape? Yeah, that was a good one. Who said that dumb shit? Blaze.
Oh, no idea, but it made me laugh.
It will be difficult to figure who said dumb shit because so many people in here say dumb shit, Huey. So it's hard.
Did somebody say go ask an astronomer? Astronomers aren't scientists, sunshine. They don't and can't follow the scientific method, for goodness sakes. Let me tell you who are not scientists, who are demonstrated pseudoscientists. You ready? Spheretards, paleontologists, archaeologists, geologists, evolutionary biologists, whatever that is, and yes, I'm still laughing, theoretical physics, astronomy, cosmology, and astrophysics. None of those disciplines can provide a single viable scientific hypothesis in their entire histories. Hello, McFly. How can you be science without having hypotheses? That is, how can you be a cow without ribeyes? In other words. So you're going to need a little bit more than your wiki parrots in here. Yeah. Pretender clowns. You're all frauds. And you're going to be exposed one by one. And who was the guy with the sorry, I was eating. I didn't want to interrupt. Who was the guy that said that it's the latitudes are arbitrary? Who was that numpty dipshit?
I don't know, man, but I'm glad you didn't listen. That was hilarious.
I almost choked on a wingy.
Don't do that, man.
Yep, those flipping black globe earthers are fucking stupid.
Fucking clowns. Hey, Shapiro, you done making stereotype fallacies? You're going to open up that mic. I can hear you breathing. Clown show. What's natural science?
I was muted before. Now you're upset that I'm not talking after you mute me, or someone else muted me.
I didn't mute your dumbass.
Well, someone else did. So get control of your fucking friends in your room then. Before you give me attitude.
My friends, you fucking clown. Tell everybody what natural science is.
You tell me if you're asking.
I'm asking. You tell me if you're asking. That is non sequitur. You're a retard. Right off the bat, you're a retard. Somebody should put you on mute to protect everyone from your ignorance from spreading.
Damn, dude. Why are you going Super Saiyan?
T-Dub, what I was saying is that in order to believe this goofy theory about flat Earth, you have to believe that there is a conspiracy among many leaders and agencies.
Theory, dumbass.
You have to believe that the government is
dumbass.
This is what I'm getting at.
And the conspiracy, dumbass, is heliocentrism. That's the conspiracy.
I can finish. What you are implying is
dumbass. Somebody shut him up. Dumbest fucking idiot.
If I could just respond to someone in the chat.
What happened?
It's kind of absurd to imply that there's this vast conspiracy of people who.
No one's doing it. You fuckwit. You are.
Did the Globers turn into scientific into conspiracy theories all of a sudden? They've been asking for science, but they don't know what science is. Now they're talking about conspiracy theories. What's going on?
There is no conspiracy theory. The conspiracy is the heliocentric Baltard. That's the actual conspiracy. Have you, Base Shapiro, have you been munching on paint chips from the 70s or something? You dumbass.
One of these days, an astrophysicist is going to join this chat, and your guys' worldview is going to get utterly destroyed.
Bring one in right now.
He's going to join the chat. He's going to join the chat and not be able to provide one single hypothesis for his area of study. That's what he's going to do.
He won't meet their demand.
Yeah.
What makes you think that?
Because you can't formulate or test a hypothesis based on things that you can't get to, i.e. the sky.
And we've already taken them down many times, but feel free to bring them in here.
So you're
Really?
basically requesting
Really?
something you know that
name
can't
one
exist.
astrophysicist that you have like
We've
completely
had them
destroyed.
in. We've had one that claims he takes photos of exoplanets, and he actually admitted that he makes a hell of a lot of assumptions, and that's about it.
He makes synthetic fur balls for ceramic cats.
Exactly.
No, dude, I'm talking about like a real astrophysicist that's skilled in debating flat earthers and knows your guys is like familiar with you
So
guys.
have you learned today that the Earth is actually round?
Doesn't exist.
How
And
do
round
you-
and flat aren't mutually exclusive.
How do you have an astrophysicist that looks in the sky debate flat Earth? That doesn't make any sense, mate.
What do you mean?
What do you mean?
They will
Because he
not
can tell you if
accept
you're wrong?
any information. They think it is fabricated. It's not easy to understand.
Who are they and what's fabricated?
I guess the part that I just don't understand
you,
is like
you do not accept any evidence, any hypothesis. You do not
Yeah.
accept.
You don't
any-
even know what a hypothesis is. What's a
exactly.
hypothesis?
Even if I explain it to you, you would not accept
Oh,
it.
yeah,
You
what's
do
a
not accept my
hypothesis,
explanation.
What's a hypothesis?
My
I
explanation
forgot
does
more
not matter.
about natural science yesterday.
Well, just yelling
than
over the
you'll
person
ever
doesn't help
fucking
either.
know,
He's just going to
Sunshine.
tell. He's just going to tell
That
me I'm
you'll
an
ever
idiot.
know, Sunshine.
No,
Who
we're
the
just gonna
fuck
yell
you
over
think
everybody,
you're
okay.
talking to?
And demand evidence
You
from an
dumb fuck.
idiot. Good one.
You're
Dude,
a
why are
dumb
you
fuck.
screaming?
You're
What's a
very angry.
hypothesis?
You're very mad.
What's a hypothesis?
Bit of room control. Bit of
I don't
room
know. You
control.
tell us what a hypothesis is.
Yeah.
I
Let's
asked
answer
you
that
what it
question.
is.
Person who gives a fuck
No,
what
come on,
a hypothesis is here.
No,
Hold on. Being as people are going to be claiming science in a minute, you better damn well know what a hypothesis is. So if you're going to claim science, please tell me what a hypothesis is. So we're clear that you
You
understand.
can
what
demand
one is.
all you like. You just said
So you're not
you will
going
never get
to-
anything
you're
from
not
anyone
going to-
here. You're demanding something you know
not
that you can't
going-
even get.
So you
Well,
can't give us one?
that's what I'm not really
saying?
getting here is that like we have these conversations
No,
and we talk about
it
gravity.
just doesn't make sense that you guys are here demanding something you don't want. It doesn't make sense. All you are here is just saying, "Oh, look, he can't do it," even though
Hey,
you
dude,
know
it was a
that
simple
no one
question.
can do
We
it.
just asked you, do you know what a hypothesis is?
And I told you I'm not interested in answering your question.
Okay, you don't know then, do you?
I didn't say that. I said I'm not interested in answering your question.
Okay, then
So why is
stay
your
mute.
microphone open then? Just fuck
Shut the
off.
fuck up.
Yeah, just mute yourself.
Holy shit.
The Globers are all day saying science, globe science, globe science, and they don't know what a hypothesis is. What's going on?
Yeah.
And make sure it's a valid scientific, a valid hypothesis, not just a made-up idea in your mind. It has to
So when
be
you talk
valid,
about
right?
like ions or gravity, you guys just deny it. I don't know why
Ions
that
or
would
gravity. Okay, we just
be
deny it.
anything.
Sure.
Well,
gravity.
you just
Which one
deny
are you
everything.
talking about?
It's like I can't.
So
you can't
which
make an
one are
argument.
you talking about, Sunshine?
Well, yelling
which
over the person
gravity
isn't
are
gonna
you
do very
talking
much
about?
now, is it?
Which gravity are you talking about?
You gonna keep yelling at me?
You said gravity. Which gravity are you talking about?
The gravity. There's only the one.
The gravity. Do you know that there's different types of gravity, Pretender Clown?
Yeah, but they all work under gravity. They're all
They all
gravity,
work
just in
under
different
gravity.
forms.
What are the types?
Different types of gravity.
Just say I don't know,
I think
bro.
they would be. I
Just,
don't know if there's
just say
different
you don't
types.
know. Just say you don't know.
I would say there is different ways that gravity can be made or exists.
How
Not
many
made because it can't be made nor destroyed, but where it exists.
Can't
there's different
gravity
ways to
can't be
explain
made or
it.
destroyed.
Oh my god!
Is this guy
Dude,
joking?
Or just say you don't
Man,
know,
it's
bro.
almost like I try to make a point and then like
Gravity
three like
can't
clowns
be.
start
That's
laughing.
the
I don't
dumbest
know.
fucking thing I
Quantum,
think
you know,
I ever heard.
if you would stop yelling, maybe I can make a point.
You're
you
a
know,
dumb
maybe.
fuck.
Are you okay?
Gravity can't be created or destroyed. As
Quantum Racer, did you have a bad
retard.
day?
You're a retard. That's the bad day. Yeah, it's a bad day. Listen to your dumb ass.
I'm just trying to ask, why do you just not believe in electrons or anything? Gravity, nothing. Space, you don't even believe in space.
I think they can believe in space. I think yesterday they were talking about the existence.
I'm
of
not even trying to
planets.
be a combative.
Would you
I'm
have?
just-
You cut
cutting out, Jedi. No one hears you.
Jedi is cutting out, guys. Jedi, you're cutting out. So I'm gonna have to do something else. Hey, for the guys who expressing his feelings about tonalities, concentrate on the information and what's being said, and stop complaining about tonalities. Okay.
Well, it's because you just don't accept anything. Like when you
There's
try to make
two
an argument,
versions
there's
of
nothing to be
gravity.
accepted.
Dumbass. Two versions of gravity. Which are they?
You gotta stop yelling at me. I'm just not gonna talk to you.
Which are they? Yeah, you better go run home to mama.
I'm not running away from you. I just think you're being really rude.
There's real gravity and the fake gravity.
Hey, listen,
make a
the real
claim about
yelling is
gravity.
cringe because the other guy's not yelling at you. Be
You make
cordial.
a
He is.
claim
He's
about-
literally screaming at me right now.
Yeah, because you're a pretender clown fraud.
Dude, the guy that's yelling, dude, like, you look bad optically.
Okay, Quantum.
Shut
That makes
the
you feel
fuck
better.
up, or I slap you half a sissy.
Yeah, bro.
Which
No,
gravity?
Like, bro, like, dude, like, he's literally threatening.
when
He's
I'm
threatening
being
to, like, hurt me, bro.
when I'm
Which
being
type of
spoken,
gravity?
You look
Listen, he's
terrible
angry.
optically, bro. I'm
He's
trying
in
to
his
make
feels
you
right now.
Holy
Just let
shit.
him.
Go home,
Exactly.
Nancy.
Okay, just
Quantum,
to
okay?
be fair, right?
no,
When you
no,
have an
no,
argument with someone who you think
no,
knows less.
no, especially you, the talker over. So I've been one of the most talked over people in here. Don't have any mod roles or anything like that. Been called retarded, the N-word, all types of shit. I haven't cried not fucking once. Grow up. Have
Yeah,
a conversation.
grow
How
up.
about when you say something like you don't even believe in something or you don't even know what this is, and the other guy actually challenges it, don't talk over him immediately. Maybe then he won't be screaming at you.
Maybe just don't scream at people. Crazy idea, huh?
Maybe just answer this simple question.
Well,
I'll
if
give
you
you-
would ask me plainly, I would.
Okay, would you have a scientific experiment which proves any of the gravity that you are talking about? Either one, we don't care. Scientific experiment, please.
Sure, give me a second.
Cavendish. No, dude, don't look it up. If you're not familiar with it, you're not gonna win, dude. Because you're gonna look up the experiment and it's gonna cite the Cavendish experiment, and these niggas know how to counter that shit. So like, just I don't know why you're trying to engage with these people.
Well, it's not
they
countering.
they clearly know more than you, bro.
Victor, it's not
Cavendish
countering. It's just
experiments.
that they just don't accept it.
Wait. What do you mean counter? Who
Sorry.
said counter? Or you can't counter that experiment. The experiment is
Dude.
very conclusive. What the fuck?
Dude, this is why we asked
Not an
earlier.
experiment.
Sorry to interrupt. Do apologise. This is why we asked earlier to the gentleman, do you know what a hypothesis is? Because with Cavendish, we're going to ask you, what's the hypothesis?
Dude,
My
like,
bad. Sorry.
I guess
don't know why you
my
like.
answer for it
Let
would
him
be
finish. Jesus Christ. All I did was hot mic by mistake.
I get
Shut
it.
up and let him finish.
Jeez, dude. You get the point.
So
I guess what I'm asking is, I guess my answer to
He was
why
clearly
how you
not
know
finished.
gravity is real.
Jedi was clearly not finished.
Awesome. So my answer to the why gravity
So
is real
this
is
is why
the
you're
math is
being
wrong.
cursed out
You know
and
what?
yelled at like a retard.
That's great.
Because you don't
Jedi.
know how to speak to people.
Jedi, please finish if you were in the middle of a point.
It's okay. I'll just reiterate so everybody understands. Earlier we asked if everybody knew what a hypothesis is. Now we're talking about science and gravity, especially Cavendish. We will ask you what the hypothesis for Cavendish is, please. That's all we want to know.
So, like I was saying before I got really interrupted, my answer to gravity would be: do you think math is ever wrong, or do you think math has error?
We're asking for science, not maths, mate.
Math is science.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it's
Really?
not, brother.
Citation,
It's abstract.
Oh my god.
It's abstract, bro.
Math is
You asked
literally
a question
science.
and your answer is a fucking question? Are you fucking serious?
Yes, I am serious. It's okay. You can keep going.
Again, I do apologise, but this is why we asked you if you knew what a hypothesis was, and now you're just about to give us math, which is not science.
That's literally science.
No,
Really?
What do you think science is?
Really? Well, that's what we asked you before. And
I'm
you
not
didn't
asking
know.
you. Go away, Quantum.
So he said mathematics is science.
Okay, I'm not
If I
talking
can
to you, and
direct
you're
your
muted.
attention, if I may direct your attention to 23 minutes after the hour from Richard Feynman from the Feynman lectures on physics. Remember what he said, mathematics is science. Mathematics is not a science from our point of view in the sense that it is not a natural science. The test of its validity is not experiment. You're exposed. So is math still science or clown?
Like I said, you don't believe in math.
Clown.
Like I said from the beginning.
Clown.
So
You're finished.
where's the
yeah, Quantum, are you done?
Yeah, it's all. Yeah, I'm done exposing your dumbass. Yes.
So where's the hypothesis and the independent variables and stuff in maths? Where do you get that from?
Answer this yesterday.
Again, is math ever wrong? You tards keep on doing that.
Well,
Is
it's not
math
science,
ever wrong? Well,
no, it's
isn't
a
it
false
science?
axiom.
Hypothesis in the
That's not an
Cavendish experiment.
If there's false axioms in your math, then obviously you're going to come up
Again,
with
is math ever wrong? I can just.
Listen,
That's not an answer.
Why are you
Yeah.
talking over Panto now? Like, what's
Yeah.
wrong with you?
Nikki. So what you're telling me is because there's maths for Superman flying, that means maths is right. Superman does fly.
Don't chase it. Don't chase it. He's already been exposed. He said math is science.
Yeah,
Right?
he burned out already. He's tuning out.
Yep.
Do you understand who Richard Feynman is? Yes. Please refer yourself to his citation at 23 minutes past the hour.
Yo, Riri, I
They don't
really
like
want you to.
citations. Like the more citations you drop, the more Magoo they act.
What? Meat mouth.
Hey, we also have the opportunity to speak to Fallen. He's an engineer, and he's wanted to debate flat earthers. So he's here at the moment. Go ahead, Fallen. Speak to the flat
Engineers aren't
earthers.
scientists either.
What up? So let's talk about the moon. So I'm going to form a syllogism, which is basically premises followed by a conclusion.
Yeah, we know what it
And
is. Get
I
on
want
with
to
it.
see what you think about this argument. Relax, buddy. It's gonna be okay.
I'm not your buddy, and you're not a scientist either. You're an engineer.
Dude.
Oh, take it easy, man. I don't know where all this hatred's coming from. Literally
it's
just talking to you nice.
Why are you so hostile, dude?
Yeah,
It's
chill,
contempt.
man.
It's contempt.
Dude, could one of the flat earthers tell this guy to
It's
stop, like,
contempt.
be at least a little
Well,
less
you asked me a
hostile?
question.
So can we get down
So
to
I'm
the
just gonna.
brass
I'm not
tacks?
really
Wait a
interested.
minute. Wait a minute, bro. Can we get down to if you've got citations for your claims? Because QI's obviously pissed off because you've got nothing. I know you've got nothing, but I'm not as pissed off as him. So can you provide any citations for anything?
He didn't make a claim yet. He said he was going to make a syllogism.
So did what? I thought somebody mentioned Cavendish.
That was about 5 minutes ago.
We're not talking about Cavendish right now.
No,
I'm
but
just gonna talk.
a minute or two ago, somebody mentioned Cavendish.
Bro, I'm not interested in whatever this random dialectic is. I'm just going to go on with what I was going to talk about. So,
What do you mean? You're fucking muted. Don't talk shit.
I
Or
have
you'll
a
get muted.
syllogism. So the
Like, go for it with your syllogism. Like, talk shit and you'll
the
get muted.
proposition.
Simple as that.
Chill. So
I'm
the
chill, bro.
proposition.
I'm just telling.
Chill, buddy. Chill.
I'm
Dude,
chill,
Fallen,
bro. Shut the
Fallen,
fuck up.
if you do that, they're gonna like mute you, bro. Like if you just say chill.
No,
Hold on. Just try to find the right
Well, the moment I start talking,
Like,
I don't
give
know
me
how
your
to-
No, I was just telling you, bro. Don't talk to me like I'm a piece of shit, or I will mute you. So just provide your syllogism. Let's go.
Don't think those words came out of my mouth, but that's what you said.
What, you talking
Forget
shit?
it. Just
Like,
go.
go.
Dude,
Continue.
just say the syllogism, please.
Okay, so I couldn't even make the proposition, but I'll just do the syllogism instead. So, premise one, a sphere is the only shape which, when viewed from all angles, topographically produces a circle. Agree or disagree?
I'll agree with that.
Do all the people in here agree with the first premise?
Yes.
More.
All right,
No,
cool.
it's more-
So, premise. Oh, who disagrees?
I disagree. Topographically? What the fuck does that mean?
So you don't disagree, you don't understand.
What?
No, it's fine.
No, I
Maybe
understand
you
there's
just- it's
sunshine.
fine, it's fine.
You said you don't know.
Shut the fuck up. Topography.
Listen.
What does topography have to do with your
Okay,
first premise?
listen, I'm going to explain. So take a look. So imagine you have a ball bearing, right? You could turn that ball bearing in any direction, but the two-dimensional observation you will make of it always produces a circle. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm
paper.
tracking with you now, but that's not a circle. It's a sphere.
Okay, you're not understanding then.
No, I'm
just-
understanding.
Everybody else
Go ahead,
understands.
finish your fuckwit syllogism.
So, wow, dude. Anyways, premise two, which is also one I'm sure you'd all agree with. No matter where you stand on the Earth, no matter what angle you view the moon from, it always topographically produces a circle. Conclusion: the moon is a sphere.
Brilliant. And what's that got to do? Sorry, what's that got to do with the shape of the Earth?
Oh, I didn't make a proposition about the shape of the Earth. I was just talking about the moon. But I want to know if that specific conclusion is accepted.
No, it's not. Because you didn't look at the moon from all different sides, so you're wrong.
Absolutely
Who says the moon? Who says the moon's even got another side?
Yeah, so we could easily just determine whether or not it is the case we see it from all directions. And the answer is absolutely. So if you stand on two different parts of the Earth and you actually observe the angle of the moonlight, it is indeed the case. Sorry, what?
What's the Earth? You said when we stand on parts of the Earth, what's the Earth?
Doesn't really matter what it is. Are there different angles you could view the moon from on the Earth?
Awesome. Brilliant.
Are there different angles you could view the moon from on the Earth? Yes or no?
Doesn't matter. Your syllogism.
Just from the Earth. Only view it from the Earth.
Are there different angles you could view the moon from on the
Are
Earth?
there different angles you could do about the Earth? Your syllogism was invalid because if you have a disc, it also represents a circle. If you have a disc,
no, it doesn't. I'll explain why.
If you have
No,
a disc, it also
Buddy,
represents a circle. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Show how a disc doesn't represent a circle for everyone.
You want me to turn on my camera real quick?
Oh,
Agree, by the way, to premise one. I don't think I have a disc here. Let me actually pull out one of my game discs real quick. I'm going to show you.
Please don't turn on the camera. Just say it.
Oh, shit,
no, because they need visual representations. They love that sort of stuff, So here you go.
No.
Oh, wait, I don't have camera permissions. What the fuck?
No.
Anyway,
thank you, God.
You're a fucking idiot. Anyways, just imagine turning a disc very slightly or looking at it from a different angle. It no longer shows a circle. It shows like an oval. And if you turn enough, it becomes nothing but a zero-dimensional flat
who
piece.
says it's turning?
It doesn't have to turn. You can look at it from a different angle. You already agreed to premise
I didn't agree
one.
with that short shit.
You agreed to premise one already.
No, I did not.
Looking at a ball from different angles.
All right, that's fine.
You've not
Can you
proved
produce
the moon to be a ball yet that you can look at it from different angles to call it a circle.
Can you produce a shape other than a sphere that produces a circle topographically, no matter what angle it is in a sphere?
Yes, a pixel.
No, a disc does not always yield a circle.
Yes,
it sometimes can yield an oval. It sometimes can yield a very exaggerated oval.
How about an M&M? An M&M. How about that?
Yeah, that also doesn't topographically produce a circle. That will produce an oval at certain angles. You're a clown. Let me turn on my camera so I could explain how simple it is to you children.
How simple it is to you children.
Yeah.
You don't know what fucking geometry is.
You won't even let me turn on my camera. You're terrified of
how basic I'm
this shit is.
shaking in my boots.
Well, you are. Why won't you let me turn on my camera?
Whoa. Are you divine?
Just mute him.
Just mute that dumb fuck.
Yeah, mute him and keep him.
Yeah, you're a dumb fuck.
Hey, he's an engineer, okay?
That's what I mean. He's a dumb fuck.
I wonder if he knows what a triangle is.
I was going to ask him. I was going to get into geometry. He doesn't know fucking geometry.
I showed him coin flipping. I mean, that's all you need. It's obviously a circle sometimes.
That's brilliant.
Hey, Fallon has been waiting for almost a week to debate Flat Earthers, guy. Give him a second chance. Come on.
Who? Fallon?
Yeah, he's been asking to debate Flat Earthers. So, yeah.
He can't debate. He's an idiot with his syllogism. Topographical fucking sphere.
That's not correct because I've actually spoken to Fallon before.
Does he even know what topography is? I don't think he does.
To be fair, Fallen is a nice guy.
Who said that?
Nah, bro, he's a buddy of mine.
To be fair, he wanted to debate flat earthers, and he brought up what spheres and the moon. Kind of not what we're talking about, is it? Might as well be talking about politics.
That's true. He was black.
Stop with the nonsense.
Bullshit.
Man. Yeah, getting sick of it.
In all seriousness, though, does anybody have an accurate map that I could use? A world map for the flat Earth?
There's no
Yes,
world
all
map.
maps are all maps are flat maps. By the way,
What do you want the map for?
You didn't know that?
There's
Oh,
no
God.
one gold standard map in the world.
show
You
us a
know that,
globe
right?
tard. Show us a globe tard map. Post it in live stream.
Yeah, show me a globe map that I can navigate with.
Hell, show me a globe 2 map.
Cartesian coordinates?
The most accurate one I've found for a flat Earth is the second one.
Or a flat Earth, all maps are flat, dude.
He's saying that he's gonna use that map to navigate the world on an airplane or something or whatever. Like you won't actually do that ever.
Yeah, never. You'll never do that.
Does the South not exist, though, is the main question.
Does the South not exist? What a dumbass question. South, what? You mean Alabama?
The South Pole.
Mexico
Or is the North
around
Pole the
the
one that doesn't exist?
The South Pole. Does the South Pole exist? No. Therefore, it's your burden now to show the South Pole.
Fair enough.
Let's see it.
I would just use a compass that points south.
Hold on, compasses don't point south, they point north. And for example, if I've got a table with a magnet on it and I walk around that table with a compass, you'll notice that as I walk around in a circle, the compass is pointing to the central point of the magnet, and all around 360 degrees is south.
Bad boy, did you just post this cartoon and as your evidence for the South Pole? Are you fucking kidding me? Was it Bad Boy who posted this? His little cartoon? His testicles right here? Is that your evidence for a South Pole, Sunshine? Are you retarded? That wasn't rhetorical.
I think he's afraid.
Folks, look at Bad Boy's evidence for South Pole. Yeah.
Beyond absolute skepticism, is there some sort of basis for flat Earth?
Yes. Celestial navigation.
Water's flat and level.
Are you familiar with celestial navigation? Who asked that question?
I did. My name's Zine. I'm the skeleton guy.
Zine Art. Yes. Are you familiar with celestial navigation?
I'm not. No, sir.
Okay. Well, what they do with celestial navigation is they obtain elevation angles to find their position on the Earth. Do you know what an elevation angle is, sir?
Is that when someone goes up on a mountain? I'm confused.
No, that's not an elevation angle. That's somebody going up on a mountain.
My bad. I'm a finance guy, so I don't
That's
know much
okay.
about navigation.
Okay, that's okay. You don't have to know a lot about navigation, just elevation angles. Elevation angles are right angled triangles. Do you know what a right angled triangle is?
Yes, sir.
Yep. So that you know it's 3 straight-sided polygon, 3 straight lines, right? And the angle sum property of all triangles is 180 degrees. You familiar with that?
Yes, sir.
All right. So when you take an elevation angle standing on the Earth, the adjacent side of that triangle must be flat, horizontal. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
How can you acquire an elevation angle with a curved baseline?
And I guess if that hypotenuse stays the same length, and then you shorten either of the other sides, you would have to bend it somehow for it to still keep that displacement.
Yeah, that's not an answer to my question. How do you obtain an elevation angle with a curved adjacent?
Well, if, you know, I guess that my answer is not satisfactory. I don't know what to tell you.
No, it's not satisfactory. It's just the wrong answer. You can't obtain an elevation angle. It doesn't even have to be the stars. It can be any elevation angle on the Earth. You could do it to a lighthouse. Guess what? You can't do it on a globetard because you have a curved baseline or a curved adjacent. That's like dividing by zero. It's impossible. Welcome to Flat Earth. That's how easy it is.
I mean, guess so. I can't argue with you there.
No, you can't unless you redefine what a triangle is. And that ain't happening anytime soon.
Well, if you draw a triangle on a globe, like it'll have. I mean, I just got here, but it'll have like wider angles. Like you could reach 360.
Oh, God.
Even though normally it's
no, you can't. That's not a triangle.
That's
no,
not
you can't.
Sorry.
Like you can fly from the equator to Antarctica and then
It's not
go
a
like
triangle.
another 90-degree angle, and then you'll end up back on the equator.
The fuck?
Do you understand what a triangle is? 3 straight lines meeting at 3 vertices. When measured, the interior angles added together reach 180 degrees. That's a triangle, right?
All right, so if the lines are
Yes or
curved,
no?
then it's not. It's a different shape. All right, fine.
Yeah, cool.
But you can
Next
still.
question.
It's the angle.
Next
All right.
question.
If the lines are curved, it's not a
I don't-
triangle, so it's whatever you want to call it thingy.
I don't know. Okay, well then I don't know how you get to flat Earth from that then, because like then
Well,
you
hold
wouldn't
tight.
you wouldn't be
I'll
able.
tell you. We use celestial navigations based upon a right angle triangle. If the surface of the Earth was curved, we would not have a GP position of 90 degrees and we wouldn't be able to measure an elevation up from that curved line.
It's also worth mentioning that supposed evidence is never actually done by anyone. They just say, oh yeah, if you fly in a straight line, go 90 degrees, fly in a straight line, go to 90 degrees, straight line, then you'll end up back in the same place, and that would be true on a globe. Yeah, but no one's actually ever done that, so it's a really redundant thing to say.
Well, I mean, I guess no one's ever done that like flight pattern specifically, but like we don't fly over like the North Pole when we're traveling from, like I don't know, Australia to South America.
Can we get back on this?
Why would we take the longer route around?
Why
the
are you
disk?
asking another question when we just destroyed the globetard? Do you know what a triangle is?
No, apparently I don't.
Apparently you don't. So I don't. You're whistling past the graveyard here. The globe's done unless you can redefine a triangle for everyone here.
Well, I guess if we're stuck in this, problem that you set up, then obviously, especially without answers that are satisfactory or right, then I guess we're trapped in the bubble.
Yeah, there is no answer because that's what an elevation angle is. There you go. I'll put it in chat for you. I'll read them out. So there's no misunderstanding. How about that? That work?
Yep.
From radartutorial.eu, elevation angle is the angle between the horizontal plane, and the line of sight measured in the vertical plane. Oh, big problems. Where's the horizontal plane on a sphere?
Depends on how close you get to it.
Negative.
No.
Where is a horizontal plane on a sphere?
It's like we're really tiny, we're really small, and the Earth is really huge.
You've
That
got a
doesn't
problem
answer
with
the
celestial navigation because the ground position can be 3,000 miles beyond the horizon to you with your angle measuring device, the sextant. That's a 3,000-mile flat horizontal plane that you are utilizing to navigate the Earth with elevation angles. It's not a small bit, mate. It's 3,000 miles. This is how you got your latitude lines, by the way. You know, 90 degrees North Pole, 0 degrees equator, 45 degrees halfway between. Yeah, elevation angles to Polaris gave you your latitude lines. You require the Earth to be flat and horizontal to achieve that.
It's in the definitions. From GCSE, angles of elevation and depression. An angle of elevation is the angle from the lower object to the higher one, while an angle of depression is the angle from the higher object to the lower one. This is the really important part. Both angles are measured with respect to the horizontal plane of the reference object. Guess what the reference object is? The Earth. Any more? Do you need any? I got about 30 of them. They're all right angle triangles.
How long is the horizon exactly that someone would be navigating from?
How long is the horizon which someone would be navigating from? That's a malformed question. Doesn't make any sense.
So the space between, or I should say the distance between us and wherever the hell we're going, is that a flat plane all the way through?
Yes, has to be.
You heard it here first, folks. The Earth is flat.
And you're not navigating, by the way. You're finding your position. It's a reasonable facsimile of resection or land navigation.
Is there something in the sky these people are looking at?
Yeah, there's. I think there are. Don't quote me. 68 navigatable stars. Could be more.
And these stars are in different positions depending on where we are on the Earth.
And different. Yes, they're all listed in the Naval Almanac, according to date and time group. Yes.
And depending on how many are visible in the sky at any one time, they all have a 90-degree geographical ground position to you, the observer with the sextant who's measuring an angle up to those 68 stars. Every star has a GP of 90 degrees. You can't have 90 degrees on a curved surface, now can you?
No.
I guess that's the game.
What if it were like 89.99999 repeating and the curvature was just really low?
Huh?
I don't even know where to begin with that one.
Existential, man. You've been in here for fucking 6 days since the channel started.
No, I haven't.
Dude, I've seen you in here.
I come and go.
Point is, why do you guys have such a hard time accepting a fucking triangle?
Because it's a different triangle at every point of the Earth.
Yeah, it's still a triangle, though.
Can you have a right? Can you have 90 degrees on a curved surface?
No.
But what if it were like 89.999? Because like
I think you already just stated this before. You need a 90 degree. Because it's a right angle triangle?
Well, triangles are a man-made concept.
I don't think man made them.
Man-made. The triangle is a man-made concept.
Are you denying? Hold on a second. Are you denying triangles?
Triangles aren't real.
Are you denying? You're a triangle denier, aren't you?
Does that mean all geometric shapes are real? Like a sphere?
Dude, I don't think so, because like we invented them all. Circles, triangles, squares. They're all fake.
That's fake. Have you ever been to maths class and studied geometry at all?
The triangles were all man-made, like the rulers and the pens and everything man-made.
That's awesome. So whatever this man-made now thing is, this triangle is utilized to navigate the Earth. If the Earth was a curved surface, we wouldn't be using right-angled triangles. How you
We
gonna
actually
get that
use
through the
several of
program?
them.
Yeah, several. Hundreds if you want. Doesn't matter because the observer at sea with his sextant could be measuring elevation angles up to every fucking star in the sky. But every single star in the sky is a ground position of 90 degrees and then the elevation angle up to it. Earth has got to be a horizontal plane, as referenced earlier, to achieve this.
I don't think so.
Well, then
Yeah,
I don't know how to help you on further,
dichotomy, but I
mate.
have to look into it more.
Good job, dude.
Yeah, that's fine. Go and check out celestial navigation and also Google right angle triangle.
How they move is interesting. If you're in the southern
I just
hemisphere,
googled the question: is the Earth flat? And it said no. The Earth is roughly a sphere.
Roughly a sphere.
Why would I trust Google?
I don't know.
Google's not a source, by the way. It's a medium. For God's
Oh,
sake.
it gives access to things that have sources in them.
Oh yeah.
Google
Then
says
post the
men can
actual
get
source.
pregnant too.
It leads you to. It
Then
leads you
post the
to,
actual
like, sites
source.
and-
Post the source, and then provide evidence for their claim.
for the Earth being round. I don't know. Like
Round and flat aren't mutually exclusive.
satellites.
Round and flat aren't mutually exclusive. So I would start saying spheretard and then do what I just said. Go support it with your citation. Right? Now, if they don't support their claim, then you have to. You follow that logic?
Well, the satellites are. I don't know what the. So I guess like you're saying that it could be round but like flat. It's like a circle.
Like a penny or an LP.
And like I guess the rest of the universe is like moving around, like
I don't care
rotating
what the
around
rest.
it.
You don't know what the rest of the universe is.
Or the rest of the galaxy, the rest of the stars that we can see outside with our naked
Rest of the
eyes.
stars you could see outside are involved with what? What's your point?
Like they're just rotating, like they rise on one side and then go down the other. Like so, everything else, or is like the disc like spinning, like it's a spinning quarter.
Is the
and
disc
like in the
spinning? I don't.
Like, is it
did
flipping?
Did you come in from another conversation in another room or something? What the hell are you talking about?
I just want to know how the rest of the stars are moving around the Earth. Then
How the rest of
answered
the
his own
stars are moving around? I don't know. Do you?
Well, he said the stars are moving. We've only got two choices, right? It's either.
Well, no, I don't think the stars are moving. Well, I mean, I think everything in the universe is moving, but the reason the way we see them moving around us is because we're spinning. So either we're spinning or everything else is spinning.
That's fine. That'll be the second physical claim about the Earth. That's a ball that moves. Do you have a direct measurement of the Earth moving?
I think sure. There's a direct measurement of the movement of its spin speed.
The movement of its spin speed.
Like how fast it's spinning.
What's its spin speed?
Well, I'm gonna look it up. I don't know. I don't. I need to have all these numbers on me. What is?
Then it's probably advisable then not to make a claim about it.
Well, I'm just saying, like, these are things that are known. I don't have to know everything for things.
No,
to be
these
known
aren't things that are
and used.
known. No, they're not things that are known. These things that were told to you, and you're just parroting them.
How do you know those were told to him?
Everybody's lying to me.
Not everybody. A lot of them are lying to you, yes. Proven liars. Unless you got support for your spinning ball.
Remember, I asked you for a direct measurement, not a calculation.
So you're not asking for a speed?
I did ask him for the speed, Jetty.
It's
just asking for a direct measurement of
1,600 kilometers per hour.
Awesome.
Or
Has that
1,000
been
miles per
directly
hour.
measured? Has that been directly measured?
Then why don't we just fly off?
Hold
Why
on.
don't we just fly? That's funny.
Hold off. Let Effie
wait.
let Jedi take over this. Go ahead, Jedi.
Yeah, I'm gonna let him take over because I gotta go. Peace. Sorry.
Well, I'm gonna fucking sit here and talk to myself. Am I, dumbass? If you've
Soon
got
as
to
shit
go,
gets
being
real.
as you were the person I was going to talk to.
Yeah, have you noticed, Jedi? There's a theme. As soon as shit gets real, they eject.
Yep.
Bedtime all of a sudden, or my mum's calling me because I've got dinner ready or something.
Oh yeah, sorry, Jedi. I've just realised I have to wash my hair. Bye.
Hey, Existential, I DM'd you to show you some of the natural triangles that you said that only men, I mean, they're man-made, but no.
What?
Go ahead and check.
Ooh, good point. That'd be interesting if like all of Earth was on a giant crystal or some shit.
Wouldn't it?
Does anyone have any scientific evidence for their sphere dart?
Spear dart?
Sphere dart, a ball.
Oh, spear. My bad. I thought you said spear.
Not me.
A spinning monkey
All
ball,
right.
in other words.
Can we trust the people who are in the southern hemisphere on the map whenever
That's
they
not
say
my
the stars
question.
move in opposite directions?
And up, oh really? They move in opposite directions.
Yeah, so if you're in the northern hemisphere, they'll move one way. If you're in the southern, they'll move the exact opposite.
Really? So in the north, because all the sun, moon, and stars move in the same direction. So what you're saying in the north, the sun rises in the east and sets in the west, but in the south, the sun rises in the west and sets in the east. Is that what you're saying?
No, not the sun, the stars.
No, the
So
sun,
take
moon,
a-
and stars all move in the same direction.
East to west.
East
Take a look in
to
the
west,
text chat.
sunshine.
You-
See, you're
you-
parroting an argument from actual retards. You don't. That is one of the stupidest things. Sit down and think about this, son. How can that be
Take
true?
if you take a look in the text chat, you'll see exactly what we're talking about. That tube's moving the same direction, but depending on your perspective looking at it, it's going the same way. Like if a car's coming from the right of you and you cross the road and look at it, it's coming from the left of you. So the car's not changed direction. Your orientation has.
Who asked that question? Who made that claim? What's his name?
Zine.
Oh, Zine, you fucked up, son.
Do you understand the difference of facing in a different direction? Do you understand what I'm saying? And what that GIF is showing you in the text chat? Do you at least get what we're saying?
Yes, sir.
I don't claim to know anything.
There you go.
You might want to take that Professor Dave claim and file 13, aka shit can it.
That wasn't my
No,
claim.
these dudes probably.
Never heard of
probably,
you.
I'm always
I'm saying
open
they
to new
probably
perspectives.
don't even know
I
who.
like learning.
I'll say it again. I'm saying they probably don't know who Professor Dave is anyway. 'Cause we've got a totally new demographic over here, man.
Oh, sorry about that. I made an assumption. Sorry, I'm a worm. So, do you understand that? Let's see if he understands it, though, first, before we go. Do you understand our claim against yours?
That it depends where we're standing. So if I face one direction, they'll look like they're
No.
moving one way. And if I
No, that's true. But no, that's not the point. The point is the sun, moon, and stars all rise in the east and set in the west, no matter where you are on the earth.
the stars,
face
though,
north,
sun, yes,
if you
moon, I
face
believe
north,
you,
however,
but stars,
if
I'm
you
not
face
sure.
north, dude, if
It's
you
all the
face
same thing.
north, then the stars will appear to go counterclockwise. If you turn around 180 degrees, the stars that are always rising in the east and set in the west will appear to go clockwise. You understand now, right?
They don't just change direction when you're moving. It's not like
They don't change direction, you do. And you can do that anywhere.
they'll
Right.
destroy
I'm a
the
visual learner, though.
I'm still waiting for that penny to drop. Can I hear the penny drop, please?
I think possibly.
Three people have explained it to you now, my friend.
And I don't mean to be difficult. I'm looking up a visual aid. I was bad at physics back in the day.
But you've crossed a road before, like Spike pointed out earlier, right? You stood on one side and there's cars have gone from, say, the left to the right. You've crossed over the road, turned around, and now they appear to be going from right to left. But the cars are still going in the same direction, right? Depending on your orientation.
At Xenart, I just put a post to you at 59 minutes after the hour from NASA. The sun, the moons, the planets, and the stars all rise in the east and set in the west.
Makes sense.
Now that makes sense. So are we squared? Do you understand why your claim was nonsensical on an elementary grade school level?
It was weird when I used the map that I used before, but I guess if it's like standing on one side of the road, like you said, then that would mean that the world map would be, well.
Don't worry about the world map. From the University of Nebraska. For an observer on the Earth, objects move from east to west. This is true both northern and southern hemispheres from the path of stars. Don't worry about counterclockwise, clockwise, left to right. Our point is the sun, moon, and all the stars rise in the east and set in the west, which destroys that retard of an argument that the sun that you got different star rotation in different hemispheres. It's nonsensical buffoonery. Follow?
Never mind. That would work with the firmament. And then the equator would be more like a ring.
I'm not concerned with that. I'm just concerned about you getting the point. That's the important part.
Right. I'm trying to compile decent global map. Well, see, I said it there, global, like world map.
Yeah. Globe. There is no globe. We destroyed it before with the elevation angle argument.
Right.
Yeah. You're going to have to get off that globetard, man.
That's what they call it. There's the global map. Or at least that's what I was been taught. But it's the world map.
Well, take a look in the text chat, bro. You'll see what's kind of a concept of it, but you can see the map, well, that most people will kind of gravitate towards, forgive the pun, but then it just shows you it kind of wrapped around that ball. Just to get into your mind, I mean, I'm not saying exactly that's what's happening, but we're just trying to find possibilities because what they've told us is definitely not true, demonstrably. So we're just trying to shoot ideas, find the truth, educate Globers on their own model.
That they don't have.
Or a citation, or a measurement.
That's fair enough. And thank you, Spakeface. Honest.
Well, I've got a little list of stuff I'll drop in, a stack of links. And also, we're over in 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, so that's where we came from, to this room, and just as an outpost, basically 24/7. So the invite's posted in the text chat. We're in, VIP partners with politics as well, so we're going to hopefully start some events and filter it back down to 24/7, because I've killed 24/7's live stream by making this place. So hopefully we can start some stuff down there, and there's plenty of resources there for you.
Good luck over there, by the way. They're more abrasive in politics.
You think so? I mean, I'm from there. I've been with them 5 years. I mean, it gets out of hand sometimes. Sometimes, a lot of the time, it gets out of hand, but there's usually always a cool head that wants to jump in and get their head bitten off for jumping in, like myself. But I do it anyway, so I'm trying my damnedest. I always try my damnedest. So, hey, man.
So
But you're
what
welcome.
people,
So Zenart,
yeah, what people usually do is they hide behind 3, 4, 5 globe earthers that will all ask questions at the same time, just straight up interrupt you, tell you you're wrong when you're actually addressing their claim, respond to you in a non sequitur fashion, meaning the conclusion doesn't follow the premise. And that's what you guys see in here day in, day out. We try the best that we can to answer all of the questions that are on the table. So here's the thing.
Whoa.
There are a lot of us that you know, began as trolls and then turned around. For instance, Bambi, like she came in 24/7 strictly to troll, and well, she's now. So just because you guys may have trolled or thought it was retarded or whatever, most people thought that. I mean, it's never too late to.
Elijah, you're roboting. Zenart, got another question for you, man. Maybe this will help you out too. How are you still breathing? And why I say that, this is why I say that. According to the globe-tard model, which doesn't exist, there is a vacuum of space without a container between it and the pressurized air on the Earth. Are you familiar with that?
I mean, wouldn't the burden of proof be on you?
Yes.
Because you have to tell me where gravity comes from.
No, not gravity. Gravity doesn't have anything to do with this just yet. Because you have to have a container to have air pressure to begin with. You understand that?
Yep, a closed system. Yes, sir.
Yeah, you have to. So in order to have gas pressure, because that's the definition of gas pressure, is the force that the gas exerts on the walls of its container. But we have gas pressure here, and I'm looking up. I don't see any container. You?
No, sir.
Nope, we don't. So there's a definite violation here, not only of the definition of gas pressure, it's a standing violation of the second law of thermodynamics. Because the air's not increasing entropy. You know what I mean by that?
Barely. I got a D in physics.
That's all right. This is natural law, not physics. So at 6 minutes after the hour, I got this from the Journal of Chemical Education. And this is from Professor Frank Lambert. He's almost a legend in the laws of thermodynamics community, specifically second law. He's recently passed away. But this gentleman rewrote all the college level textbooks back in the early and late 90s. This is what he has to say. Gas expansion into a vacuum, the mixing of ideal gases or liquids, diffusion, effusion, colligative effects, and osmosis, each fundamentally involves an increase in entropy. The globe-tard is in standing violation of the second law of thermodynamics because you're still breathing.
I mean, it could be said that these closed systems where we have a controlled experiment, there's nothing binding that matter in that containment, if that makes sense. So, of course, it would expand out, take up the space.
Yes. It would be a 10 to the negative 17 torr at your feet right now. Yep. Gravity has nothing to do with it because gravity doesn't exist, number one. Even if it did, it doesn't affect the entropy of gases one iota.
Well, then what causes the gravity then?
What causes gravity? What causes
gravity isn't real.
Hold on a second. Gravity. Which one are you speaking to? Which gravity?
The natural, or I hate to say natural, how an object on the Earth has a default acceleration of negative 9.8 towards the ground.
Really? What about a helium balloon?
Well, like you said, in that in that closed space, the helium atoms are expanding apart, and they beat against the vessel, so to speak, that they're contained in.
All right,
So much
let's
so
take-
that the force pushes it away
There is
from
no,
the
there is
ground.
no. But that's why I asked you what type of gravity are you talking about, because there is no force of gravity, even in secular scientific community, quote unquote. You know,
I'll have to take you for your word. I don't know much.
Do you know if I gave you gravity, I gave you all of it? I've been asking for what are the types of gravity. What I'm fishing for, and what everyone should know if they got gravity, is there's two types. There's the universal law of gravitation by Newton, which was debunked about 109 years ago. And then there's general relativity, the general theory of relativity that's not actual scientific theory. Let's say I gave you 1 billion times of both. The universal law of gravitation that's been debunked, and then the general theory of relativity, which isn't a scientific theory to begin with. I give you 1 billion times of that. Are you familiar with the rain cycle on Earth?
The water cycle, I know the cycle itself, but I don't know where you're going with this.
Yeah. Yeah. So the sun comes out and it shines on water like the oceans and large lakes and even puddles. And what it does is it breaks the hydrogen bonds between the molecules. And then all of a sudden, like when it evaporates, all the gas goes in what direction?
Away from the ocean and or body of water inland.
It goes up. Doesn't
Do you remember when you said? Do you remember when you said things fall at 9.8 meters per second? Yeah. When you drop a rock, but gas doesn't act like that, does it? Being as we've got the water cycle where gas is rising, or we uncontain gas from a container and it moves in all directions. It's not falling at that rate. You said.
Uh-oh.
So like Quantum said, we'll give you all the gravity you want. Observably, it's not affecting gas.
We can get into gravity. We can get into gravity next, but do you understand our point here?
Yes, sir. I guess it's the same phenomenon people see whenever we distill gas that we pump up from the ground. How jet fuel distills to the top and is like a vapor.
I don't know about that, but let's get into gravity. That, like I said, I've been asking when I first came in here, a couple people, what gravity are they talking about? And that's an important question because the next questions logically follow from their answer. So according to NASA, there's two types of gravity. There's the universal law of gravitation, and then there's general theory of relativity, right? Now, are these scientific in any way? So that's why we were talking about natural science before, because you'd figure that gravity, we've been indoctrinated with gravity, you know, shit falling to the ground and stuff and dropping your pens and mics, but there actually is no scientific evidence for it. That's what we're talking about here. So the universal law of gravitation, that's been debunked 109 years ago. So anything involved with the universal law, it's not science. It's not an experiment. There's no experiments. There's no hypotheses. There's nothing. Right? But we don't
How
have to
are
worry about that.
satellites fake?
We don't have to worry about that because they're all gone anyway. Right?
But how are
Universal law of
satellites
gravitation.
fake?
Hold on a second. Before you red herring fallacy my point, just chill out. We'll get to your fuckwit satellites here in a minute. Fine? So now we got to go to general theory of relativity. Correct? The bending and warping of space-time. Space is length, width, and height. Time is, there's no physicality to it. How do you bend non-physical concepts? Number one. And number two, I want a scientific hypothesis that was validated November 15th, 1915. That's the day that the general theory of relativity was published. I want an actual scientific hypothesis and the experiment that was conducted to confirm the general theory of relativity. Please, floor is yours.
Well, like I told you, I'm not a physicist. And Mr. Einstein, to his credit, he did warn us about trapped energy in an atom that, the Germans were working on a new kind of bomb. And
No, we're not worried about that.
You
We're
know
on
what I'm saying.
gravity. We're on gravity.
I'm
We
just
don't
saying,
care.
the guy isn't a random bum off the street, He's a physicist. I can't
Who's a
prove or
physicist?
disprove Einstein.
No, he's not. He was never a physicist.
That's
A physicist has friggin' hypotheses and experiments. Please post one scientific hypothesis that Einstein contributed to physics and an experiment.
theory of quantum relativity and the
General theory of relativity, that's my question. Can you please post one hypothesis in the paper published 1915, November 15th? One hypothesis from that paper. It's got to come from the paper, correct?
Yes. May I finish?
If you have a hypothesis, you can.
Oh, is this QE?
Yeah.
Because I remember reading about this experiment a while ago. Actually, studying it a while ago.
Oh, do you? I'd like to see the hypothesis in the experiment right there. Yeah. What is this?
Sorry, go ahead. I'll let you go as long as you want. Let me know how long I can have.
I want to proof that Einstein was a physicist, and he posts a link. That's an elephant hurling fallacy.
Okay, may I have 1 minute, or is that too much?
Are you interrupting the gravity discussion?
No, because you're asking for exactly what I'm trying to give you, but you won't let me say it.
I'm not letting. I'll bet you I'm scared.
I'm not gonna make any personal attacks because I would rather.
I don't
not
really
do that.
care. Can you please post a scientific hypothesis from general theory of relativity?
This guy's trying to be Dart Dawkins. No, that's just how QE rolls, dude.
Just ask him.
I mean, I just know Einstein for E equals MC squared, which is the main reason why I call him a physicist. But
E
and
equals
I am
MC
grateful.
squared is mathematics. That's not science. That's not physics.
I don't know what to tell you, man.
Okay, so may I speak now or no? I'm not sure.
No.
So I don't want to get muted again.
No.
You're not allowed to speak about being muted in the past.
So I want to get back to this E equals MC squared. Don't you understand the difference between physics, that natural science, and mathematics? Am I going to have to go over this again?
No, we're going over physics, not mathematics. This is all physics. You can see the DOI right there. Well, it's not there, but it's in the study.
E equals MC squared is mathematics.
So when Einstein wanted to prove general relativity, what he did was have some dude go on a train to Russia on a telescope, with a telescope, and then go to the middle of nowhere, basically. And he took that telescope and...
Are you just making shit up?
No, it's one of the most well-known studies of all time.
We don't want studies. We want no. I don't think you're listening. We want the scientific hypothesis from the paper in 1915 confirming that the general theory of relativity is actual scientific theory. What is so difficult about this?
All right, so do you mean 1913?
1915, general theory of relativity, November. I think it was November 25th or the 15th.
It was 1913.
It was 1915.
Dang, QE, guess what?
Did you source
They
that
even
in
know how to
such
parrot
You
letters.
dumbass
If it's
cracker.
1915,
I'm
I
not
definitely told him it was 1913 a couple of days ago. So maybe I was wrong, guys. Not 19. I said 1913 or whatever. QE said 1915 for sure. Well, so
Publishing date for the general theory. This is really hard. Of relativity is question mark.
I saw 1905 somewhere.
Oh my God.
$1915 for sure, but Wikipedia
Either
does
or,
lead me to some interesting
still-
places.
Either or, if it's claimed to be science, there better be a fucking hypothesis. So we want the hypothesis. 1913 or 15. Couldn't give a monkeys when the paper was produced. Within the paper, can you provide the hypothesis, please?
Just one.
And just for the general theory of relativity?
Yes.
All right, I'll look into that specifically. I only know him for his work with the atomic bomb.
Remember the claims gravity. We're going
And
with
as,
current hotness.
to be fair, as an American, all right, I do appreciate him sending a letter to us and having a big role in having pretty much world peace for a while now. So I do think it discredits him as a man to say he wasn't at least a physicist.
He's not a physicist.
Well, if he...
What the
World
was
peace.
that word salad all about?
Yeah, there's still real slavery out there.
We really don't care
Like,
about his achievements.
world
Or, sorry, Eli, I do apologise, but we don't really care about his achievements or what fucking colour socks he wore. He made a claim to science, so there better be a hypothesis. Within the paper, can you provide the hypothesis? It's a trick question. There isn't one, but, you know, we could do this for hours.
And if there isn't one in that paper, then how in the hell is it a scientific theory? When scientific theories are hypotheses or a group of related hypotheses that are confirmed by experiment? Please, the floor is yours. How is that possible?
And you're asking me?
I'm asking the floor.
My bad.
It's a simple question. If scientific theories are hypotheses or a group of related hypotheses confirmed by experiment, and the general theory of relativity is allegedly a scientific theory, but it has no hypotheses or experiments in it, then how is the general theory of relativity a scientific theory? And how can you bend and warp non-physical concepts? That is space, length, width, and height, and time. How do you bend that? I mean...
Density.
Density? My goodness, mate, Sunshine, please. Think about what you're saying before you open your fucking mouth.
When you have poison ivy on the brain, do you think of sandpaper to scratch it?
I don't think I've ever experienced having poison ivy of the brain, but I think that if I did, I would imagine scratching it.
So those are two simple questions. We're going to leave them to the floor. Do you want me to ask them again?
Yep.
Maybe Jakub wants to say something. He's been quiet, awfully. Kind of weird. He usually speaks up every time he joins. But now QE's here. He's kind of pretty quiet.
This is your guys' chance to talk to somebody who's a real expert in flat Earth. So no more straw manning.
Oh, an
Take
expert?
the opportunity.
Come on, Jakub. Now's
Yes.
your chance. Show the floor.
Yeah, Kuma.
What you know?
QE? I'd
Oh,
rather
yeah,
talk to
man.
Witsit.
Witsit.
Yeah.
He doesn't know what nouns and verbs are. No wonder you want to talk to him.
Yeah. He beat you out on the quantum argument, though.
He didn't beat.
Which
He couldn't beat Little Miss Muffet out of freaking curds and whey.
Listen, we're not getting into the big aggro that's in 24/7 as well in here, folks. Please don't start that. You Cubanite, you just want to talk shit, you Cubanite, because you've not got any proof for your spinning fucking pear.
Dude, I'm just vibing here listening. I'm not.
Bro, can we get evidence for your spinning pear, or you got concessions that you've not got none of it?
1 second. Listen, this is for QE. This guy says Black Swan doesn't work because you don't know what the high tide was that day.
Yeah, what was the high tide that day? Good question.
Died that day. Do you think that's an answer to the argument? Who was that?
Chief shitting dog.
Yakubian Knight, I've already gone through this with him.
Did
is that you, heretic?
No.
Yeah, but I can
yeah, that's
hardly
fair,
talk right now. I'm at a meeting, so to speak.
You buying drugs?
No.
Have you bestowed any powers on me here?
I have.
What do you
given
need
you
powers
text.
for?
Hey, Jetty, you better start bestowing some damn powers here.
I've put that to people that are much higher than me. I've only been bestowed my powers because I asked about yours. So it's not my choice.
Interesting. A thought experiment involving 2 elevators.
We don't do thought experiments. They're not scientific experiments. We're interested in scientific experiments demonstrating scientific theories. Simple. That's still on the table, by the way. It's some old business that's going to be business from here on out. Yes? So, if scientific theories are validated, confirmed hypotheses via experiments, and the general theory of relativity is allegedly a scientific theory, then it must have at least one hypothesis and experiment in that paper from 1915. Correct? Because if it doesn't, then it's not a scientific theory. Easy. It's simple. Somebody posted in here. We want to see it.
You would know, is Newtonian gravity different? Where does that come from?
Newtonian gravity different from what?
Because we have Einstein's and then Newton's is based on a different line of study.
Einstein replaced all of Newton 109 years ago. The whole thing.
No, he didn't.
Yeah, he did.
Is that why they still use Einstein? Oh, is it Newton's G constant in his equation?
No, they don't. Who are they?
They don't? Einstein's.
Einstein's.
Yeah.
How can 3 space be mixed up with 4 space? And if it does, well, let me ask you a question.
What is Einstein's field equation?
Let me ask you a question. If Einstein's general relativity used Newton's law or G, then he would debunk special relativity.
I mean, if you say so.
No, not if I say so. Hold on. Not just me. Wait 1 second, please. Who am I speaking to?
This is me, dude. Right here.
Who's
Yakubian Knight.
Chief shitting dog.
I don't listen to Crit, dude, okay? He has a lisp. Listen to me.
All right. So, I'm listening to you right now. Are you in voice chat?
Yeah, I'm right here. I'm Yakubian. No, dude, I'm fucking talking to you from the ether.
I'm sorry, the text chat. I'm unfamiliar with the 24/7 flat earth text chat. Are you there?
I can look at it.
I just posted something at 28 minutes after the hour. I'm going to read it to you, right? Now,
Okay,
remember
read it to
my
me.
claim that if Einstein used anything from Newton, that he would debunk special relativity. And you said that's what you say. No, that's what it is. From Britannica.com. Because Isaac Newton's law of gravity serves so well in explaining the behavior of the solar system, the question arises why it was necessary to develop a new theory of gravity. The answer is that Newton's theory violates special relativity or it requires an unspecified action at a distance through which any two objects, such as the sun and the earth, instantaneously pull each other, no matter how far apart. However, instantaneous response would require the gravitational interaction to propagate at an infinite speed, which is precluded by special relativity. Game, set, and match. If you
So
want
when we
some
take a
more,
look at Einstein's field equation, what does that G in there mean?
the Einstein's field equation,
Mm-hmm.
what? Post it.
Okay, give me
Alright,
2
you
seconds. I'm
did.
in a league match.
Yeah.
It's in
Can you deal with
24/7
my
chat.
citation before you post the G?
Yeah,
in
I'm reading
Einstein's
an
field
opinion
equation?
piece from Britannica.
Oh, really? So
Yeah.
Professor John D. Norton, Department of History and Philosophy of Science, University of Pittsburgh. Newton, it's going to say the same thing. Are you ready?
Yep.
Newton's celebrated theory of gravitation presumed instantaneous action at a distance.
Sure,
Why
I
are
agree.
you
The
fucking
instantaneous
talking through
part.
me? Why
I'm
are you
not.
fucking talking through me, Sunshine?
Because I'm acknowledging what you're saying.
So you're acknowledging that it debunks special relativity, but you're saying that Einstein's pretty cool with it. It's in his field equations.
Yeah, so when we take a look, Einstein was
Yeah.
right about gravity not being instant. So what does that have to do with him not using, was it a Newton's constant?
That's not Newton's constant.
I'm sorry, uses Newton's force of gravity.
Not Newton's. Gravity is not a force.
Okay.
Do you realize
How does
gravity
it
is not a
manifest
force?
itself for us?
Do you realize gravity is not a
Yeah,
force?
I understand. It sure does manifest, though, which is what it's
It,
quoted
ma-
as.
it manifests. Where's it manifesting at?
So let's get on the claim again. Let's take a look at his field equation and how it
Let's
uses.
take a look at him.
Okay,
because
yes.
this isn't science any fucking way, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
You could think it's not science, but
No,
it is.
equations are not science. Sunshine. That's mathematics. What the fuck are you talking about? Do you think equations are actual science?
Oh no, they're the language of science.
No, they're not. They're
they
not
are.
no language either.
Mathematics isn't a
you're
language?
So you're saying no, it's not a fucking language.
Then
Where'd
you're
you
on
hear that
crack.
bullshit from? Okay, so from Richard Feynman, 31 minutes after the hour. Mathematics is not a science from our point of view. In the sense that
it's a
it is-
language.
it's not a natural. You better. I'll tell you what. Interrupt me one more time.
Well, don't straw man me.
There he is. Take him out. Fuck off.
See, I agree that maths can be used to describe things, so you could colloquially call it a language, but to say it as an actual language, like
it's not science.
It's definitely no science.
It is.
It's literally a universal language to describe
It's
physics
not a universe.
in every other
Citation,
science.
please. Citation and demonstration.
Okay.
It's no
Stand by
science.
after this game. Sure, I agreed. It's not a science. It's a language to describe science.
You just said it was science just
Yeah,
a
it
few
was.
minutes ago.
And then I corrected myself. Sorry, did you not hear that part, or did you just only like?
No,
go, or
we
did you hear?
didn't.
You're Cuban,
We
right?
didn't,
I've
double
heard
speaker.
I've
We
heard
didn't, you
you
double speaking clown.
I
heard
clearly
you
said that it's a fucking language.
before. I've heard you before calling it a science. I've heard
When?
you multiple times in the past call it a science.
When?
The days that
When?
I've been here,
I've
we've
never called
argued
math
that
a
it's-
science. I've argued.
no
no,
math.
yeah. I've argued that it is always the language of science.
It's not.
We're still waiting for the.
What's the point of this
Right.
pedantry anyway? It seems like not central to the conversation.
Yeah. So how do we describe science? And how do we do experiments? How do we keep track of information? Oh, right,
How do we
with math.
keep track of information? Not with
Yeah.
mathematics, because
Okay, so
natural
how do you
science
prove
has
anything
nothing
with
to
math?
do
With
with
science?
quantitative, and you're not going to fucking overtalk me.
Well, you're just
How
trying
about
to
that?
We interrupted him, so I mean, I don't have to say why you're asking.
Yeah,
him
don't
and not
interrupt
talk.
his interruptions. Come on.
Just try and get points across and try and reply directly to the questions or statements.
What is natural science? Somebody define. We want citation with it too, because you've been making shit up the whole evening. So
Okay.
we want to know what natural science is.
A branch of science that has to do with the natural world or physical world.
You just described the same thing.
Isn't that a tautology?
Sounds like one to me. Yeah.
Like physics, chemistry, geology, biology.
What about the
Geology's not a
scientific method?
Geology is not a natural science.
Geography.
Geography.
No, geology.
Geography's natural science.
No, geology. My bad.
Fuck, yeah, Jesus Christ. I hope somebody was recording that.
So, geology, please post a single one single scientific, viable scientific hypothesis in the entire history of geology right now.
I don't know what to tell you, man. It was underlined. I'm looking into it right now. It's amazing.
So do you understand the scientific method and how to construct experiments? Because QE, I'm sure, wants to go through that way and see if you could agree what an experiment is.
Now, let's start off with a hypothesis. What is a scientific hypothesis? Simply.
Come on, guys. You were trying to provide one earlier. You should at least know what it is.
And it's just a scientific method like you learn in grade school, right? So thought experiments, it's just out the window.
No, thought experiments are not scientific experiments. So they are out the window, yes.
Gotcha.
So back to the question. Oh my God. What is a scientific hypothesis? Andrew, sorry, I can't watch chat and answer your, or be in VC and answer your chat. Sorry about that, Andrew. You can ask me questions out here, though.
I think he's a tech skank.
I'm only one man. So the question still is, what is a scientific hypothesis?
I reckon just an expectation.
Why is it taking you so fucking long?
Me or the room? Because I'm trying not to.
Anyone on your side who wants to give a hypothesis, why can you not describe what a hypothesis is? Why does the room keep going quiet? Being as you keep bringing things up that are supposed to be science, we're asking you what a hypothesis is. You know, the foundation of science.
A hypothesis is just simply an if-then statement that makes a prediction.
It doesn't have to be if and then statement, but that's incomplete. It can be an if and then, but it doesn't have to be.
But we're getting closer, right?
We are getting closer because I heard prediction, and that was really good. So kudos to whoever said prediction. You got half of it right.
And I'd hate to do a red herring, so whenever, because I don't want to derail you, but I do have something I'd like to bring to the table if you're interested.
Hold on
later.
to it. Hold on to it for right now. We're looking for what is a scientific hypothesis simply.
Yes, sir.
Are your heels together? That's not a joke. I'm still an officer, by the way. So your heels better be together. And if your heels are together and you're at attention, why the hell are you speaking? No, I'm just messing.
I don't understand why this question's so hard for them all. They're here proving their globe, and they don't even know what a hypothesis is. I'm amazed.
Why doesn't somebody just read you the Google definition?
Google doesn't have definitions. It's a medium, not a source.
Right. So why doesn't somebody read you something they find through there?
Because shouldn't they already know what it is?
Also, they know they're cornered.
I'm just confused when nobody's talking. It's so weird.
I'm just confused where you're going with this, man.
Well, I want to make sure everyone knows what a hypothesis is. So when they're looking at the general theory of relativity, they'll be able to identify it and then pull it out and then present it to us. So first you have to know which one is what it is first. Follow?
What I'd like to bring to the table has to do with that, but I'd hate to throw it off the rails.
I don't want you. Yeah, I'd hate it too.
Yep, I'm waiting in suspense, homie.
All right, so it's an idea or proposition that can be tested by observations or experiments about the natural world. In order to be considered scientific, hypotheses are subject to scientific notation and must be falsifiable.
You're almost there. You're missing two things.
Well, this is according to University of Waikato.
Yeah, well, they're numpties. They're missing two important aspects of a scientific hypothesis. Do you want me just to end the suspense?
Could you, mate? Because I'm getting pissy. Hurry up.
So I'll put them in live stream. I've got about 80 more, but I figured 3 would just be okay. From Colorado State Scientific Hypothesis, a special kind of prediction that forecasts how the independent variable will affect the dependent variable. From McClellan Kristen, Nature, Science, and the Scientific Method, the hypothesis should also contain a prediction about its verifiability. For example, if the hypothesis is true, then 1 should happen when 2 is manipulated. The first blank, number 1, is the dependent variable. It depends on what you're doing in the second blank. And the second blank, number 2, is the independent variable. You manipulate to get a reaction. There should be no other variables in the experiment that may affect the dependent variable. And from Penn State, the scientist applies his or her present knowledge to predict the effect of the independent variable on the dependent variable. The prediction is a statement of the expected results of the experiment based on the hypothesis. The prediction is often an if and then statement. Good?
Does everyone get it now?
Can a conclusion, or I guess in this case, a valid conclusion that is true, come out of a thought experiment? Or does that strictly come from the scientific method?
It still could be true, but it's not scientific method.
Fair enough.
So we all know what a hypothesis is now. So when you're looking through Einstein's paper, you can actually look at this and say, let me see if I can find one, a prediction, an independent variable, dependent variable, then pull that mug out and give it to us. There's a method to my madness. So the hypothesis gives birth to the experiment. What are the 3 constituent parts of an experiment? Scientific experiment, by the way.
I remember 1 was a control variable.
You got 1.
Independent and dependent.
Yes, sir. Look at that. Somebody who actually is paying attention. You are correct, sir. Who are you?
Zine.
Oh, that's Xenart. Sorry, sir. Yes, you are correct. The 3 constituent parts of an experiment, very well done on your part, by the way, are independent, dependent, and control variables. Correct.
Brilliant. Now go and get those from the general theory of relativity.
Yep.
Which is the crescendo to the point after, what, half hour, 45 minutes of figuring out what the fuck we're actually looking for. Einstein is purported to have science. Brilliant. We would have required the hypothesis then, which would mean dependent and independent variables. The supposition into a cause and effect relationship, right? Go and get that. Or if you can't, then it's not science, then, is it?
That's where you lose me, though. Like, take his work with E equals MC squared. That was based on a thought experiment, too. If we treat that theory the same as general relativity,
that's not a
the
theory.
atomic bomb would have never been made.
That's not E equal MC squared. Again, that's not a theory. That's an equation that has nothing to do with natural science. Just saying.
I mean, do you want me to call it by its name instead of the equation?
Call it by no, it's an equation. Energy equals mass times the speed of light squared. I'll tell you what. Let's see if that equation. Let's see if that equation holds any muster. Can you please define the M in that equation, mass? I need a
It's like an
definition.
old joke I love.
I need a citation with that definition. I don't want people making stuff up. I need citation with it.
I mean, if I asked you what's the equation for speed, isn't that kind of the same thing? Like we're talking about a variable, but we can get a variable with another equation if that's what you're
No,
getting
it's
at.
not the same thing. Distance equals rate times time. So you can, we already know distance. We already know what rate. That's speed times time. Yeah. So we can take those variables in that equation algebraically and figure out what each one are. Correct? So it's not the same. I am asking you, I can define each one of those variables. Define M, mass. Wait till we get to energy. Get the popcorn out. But the popcorn's gonna be over right here. What's mass?
Are you familiar with integrals and derivatives?
I'm not concerned with integrals and derivatives. What is mass?
Mass is a variable.
No, that's not the definition of mass.
What is it? Being as you're going to find it in both gravitational ideas. What is mass?
I guess if you want a specific definition, a large number of people or objects crowded together.
Yeah. Specifically, what is it? Specifically, what is it?
So you're saying, I thought he said a large number of objects. Did you say crowded together?
Yes, sir.
So it's the amount of substance, correct?
The amount would be volume, though, because you can have a different volume and a mass. Or I'm sorry, a different mass and a volume.
You said that it was a bunch of objects. What did you exactly say? Sorry, say it again.
Sorry, I looked up the definition of it. It's a noun. It's got two definitions. So we have a coherent, typically large body of matter with no definite shape. And then number two is a large number of people or objects crowded together.
No,
because the mass.
We don't want. We're talking about. We're in the genre of quote unquote physics. We're not, mass, going to church and stuff. We're not interested in
it was
that
the first definition.
Yeah. So it's where did you get that definition from, please?
Google, obviously.
I used a search engine, and then looks like it got it from a dictionary, Oxford Languages.
Google is not. I must have said this like 8 times already. Google is
yes,
not
it's a search engine, not an actual source, but that doesn't matter. It links to sources.
Oxford Languages, and I even pointed out that it's a search engine because you taught me that.
Yeah. Oxford Languages is not the authority on what mass is. Can we get some sort of quote unquote physics definition of mass? That would be helpful.
Do you have a physics source I can look at?
Oh boy, I'm asking you the question.
I'm asking you what source I'm supposed to look at, man.
And I'm telling you some type of physics, quote unquote physics. We're talking about mass and an alleged equation from a physicist, not a fucking language dictionary.
That's not what you asked for the first time, so you don't have to act like you're mad.
My God.
Concede, bro, just concede. You've not got the type of source that he's needing. You've not done any research on the subject, obviously, that's why. So let's go, man. Like, fuck. Who the fuck's that, man?
I mean, I could look up a physics.
These guys have not got any sort of background in this. They think, or most of them think, flat Earth's a disc, fucking accelerating upwards, and fucking Australia doesn't exist. All that kind of shit, man. It's like the Wild West over here, man.
All right, let me destroy.
But this guy seems all right, man.
this is so painful and tedious. I'm just going to destroy it outright. How about that? At 48 minutes after the hour, from Max Born, Nobel laureate, Einstein's theory of relativity. In ordinary language, the word mass denotes something like the amount of substance or quantity of matter. These concepts themselves being defined no further. The concept of substance is considered self-evident. This is the important part. Listen closely. In physics, however, as we must very strongly emphasize, the word mass has no fucking meaning. And then he finishes it off with, other than that given by formula, we're not concerned with that. That's mathematics. It is the measure of the resistance to the changes of velocity, which is acceleration, and that's incorrect too. But the word mass has no meaning. Uh-oh. Ask any mathematician for any equation that they have. Each variable has to be rigorously defined or the equation is bollocks. So your E equals MC squared is bollocks. Simple.
And where is this from? I'm sorry. I'd love to read it.
Max Born. In fact, he was Olivia Newton-John's grandfather. Max Born is a legend. Legendary physicist. Einstein's Theory of Relativity, Dover Publications, page 33 and 34.
Died in 1970, born 1882, physicist.
What does it matter?
Fundamental research in quantum mechanics.
Yeah, he's Max Born. The Born identity? Yeah.
He was around before the Cold War, too.
That's amazing. What color socks did he have?
Oh, never mind. He won the Nobel Prize in 1954, so he was definitely there for 1946 and beyond.
So to answer your question about your equation, which isn't science, the equation's bunk also. We don't have to get into energy and the speed of light squared. That's nonsense. In fact, they don't even know what the speed of light is.
Now that I agree with you on, because it's just a number that's to be like the fastest we can conceive, which is the speed of light. Because they're like, that must be the fastest.
Nope. It's a man-made convention according to Einstein.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that everyone just agreed upon. So, yeah. So that's bogus too in that equation. Do we want to we don't need to go into energy, do we?
Well, are you familiar with the hydrogen bomb and how it explodes?
No, I'm not concerned with that.
Because that's the equation in practice based on the thought experiment.
It's not. E equal MC squared had nothing to do with any hydrogen or atomic bomb.
So the energy inside of a hydrogen atom that was expelled by the bomb, that isn't, a display of the equation in reality?
Nope.
Okay.
Read up on Einstein and you'll find that out.
Now I didn't get into physics.
Oh, hold on. We're going to move on to Andrew because he's asking a boatload of questions out there in text. This is the last one. He defined it. It's a quantity that is related to the resistance and a change in velocity. It's a rigorous and consistent definition. Oh, really? Do you know that you just defined inertia? That's not mass. That's inertia, Andrew. How's that consistent and rigorous for you? Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs.
Mass is defined in terms of inertia. That's interesting.
No, that's the definition for inertia. I got it right here. From your alma mater wiki. Inertia is the resistance of any physical object to any change in its velocity. That's acceleration, by the way.
Really good. So
So-
if resistance to inertia, then the resistance to inertia will attract the resistance to inertia.
Yes.
Mass is usually the quantity or measure of inertia.
Quantity or measure of inertia.
Yep.
Yep.
Quantity of what?
Quantity of inertia.
What's inertia?
Resistance to was it changes in the motion?
Changes in velocity or acceleration.
Yep.
Yeah. So
Well, no,
it's not-
changes in acceleration would be a
so it's not
jerk.
physical. So mass is not physical then.
It's a tricky definition that they're still trying to figure out what it is.
Wow.
Yeah. That's why we're trying to figure out what gives objects their mass. That's what the Hadron Collider's for.
We know. Huh?
That's not what the collider's for.
Oh,
That's
really?
some stupid shit, man. You just pulled out your ass. That was pretty
No.
funny.
That's why they were
Hey,
looking at the boson particle.
By we, do you mean you and I?
No, I mean like men far greater than me.
You mean they?
Yeah.
You guys
No,
like
they.
you
I'll
guys,
say they.
Yeah, you
But
guys
I
always
trust
like
them.
to say we, man. Every fucking time you say it, you say
Yeah,
we
sure,
did this. We went to the moon. We went to the moon. We've got a fucking robot on Mars, remote controlled. Like, what the fuck?
So
You
can we
see,
get
it's the
back-
thing there. I go for
so
it. There you go.
I'm sorry for interrupting. Can we get
There you go,
back
bro.
to like the elephant in the room? Ballers.
What's
up? Oh, I
science
thought
for
we were moving away from that because no one's going to be able to do that. So I was going to a more general topic like, please provide any scientific evidence for the globe.
Well, at least the elephant in the room, its ass is round. Like, it's got more curvature than fucking the Earth. According to direct measurement. For fuck's
Direct
sake.
measurement. How'd you do a direct measurement?
Do you not know? There's nobody ever done it before.
No, how'd you do a direct measurement?
Well, how did you measure the Earth in your model then?
No, you said the Earth was directly like measured flat. How'd you measure it?
No, but I mean, we're arguing against your model. You're not arguing against, like, we're not
But you
saying
just said it was
anything other
measured
than.
flat.
None of us says it was measured flat, eh?
You literally just said it 10
Because it's got
seconds ago.
topography.
It is
No,
measured
it's-
flat.
No, not completely, because it's topographical. Sorry, I maybe
how'd you
misspoke.
measure
That's what I meant to say. Sorry.
How'd you do a direct
But
measurement?
has it- no, I said,
Citation.
I says, has it ever been directly measured? Was it not?
Citation for what?
Elevation angles to Polaris. I think QE covered that earlier.
There's
the
another direct
horrible.
measurement. I'm sorry. There is another direct measurement. Does anyone know what that is?
Yucca, you know what that one is?
It's called the Black Swan. There's your direct measurement of a
He's
flat
afraid
Earth.
of that one. You can't do it because you don't know sea level.
That's a direct measurement?
Yes.
Where's your protractor?
Don't need a protractor. The measurement, like the distance to the oil rigs, that's a measurement.
So you looked at it?
Yeah, you first look at it, and then you figure out the distance from where you are or the camera is to the oil platforms, Platform Hill House, 6.21 miles away. Yeah, that's a measurement. Platform Habitat, 9.41 miles. Yeah, that's a measurement. Where's the horizon in comparison to Platform Habitat?
A little bit beyond that.
Would you safely say it's 10 miles away?
Probably not.
You wouldn't say it's 10?
No.
It's
What would you say it
9.4.
was then?
Yeah, what
Yeah,
would you
could
say
be,
it is?
Yeah, it could be like 9.6. Maybe 9.7.
9.6.
Yeah.
You need to get your eyes checked.
I only see like a
Either
little bit of
fucking way,
blue
it's
behind
beyond
it.
the oil, right? Either way, it's beyond the oil rig, right?
Yeah, and guess what happens when we take other pictures of the Black Swan?
Oh, wait a
Nothing
second. We're
changes
just
the
on this.
change.
Wait a second. It's just on this.
We don't have
because
to.
This is your rate. This is the rate limiting step. You asked
Wait, did
me
you say
for a
the other
direct
pictures
measurement.
show differently?
So
hold on.
9.6 miles away is the horizon. Do you know what the fairy
Mm-hmm.
tale radius of the Earth is with a 9.6 mile horizon?
So it's not a repeatable
Answer
measurement?
my question.
Why?
Because I'm asking you. You asked me to show you a direct
Mm-hmm.
measurement. I'm giving you a direct measurement.
So can direct measurements change?
Can direct
Yeah.
Can
If I like
direct
measure my shelf,
measurements change?
yeah, dude. When I'm trying to put up my shelf and it looks straight to me,
The fuck your shelf.
yeah.
Answer
So
the
the oil, so the oil
Wait,
rig
what
is
measurements-
kept to the
calm
growing
down. Be
area.
civil. Be civil.
What happens
Yeah.
when the measurements aren't consistent?
Yeah, it's
cordiality,
weird.
please.
Fucking question.
He
What
believes these
happens
oil
when
rigs have got legs and
measurements
they
aren't
move in and out.
consistent?
Just hey, spake face. Just fucking mute this moron. Just mute him. He's finished. I'm tired of dealing with him.
What happens when
If you-
measurements aren't
Fucking mute him.
consistent?
You Cubanite.
I'm trying to be civil here, but you're getting all
Just
mad.
fucking mute him.
He's your best glober you've got, bro.
No, I'm not dealing with the double speaking nitwit. Mute him.
You don't have
Who's
to.
double speaking? In one fucking argument, you
fucking
saying that things
clown.
have to be consistent,
Mute
and in
him,
this terms,
spake
you're
face, or
not
I'm
being
leaving.
consistent.
I'm out of here.
Well, so
You gonna throw a
you
tantrum?
Cubanite.
No,
I
I'm
see
gonna
your-
leave because I'm tired of listening to your pretending clown dumbass
So-
all
so
over
what,
the
like,
mic,
Curie-
and no one
Curie-
moderates your dumbass.
Curie, I'm
Yeah,
just
it's the
happy to let
distance.
you argue. Wait a minute. I'm happy to let you argue back and forth with him. But what are you actually asking him for, Curie? And we can see if he can actually fucking clarify his response.
Well, at the moment, he's claiming that the oil rig measurement or the distance to the oil rig can change. So
That's
he's
not what I'm
believing
saying.
somehow that these oil
What?
rigs are moving out in the ocean.
Is
the
that what I said?
But the actual distance to it, or the apparent distance to it, due to the elevation or the atmosphere. So which is it?
Yeah, because in one conversation 30 minutes ago and onward, he said that measurements have to be repeatable. But his observation, or his measurement is supposedly a direct measurement, which this doesn't
bro,
seem to be repeatable.
Listen. The horizon fluctuates depending on atmospheric conditions. You
I
can see
agree.
that with the right. So with the same spot, the same spot GIF that I've got that show you those oil rigs from the same spot on different days, and the horizons behind in one and in front of the first oil rig and the second, right? So that must mean you've never had a direct measurement of your geometric horizon, because it constantly fluctuates depending on multiple fucking different
Sure,
fucking
and I
variables.
can agree with that.
So what's the problem then?
My problem is he said that
where's your
he said, okay, can I answer real
where's,
quick?
where's your direct measurement? If
Well, hold on.
you
That's
could
beyond the
never
point.
measure it. That's
But that's
no,
beyond-
that is the point.
Okay.
The point
But I
is
would-
you cannot have a direct measurement, can you?
Okay. All right, can I address the black swan real quick, and then I'll get into that?
If you want.
Yeah,
Just
so
try
the-
not to take the
yeah,
piss.
I promise I'll get in there, right? But the claim that was made about the black swan was that it was a direct measurement. But direct measurements, by definition, have to be something direct and repeatable. Like, the old measure twice, cut once thing, right?
He's saying
But
you
it
can't
appears-
repeat it.
But hold on.
You're missing the point.
My saying is, hey, please listen. My
the point.
saying is, like the direct measurement, every single time we seem to take a look at the black swan, it seems to be different, i.e., it's not really even a direct measurement. It's just
You know what we're
like,
trying to measure for? Sorry. You know what we're trying to measure for? That would be the geometric horizon, the thing that shouldn't move. Being as we're measuring on different days, the horizon appears to be in different locations, then we're
Okay.
not directly measuring the geometric
So,
horizon.
maybe,
you
like, yeah, I agree.
understand. Why are you interrupting, mate? You've done this
I'm
a
just
few
saying I
times.
agree.
Why people getting
I'm sorry,
pissed
my
off?
bad. I have a habit. My bad.
You have got a habit of it, bro. That's why you get muted 3-4 times a day.
Yeah, probably. But my thing is like,
I don't
sure,
get it. Sorry.
we understand that there's the geometric and then the apparent horizon. So why would we look at something to try and see where the geometric horizon is when we understand things like atmospheric refraction occur? That's why I'm saying, like, let's go out and get like a big old protractor, something that's not affected by refraction. And this would go either
Big
way.
old protractor.
What? How big?
How big?
Oh, did QE leave?
Yeah, man. You fucking scared them away.
Protractors are used to measure angles which require straight lines, horizontal
Sure.
baseline.
Yeah, you could. You could be right. The next time QE's in, you're not getting to speak to him because you obviously wind them up with your bullshit. So I've got a bit of thicker skin. I can listen to you talk fucking utter garbage all the time because I can mute you. But I'm not going to mute you.
I literally just asked him, like, how is it a direct measurement if it changes all the time?
You haven't done the
But-
math yet on
but
it,
most-
so I don't know what you're talking about, kid.
But at the end of the day,
Is this guy out of the sort of playing dumb?
There's a bit of a miscommunication. He was talking about a direct measurement to the oil rig, not to the horizon, right? You understand that?
No,
He's playing
he
dumb.
literally brought up like the direct measurement being the like being able to see that horizon. And when
No,
I
he said
bring up how the he literally yeah. Okay, maybe you didn't.
No, the direct measurement was the oil rig giving us a reference point where we can see the horizon shifting, usually beyond that reference point.
Yeah, bro. I've been listening for like an hour. I know exactly what he said. I know exactly what
I
you said.
don't think you did.
Don't fucking lie to me. I really pisses me off when people lie to me.
He does this. He does
said-
this 24/7.
He specifically said that the direct measurement was to the oil rig, and the reason that that's relevant for the argument is because you're then comparing where the horizon is relative to that objective distance. That's the whole point of the argument. That's why I know that's what he said.
Okay.
Can't believe you
Agree to
guys allowed
disagree.
this guy to speak to QE for so long when there's so many people in here. When you guys know this guy's a waste of time. It's
Yeah,
freaking
with all
crazy.
the people flocking to talk to QE, right? That's why there's so many people just like interrupting to talk to him, right?
Bro, you're
Oh, that's
dumb.
why everybody's just deafened on or muted on here, right? Oh, not muted by you guys, but just like manually muted by themselves. So many people are just dying to talk with him, right?
To do with the argument does it. So can we actually get back to the argument?
Yeah, man.
Actually, I'm entertained by people that are fools getting schooled over here. Really fun.
Yeah, man. That's
Hey guys,
ridiculous.
if you don't want to engage in the argument, that's fine, but just don't talk. Like, there's no point talking about something that isn't the argument, and then you're just making it like a waste of time for everyone. So do you want to actually address what was said? So he said, and I can bring this up as my argument now. There is an objective distance to the oil rig. Okay, now you're then looking at the horizon being behind that oil rig, which means that the horizon must be further than 6.2 miles, and actually it's further than the second oil rig, which I believe is 9.8 miles, but I might be wrong about that, but I'm not going to be that far wrong, roughly 10 miles. So then that's the argument, that's the objective measurement that we're talking about. Why is the horizon so far when it should be much closer?
Sure.
It should be
We
before the
understand
first one.
Atmospheric effects occur.
Which, when you say atmosphere, that kind of ruins every single measurement that you've used using the horizon because it's not physical. You'd have to remove the atmosphere, wouldn't you?
Sure. Or you just go high up.
You have no direct measurement for Earth curve in that instance, then, which finally compounds the issue.
Yeah, I would not claim that I have a direct measurement, such as being able to have like a big old like ruler. I wouldn't even say that like being able to see things is even a measurement.
When I say you, that's the ubiquitous you, as in they, the people who purport a globe Earth model, have no direct measurement of the surface of the Earth. When they did, they used the horizons, claiming it was geometric.
Maybe. I mean, I'm not sure as to what everybody else is doing.
Just trying to help you out, Sunshine, that's all.
But yeah, if somebody shows a picture of a horizon, you could just argue maybe it's like atmospheric refraction causing it to look curved whenever you do your compressions or like really high up photos. But that's why you don't really go off of that stuff. You just go off of like physical things, like detecting motion.
Yeah, because, you know, Earth curve calculators and stories from a long time ago told us the horizon was physically blocking us from observing, say, the bottom of a boat or a lighthouse or a distant island. This was the claim. In actual fact, it's taught in schools. You can find YouTube videos with, Bill Nye, the science guy, claiming this thing to this very day. This used to be your argument. And when I say you, ubiquitous you, people proposed the Earth was a globe. I can't see that fucking thing. The curve of the Earth was in the way. We've just removed the physicality of the Earth curve. The horizon, it's an apparent location, not physical.
Yeah, the horizon that we see is in fact apparent. I agree.
Well, no, all horizons are apparent because they're
All
seen.
horizon?
That's what apparent means, is that you see it, right?
Yeah, apparent. Yeah, what you see or detect.
So there's no physical horizon at all.
There's no physical horizon at all? There
Yeah.
probably is.
No, how could something that's an optical phenomena be physically at a location?
Because there's two different types of horizons.
No, there isn't.
So if I were to have a ball,
right,
and it's got some wacky shit going on it, or I can see slightly more around it than I should, like when I'm about to show you this GIF here. Can we agree first of all? Hold on. So, excuse me, please. If I were to if I were to show you this GIF when I can find it on my reel, where
yeah,
like
I'm not going to look at your when I'm driving, am I?
okay, so let me describe it. Maybe you've probably seen it before, where it's like a big old green drum and they pour butane on it, and then you're able to see like a red streak behind it. That wasn't there before. Yeah, you know which one I'm talking about.
No,
so
I
we
don't.
understand. Yeah.
No, I don't know.
Okay, I'll find it for you.
I don't.
Just stand by. I'll find it for you. All right, so we understand. So, I mean, when we take a look at... So, I'll find it for you. Don't worry, but let me explain.
Somebody posted it. Somebody already posted it. It's got a rainbow going over a smiley face. Is that the one?
Let me take a look in the chat.
Crypto says I'm driving. I'm not gonna look at it, and the guy keeps saying, "Don't worry, don't worry. I'll post it for you. I'll post it for you. Hey, I'm driving. I'm not gonna look at it. Don't worry, don't worry. I'm gonna post it for you. Don't you worry." Like, what the fuck? What kind of retarded asshole is this?
I'm just getting it. Yeah, so you realize that there's like 45 other like people in this chat, and I don't have to directly address his particular position right here. I understand that he's driving, but I understand you colloquially. I can post it for all the other people like you, Jimsy.
Yeah, but I'm not going to be able to address it, am I? And you're having a conversation with me right now, so.
So maybe somebody can describe it to you so that we can just get like in our heads what I'm talking about.
I'll try to describe it for him. No problem.
Thank you, Jedi.
So I'll try and find that GIF. I'll come back. No problem.
Wonderful. So anyway, if there's an optical phenomenon like a rainbow, for instance, you know rainbows don't have a physical location, right?
Rainbows don't. Yeah, I agree. Like rainbows are just like light passing through water droplets.
Right. So the horizon is similar to a rainbow in that it doesn't have a physical location.
The horizon that we see.
Yeah, that's the only thing that horizon is the thing you see.
The horizon? Yeah, sure. The thing that I see.
Yeah, that is what a horizon is. There is no other type of horizon.
So, does a cue ball have a horizon?
A cue ball.
What do you say?
Have you ever lived on a cue ball?
I can sit on a cue ball.
You can sit on a cue ball.
Yeah.
How big are you?
I'm 350 pounds.
That's how heavy you are.
On a cue ball.
Do what?
Yep, 350 pounds, 6'10" lean, baby. Well, good.
This guy loves the ball so much. Anything has to do with the ball, he wants it.
I actually sit on it like it's my.
Are you like Brenda's bigger sister?
No, man,
I'm not a woman.
Hungry. Like that.
Oh, my bad. Are you like Brenda's older brother?
What is the who's got the radius of Earth for me? Because I'm trying to figure out how to get it without going to satellites. Was there an intermediate step?
It would need to be a ball in order to have a radius. So basically, the problem we have here is that you need to assume that it's a ball to then assume that the horizon is the curvature of the Earth blocking, like you seeing further than that, right? But of course, we don't know that the Earth's a ball in the first instance.
Yeah, sure. If I'm some guy like 2,000 years ago, I wouldn't know right away that the Earth was a ball.
So what else could the horizon be? If it's not the edge of the ball, then what is it?
We have a horizon.
Depending on the atmospheric conditions. And the
Man,
technology
this is,
that you use, your eyes, binoculars, telescope, the horizon is an apparent location.
Where is that location?
So if you guys, like, for instance, if you, I'm assuming you'll have a kitchen, right? I mean, you're Americans, so you definitely have a kitchen. If you were to say, look at your kitchen table and bring your eyes right down to the level, or just above the level.
Wait. Are you telling me there are people that have no kitchens in Europe?
Yeah. So anyway, the point is that you bring your eyes down to more or less the level of the table, right? So you see to the end of the table, and then what happens at the end of the table? What's that line?
I barely see like the edge of the table on the other side.
Yeah, but it cuts off, doesn't it?
Yeah, there's the end of my table. That's where it stops.
Right. So that is that the physical curvature of your kitchen table?
Where my kitchen stops? Or my table stops?
But your table well, I mean, if you have a very long table, you wouldn't be able to see the end of it, right?
Part of the theory, like what one feature that's very recurring in this thing is the total distrust of government and the belief that everything the government says is a big lie.
At all. That has nothing to do with what I was saying. Please stay on topic. So you've got a long table, right? You've got a long
With the
flat table.
satellite knows that we don't live in a fucking.
What the fuck is going on?
I don't know. Jupiter's kind of spurging.
So anyway, you've got a long flat table, right? And that table appears to ramp up.
Oh, on.
Why am I being talked over? Shut up till I'm finished. Okay, so you've got this long flat table, right? And it ramps up more or less to your eye level. Then there's a horizon at the end of that table, right? That horizon doesn't require physical curvature of the table. Do you understand that?
But I can see the edge of my table.
Oh my god.
You're not listening, bro.
Yeah, I put my eye level just above like the table, and I look towards the end, and I see the end of my table.
You're not listening.
No, I'm listening.
He's actually doing what he does all day long, like waste time.
And he always looks like he doesn't quite get it.
So if you have a table that was extremely long that you couldn't see to the end, right?
I couldn't see to the end of.
Yeah, it's an extremely long flat table. What would happen is you would look to the end and you would see like a horizon line. Correct?
I'm trying to imagine like a really long table I can't see to the end of. Yeah, maybe I'd see like to the very, very like edge of the table. If I'm
No,
like
you
ever so
wouldn't.
slightly above the table. Why wouldn't
I've
I?
just told you it's a table so long that you can't see the end of it. And you then say,
How's that
maybe
possible?
I'll see the end of it. Well, you
Like
then
a
say,
road.
maybe I would see the end of it. No, I've just told you it's so long you wouldn't see the end of it. So please try and keep up, right? What you would see there is a horizon line, correct?
Okay. And then what happens if I get a little higher?
So why does that require physical curvature when I've just given you an example of something that wouldn't require physical curvature and would have that horizon line?
Because what happens when I get higher up? When I get like an inch off the table?
He's talking about the limitation of your view. Come on, Sunshine.
So hold on, no, because this is a thought experiment, or we're just having a little conversation at a long ass table. So what happens whenever I get so slightly above the table?
You can see further.
I can see more of the table.
Yeah, because you've increased your angle, but the table's still flat. Well done.
So if I get a little bit higher, what happens? Does that thing still come to meet my eye line?
You can still see further. The table's still flat. Well done.
So if I get a little bit higher, would that table meet
Never
my eye
going to
line?
turn into a ball, no matter how high
Hold
you go,
on.
kid.
If I keep on going higher, is that table ever like going to keep meeting my eye level?
No, because you've moved. What the fuck? You moved your eye level away from the table, you fucking idiot.
Yeah, first of all, right, if you just keep on asking the same question over and over, you're not going to have a different answer. So you've asked the same question 4 times. If I get a little bit higher, will there be a horizon line on a flat surface? The answer is yes every single time. And the reason is because a horizon isn't dependent on physical curvature. That's always going to be the case, no matter how many times you ask that question.
So if the horizon is like the ever expanding table, then I shouldn't be able to see the end of the table then.
Not necessarily, no.
So whenever I take a look at like real world observations and I see the end of that table, what's going on there?
You can see the end of the table.
Well, so now you're just making something up and then expecting me to answer it.
No, because you said I can't ever see the end of
Yes.
that Everlong table. But what happens if I do see the end of that table?
What? So you can see to Antarctica, can you?
Oh no, but here's like an issue. The reason is like the issue is I can't see to Antarctica. That's the odd part. So when we have like these artificial horizons and they show like when we have like artificial horizons.
My issue.
Okay.
You told me that the issue with my argument is what destroys your argument.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't make any sense. You're just trying to take the problem with your argument and give it.
You're breaking
to
up
me.
real bad.
That's ridiculous. Am I?
Yeah, you're breaking
you
up
are a
real
little
bad.
bit, mate.
Am I breaking up?
Yes, you are.
All right.
Yes.
Dude, am I back now?
Yes.
You've effectively taken your own shit argument and then gone, oh, Crypto, can you have my shit argument, please? No, I don't want your shit argument. You can keep your shit argument. The problem is that when I asked you, do you understand? So the fact that you can't see Antarctica is an issue with your argument because there's a horizon and you're not seeing the end of the table, which was my argument to start with.
But if I keep getting higher, I should eventually see Antarctica.
Why?
Why? Because I can see more of the table.
But that doesn't make... Dude, you're just making a claim and expecting me to just accept your claim.
You're saying that I can't see the entirety of the table, and then when I get higher, I'm able to make out more of the table. And if I keep getting higher, I can see more of the table. But somehow, if I keep getting higher and higher and higher, no matter what, I can't see Antarctica.
So again, you're just making a claim and expecting me to just accept it.
Mm-hmm.
Why would I do that?
Well, I'm just trying to see if you're consistent with your weird logic here.
No, you're making a claim and I'm not accepting it. That's got nothing to do with my logic.
Okay. Then I guess you just have flawed logic.
It's your claim!
That if I keep getting higher, I'll be able to see like more of the table?
You made that claim, my dude. I never said that.
So so would you like to claim that if I get higher, I can see more of the table?
I'm not making a claim around that. I've already told you what my logic is that when you have a flat surface, you can have a horizon on the flat surface and that it's not dependent on physical curvature. That was my argument. And then you tried to do a red herring into what if I get higher, bro? That's your problem. That I don't care.
Hey, Crypto, this guy will run you in circles. I just wanted clarification on the point that was getting made. I never wanted Q to bail, but yeah, you could just be muted again because you're being ridiculous. Still, I just wasn't.
He's a liar.
I just like to point out that he's actually got a problem with the logic of his own argument, and he's pretending that it's my logic. I just want the room to understand.
Crypto, he's a liar.
I'm just trying to see like what's going on in this picture. And I'm trying to see like if you would actually be able to go as far to say what happens if I keep going higher on that table.
Yeah, that's not my argument, bro. It never was.
Okay, so then like you're not worth talking to then.
You're not worth talking to because you're not addressing the argument on the table. If you don't want to address my argument, put yourself on mute.
Okay, so when we have like a consistency with our logic, such as the Everlong table as an explanation for what we see on reality, sure I can give you, if you put your eyeball right up to that table, you might see a horizon. But again, when we apply that to reality, when we stretch that logic further into reality, and we raise ourselves a little bit higher above that table, what ought we see?
Another red herring. Cool. So, bro, no one cares about your weird red herrings. We're talking about whether a flat surface can produce an optical horizon. That is objectively true.
Okay. At what height?
At all heights.
At all heights?
Yeah.
The horizon. The horizon.
So horizon is what now?
View, wouldn't it?
So horizon is what now?
Limitation.
It would be the
horizon is the limitation of your view across that flat surface.
Is my view of a flat surface?
Your limitation of your view across that flat surface.
My limitation of my view across the flat surface. And how
Yeah.
might that present itself as I get higher above that infinite flat surface?
Have you noticed how the horizon appears to move further away from you, and you can't see beyond it because it's the limitation of your view across that flat surface, no matter your altitude above that surface.
Does
You
it rise
start
to meet
low
my eye
down.
level?
Hold on. Yeah, you start low down, like Crypto says, and you will
Mhm.
see an optical horizon. You increase your angle, elevation above that surface. The limitation of your view will move along that surface until you can't see beyond it, but you will still have an optical horizon. How do you not get this?
Because I'm just trying to see if somebody would like be ballsy enough to make the claim that the horizon will meet my eye level.
Oh, you're just trying to force a straw man onto people. Well, that's real
Horizon
stupid.
is where the sky meets the ground.
He's
Are your
actually
eyes on the
lying to
ground?
you guys.
Your height doesn't matter at all.
Desperately grasping at straws here.
Yeah,
So
I mean,
when
I
we take a
originally
look at these,
But the horizon will not curve on a linear plane. The horizon will not curve on the edges. It'll
So-
be a flat straight line.
so when we take a look here at these artificial horizons like in planes, would that be what it would look like on an
No.
infinitely flat plane?
Oh,
No.
infinitely. That's another straw man. And do you think that it's not rising completely to eye level because it's geometric?
Well,
This
clearly
guy's
it's
a
not
take a
pro
look
rising
at
to eye
liar.
level for
Like
some
an
reason.
Take a
expert
look at
liar.
that.
Yes, obviously it's not rising to eye level for some reason.
Where are you
Oh, is it because
posting
it's
this,
geometric?
so we can
Angle.
see?
Do you think it's
simple.
because you're not at surface level?
Yeah, it's not gonna
Surface
go to your
level?
eye
Hold on.
level.
Hold on. Surface
Eyes are not
level,
on
like
the
10 feet
ground.
up. What difference does it make?
Well,
Well, because the
increased
angle,
your-
angular
above the
the
ground.
ground has changed, obviously.
If
But
it's
that
infinite,
table
the
should
height
be
doesn't
infinite.
matter. Yeah, the infinite, the height doesn't matter. It'll be, you will see a horizon, but it'll be a completely flat line.
Yeah. Because
Oh my god, not this shit again.
yeah. If it's infinite, then it should always meet my eye level.
No, it
Yeah, no
shouldn't.
one said it was infinite, bro. No one said it was infinite. You said
Okay,
that.
You're
No one
talking
else
about the table as an explainer for a horizon. You literally said verbatim, infinitely long
He's not
table.
going to listen to the answer when we give it to him 5 times anyway, is he?
So again,
Yeah, it's
you literally
right.
brought up infinitely long table, unless you want to redact that statement.
You're being deliberately obtuse right now.
You
know that.
okay? Did you not like literally verbatim say infinitely long table?
I said it was so long that you couldn't see the end of it.
You said infinite.
You said
He
infinite. He did not.
Anything beyond 3
Frozen,
miles
he says.
is virtually infinite. You can only see like 3 miles.
I don't see
You
why
can
he's
see far
grasping
longer
at the
than 3
straw of the
miles.
horizon. I don't really see why he's grasping at the straw of the horizon now, though. I mean, hasn't he figured out by now that it's not geometric? I mean, what's his refraction? What's his refraction ad hoc argument for?
He won't do that one, remember? He
Horizon to
refuses.
be geometrical. He needs the horizon to require curvature. That's why he's playing all these silly games.
Just demonstrated you can have a horizon on a known flat surface. You don't need the surface to be curving to have a horizon. Do you understand that point now?
I would need a flat surface. Sure, I could have some sort of weird horizon going maybe, but then as I'm going
Weird
up,
horizon.
yeah, because as I'm going up, it wouldn't match what I see in reality.
Why would it be a weird horizon? What does that even mean?
Well, like I said, because when I rise up, when I go up, it wouldn't match what I see in reality.
And what do you see in reality, my friend?
The horizon not meeting my eye level.
Well, of course it wasn't. You left the surface down below. You've now got a new level out in front of you, which is straight ahead of you, but you've left the table down below, or the surface of the earth. Why the fuck would you think that would meet your eye level?
Yeah, why do you keep
'Cause
saying
why wouldn't it?
that? Why do you keep saying that? That it would meet your eye?
He's lying.
It's because your angular relationship with the ground has changed, bro. Like, why is this so hard to understand?
Because when I go into Minecraft and I max out like my view
Minecraft?
distance, yeah, infinite plane, infinite resolution, or infinite rendering.
Dude,
Kind of
you
get
lose,
understanding
bro.
of what
Just
you guys
concede.
are talking about.
Just
So
concede,
you said
bro.
when you go, sorry, you said when you go out into reality, and now you're talking about a computer game.
Yeah, because I'm trying to
Yeah.
visualize what you guys are saying, and on an infinite plane, it would rise to my eye level. But here out in reality, where it does not rise to my eye level, therefore it's not an infinite plane.
No, that's
Or at
silly,
the very
because
least, it's not a flat plane.
Yo,
we
maybe
never
we
made
should
the
go to.
claim. We never made the claim that it would rise exactly to eye level. It does rise more or less to eye level. It's close, but we never made the claim that it would be exactly at eye level.
Okay, cool.
It's
So you
always
finally
below
said
eye
it.
level. It's just never at your eye level.
But it does
Okay,
rise
so-
more or less with you. That
So-
is observable.
Yeah. So at what rate does it drop away from the eye level with height?
Well, it depends.
Why does that matter?
It
Why
also
does it
depends on
matter?
the atmospheric conditions that you're looking through. With your height, the distance will increase, right? So we're going to have to start talking about the atmosphere now. Being as it's
Oh,
an
so-
optical phenomena.
Oh.
What is the
so
original?
atmospheric
What's the
conditions
original
could
fucking
affect it.
argument? What are you guys arguing
No
about?
shit. No shit they could, being as that's what we're going to be looking through. And you're going to point it out
Okay.
with regards to things like the black swan and so on, because, you
Mhm.
know, refraction, we're looking through the atmosphere. It's really annoying when you do that, because I know you're not fucking listening.
No, I
Maybe you
quite
should
literally
quit
am.
with the Put yourself on mute when you do the
Yeah, to answer the original, the person who asked what's the original argument, the argument is quite simply that you can have a horizon, an optical horizon on a flat surface. That really is the only thing that I said, which has then led 20 minutes of this
was there
guy
a reason?
being...
Was there a reason you presented this argument?
Still talking, dude, still talking. Like, if you're keen to talk to me, you really need to let me finish. Okay? I won't be verbose, I won't talk forever, just let me finish, right? So the original argument was that you can have a horizon on a flat surface.
Okay. I'll give you that.
Awesome.
Well, there we are
So
then, thank you.
we don't require curvature of the Earth to have a horizon, do we?
Was there a reason this was presented for some reason?
Because we were talking about the black swan, right? And so the black swan was talking about the objective measurement of the first and the second oil rigs, and then we were talking about the horizon, if it's optical. I can't remember exactly why, but we were talking about Jedi. Do you remember how the chronology of that argument? Because fuzzy for me.
No, mate. It's like an hour and a half if I can go now. We're talking about
exactly.
table 45 minutes.
so,
there's like-
so many fucking
there's like-
obfuscations later, and I forgot. Anyway, Karen.
There's like 300 years of math and science proving this shit.
Oh,
Is that-
excellent. Hold on. Can you give me a scientific experiment that proves the shape of an object, please? Giggle, giggle.
Why do I have to prove this shape?
Well, you just said there's hundreds of years of science and maths to prove the shape of the Earth. Can you give
No,
me
I didn't.
one
I didn't say
scientific-
shape. I didn't mean shape.
What did you say then? Just so it can be clear, because you are kind of quiet.
There's hundreds of years of math and science to prove
The shape of the Earth?
astral projections and visions.
What the fuck?
What is your original premise? What the fuck are you actually trying to say?
The Earth's flat and stationary is the premise.
Okay.
Sorry.
I mean, I don't. Sorry, I don't have the energy to put into that argument. Sorry.
I'll go away then.
Yeah, this astral projection now.
So the Earth's flat and stationary changed my mind.
Go ahead, believe that.
Awesome.
Believe it's already that way.
I thought you had 300 years of maths and science. Strange.
Only 300? I don't know.
Then you want to present?
I must have destroyed all the technology.
I can travel around it and come to this point that I started at.
Awesome. I can walk around my fucking table using a compass and putting a magnet in the center of the table, and I can go east or west around the table and travel in a fucking circle. Doesn't make my kitchen a ball, does it?
No, you can't.
Yes, you can. Hold on. Let me do this for everybody to understand. I've got a magnet and a compass and a kitchen table. I put the magnet on the table and I walk around the table using the compass. The compass points to the magnet. We'll call that north, and I'll go east or west, either way around the table.
Magnet wouldn't be
I'm
strong
on a
enough.
circle.
Why would the compass point towards the magnet?
The magnet wouldn't be strong enough if you were further away.
How does a compass work, Jedi?
What does it point to? Magnetic north.
It follows magnetic bands. It can point
Awesome
south.
stuff.
So
Awesome. So I can get a
when you have
magnet.
your-
So you do understand that this guy just brought up circumnavigation, which is basically going around in a circle. Now you can go around in a circle without the Earth having to be a ball. I can walk around the fucking table.
So is your magnet going to point
You can
towards
walk
the
around the
compass?
table in a straight line.
No, you go
Hold on.
around in a circle, you dumb fucking idiot.
It's a circle on both models anyway, dude.
Yeah, so they think. Oh, I'm not going to say they. Flat earthers have claimed that when you think you're going straight on the ball, you're actually going in a circle.
No,
Yeah, but just going around in circles, mate. You know what a circle is, don't you? And
Yeah,
you
so-
understand that.
I got the
And you
circle concept.
understand that east or west is a circle around north. North is a magnetic point, so when I use a compass, I go east or west in a circle around that magnet. I don't have to be on a ball to travel around in a circle.
So
Are
where's
you
the
moving
southern
the
magnetic
magnet?
point?
Are you moving the magnet? Because the magnet has a north
Hang
side and a
on.
south side. You have,
Does it?
Yes, it does.
The Earth unfurls from the North Pole.
Why doesn't it unfurl from the South Pole?
Because the South Pole is
It's
a
arbitrary.
giant ice wall, you dummy. Haven't you paying attention?
North
How
and
do you know
south
there's a
is
giant ice wall
arbitrary.
there?
North and south.
Okay, why do you think a compass points south? Why do you think that?
The Night King destroyed the wall. That's false.
Hang on, I was
Because-
asking Yakubian a question.
Yeah, because when you go and you orienteer in the southern hemisphere, professional orienteers will actually go out and get compasses designed specifically for the southern hemisphere.
Awesome.
They point south. They point north, mate. I can tell you.
No,
I
they
use
don't.
them in the desert. They point north. I use
they
them
don't.
in the desert in the south. They all
They actually
point
point
north.
south.
Okay, you're telling me that, are you?
hmm
I don't think that's true.
That's why you have declination for south poles.
Oh, you have declination then. Why do you have declination correct?
He's telling me what compass I
have
use in the
declination?
south.
Is there a magnetic south?
Why?
Yeah, there appears to be a
There
magnetic
are.
south.
Wait. You're saying there are southern
on.
hemisphere compasses?
Yeah.
What's declination
You know
corrections
that,
for?
So you know that little hole that they put
Wait,
on some of like
my
the
friend,
professional
My
compasses?
friend, you brought up declination. Why?
Yeah, and I
do you
have another guy asking me
declination?
a question.
Yeah, I'm going to go back to your declination thing.
Mhm.
Why do you have declination corrections?
Why do we have declination corrections? Because when we deal with like, when we deal with poles, they're not directly pointing or at, let's say, how would you like me to describe this? Let's just say it's
I
not
don't
pointing
know.
at Polaris or it's not pointing at the Southern Cross.
Awesome. So
And
what? South is
Vans-
directly 180 degrees away from north, and you
Say
got it
again?
correct. South isn't directly 180 degrees from north, and you got it correct.
Yeah, sure. The South Pole is not
Oh, that's
directly
a fucking problem.
180 degrees from magnetic north is not directly 180 degrees from magnetic south.
Yeah, that's
That's
too much.
a fucking problem.
Nutcase.
So what's the issue with that?
Well, I thought that north and south were 180 degrees away from each other, antipodal.
Nah, so that's for when we're talking about north and south being perfectly 100, that's like true north and true south. We understand that the poles on Earth move objectively, like measurably so.
So you have to correct, don't you?
Yeah, you gotta correct for them. That's what declination's for. That's why every single year they put out
There's
a new
actually-
declination map.
This is true because they've actually had to. Airport runways are named for their angle, and they've actually had to change the names of runways because the North Pole has moved so far south.
Mm-hmm. Right now it's moving off towards Russia.
It's in Siberia right now.
Oh, is it now in Siberia? Last time I checked,
Wow.
it was like moving towards Russia.
Oh, cool fairy tale.
Fairy tale? You could test this yourself.
Well,
So
I want
to be honest,
I want you
to be honest, it
Everything points
doesn't.
to Russia now.
I want you
Everything
to
points
explain
to
to
Russia.
me how. I
That
want
doesn't
you to
affect your
explain
flat
to
Earth
me in
argument
the-
either way. It
I want
doesn't
you
affect
to
your flat
explain
Earth
to me how I use compasses in the south.
It's the same fucking compass, by the way. It's the same compass.
Like,
Not
exactly.
necessarily the same
Yes, it-
compass.
This guy. I'm here, man.
So-
I use them.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what side? So when you get those professional
so
ones,
they-
what side is the hole on?
They all point north, mate. So it doesn't
How do you know
matter.
they point? How do you know they don't point south?
Because well,
If you want your
you tell
compass
me.
to point to
There's
the
one
South
line,
Pole,
yeah?
you paint the
There's one
other.
line.
You paint the.
There's one line, and it
the
pivots
needle
from a center point. The needle points north, so therefore creating a south.
How do you
That
know
works.
it doesn't point south and just point north, and then like the rest other?
So
part
then
just
all
point
of a
off
sudden
north?
you go up
What
to
does
the
it matter?
equator and it switches around and it moves from from south to north. Is that what happens?
No, maybe it just keeps pointing south, but you think it's pointing
Maybe
north.
it just keeps pointing north.
Maybe it's just pointing south. But again, I'm
Maybe
going to
it's
ask you
pointing
again:
north.
what side is the
Echo
hole
gave
on?
up.
What
Gave
side
up.
is the what side is the hole on your professional compass? Is it on the north side or the south side? Go take a look.
Hate his upwards inflection makes sounds everything like a fucking question.
No, everything he sings it.
Yeah, I thought only Australians were renowned for that.
Yeah, me too.
You guys sound
Now I
you guys are
realise how
tolerable
fucking
now.
annoying it is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
So,
it is, isn't it? Sorry, mate.
I'm going to ask you this, Mr. I do
No, you're not.
orienteering in the desert. Why is it that when you get professional compass sets for the southern hemisphere, the hole is on the south side rather than the north side? When you do
Why do you need a
northern
professional
orienteering?
one? You just buy a compass.
Yeah.
Oh, why would you want a professional? Or why wouldn't you want a professional one
Yeah.
when you're doing orienteering? Gee, I wonder.
Yeah, I don't do orienteering. I just go camping and cross the desert.
Yeah, and back when I
Yeah.
taught orienteering up in the mountains,
Oh,
like
I mean, dude, was that in Boy
arguing
Scouts,
about?
Was it?
that was a bit after Boy Scouts. I actually
At
taught the
your
Boy
weight,
Scouts
you
how to
didn't teach
orienteer up in
anything.
Okay.
So,
Anyway, so
are you
why
saying
is
are you saying that a normal compass, like a northern hemisphere compass, I take it you're saying, doesn't work in the south? Like then it's not pointing to the north anymore. Is that what you're saying?
not as accurately? No, you'll be ever like you might have ever so
You
slightly
fucking
off
fool.
points.
So, what is it not pointing through the earth then to the magnetic core? Is that?
Yeah. So
So,
So
is it
the
lining up with a magnetic field
yeah.
all over the earth?
Yeah, that's why they have those little notches in them. Those little holes that they punch on either the north or the south side.
It doesn't
depending on what
affect your
equator you're
argument
on.
of walking a circle in a flat plane, though. It doesn't.
No, hold on,
Yeah, it does.
SH, right? So
Yeah,
take a look here.
doesn't.
In the
Yeah.
northern hemisphere, because of the needle's propensity to point its northern end down, they need to counterbalance it by by punching a hole out of the northern part of the magnet, thus making the back end a little heavier to help raise it back up. But when you're in the southern hemisphere orienteering,
That
the
sounds
needle
like
has
complete
the needle.
bullshit.
No, it's
Yeah,
true.
it is
The needle
complete
has
bullshit.
the needle has a propensity to point down in the southern part of the needle, so they have to balance that out by poking a little hole out of the
There's
southern
no
part
way
of the
you
needle.
can calibrate that shit. No way. That would just be
Yeah,
Exactly, man.
No. It's just a general thing that they do. They make it ever so slightly in the back when you're in the.
How would they
in
know where the
southern
fuck
hemisphere.
you're at?
So
How would they know where you're at on Earth?
So now ever so slightly is the needle pointing south instead of north.
Yeah,
is that correct?
That would have to be
Is that what I
calibrated for
said?
each individual.
Well,
like,
that's what you
zone
said.
You
You
were
said
in.
it points south and not north.
Yeah, that sounds like complete.
Yeah.
bullshit.
So how do we know it's not pointing
The
south?
the early
You just
explorers
said it
actually.
Please
the-
listen to
the
what I
early
said.
ex-
Thank you. So in the southern hemisphere, with an unweighted compass, you'll notice that the southern needle or the southern part of the needle tends to point downwards.
So you'll be
Whereas
off by
when you're
like 6 or 8 degrees. So what?
6 or 8 degrees.
That's not
No,
going to
not,
make
not
you.
that far off.
Well, if you're trying to.
What do you mean it points downwards when you hold it level?
Yeah, when you hold it
What does
level, that
point
southern part of the
downwards
needle
mean?
will point ever so slightly down in the southern direction. But when you're up in the northern hemisphere with an unbalanced compass, you'll notice that the northern part of the needle points ever so slightly down. So it has this little.
Yeah,
Okay,
but
so-
that is not the.
so is
Are
there
you
a
claiming
point-
this is the geographical? Which pole are you talking about when you say it points south? Which pole are you talking about?
Obviously, the magnetic pole.
So this is the magnetic south pole because there's 5 different south poles. You know this, right?
Oh, I didn't know there was 5 of them. No.
There is the geographic south pole, the geomagnetic south pole, the magnetic south pole, the pole of inaccessibility, and then the spin pole. So the one that you're talking about is not even at the geographical, which will be the bottom of
Did
the
I
ball.
make that claim?
It will be all right. So it is the magnetic south pole that it has
That's
a
what I
phenomena
said.
they call. It says the spot at which the compass needle, magnetic compass, points straight down. Its location is variable. In 1956, it was located about 1,526 miles from geographic South Pole at 68 south latitude, 144 east longitude.
Go get some money.
None of this would prevent you from walking east to west. By the way, none of it.
So this is a 1,526 miles from geographical South Pole. Okay.
What do you think we're talking
Just to let you know.
about, Jinsey?
What are you talking about?
None of this would prevent you from walking a straight line east to west.
Yeah. So there is this phenomena that happens, but it doesn't point to any ball like you're trying to claim.
I'm simply making the statement that when you're in the southern hemisphere, you have to get a different compass if you're trying to do things professionally than when you're in the northern hemisphere.
Which matters none.
I agree. It matters none for why we can't go straight east or straight west, but that's neither here nor there. The main
But
argument.
does this point to a spinning ball or any of that nature?
No, it was just a complete like
Oh, thank
conversation
you.
about the need for like 2 magnetic poles in order to make a compass work.
Yeah, it was a tangent piece of logic, a logic fragment.
So it doesn't points out to the spinning ball. Perfect.
Well,
You
no,
admitted to
because
that. Perfect.
FE Jedi said if I put a magnet in the middle of my table, I can just have my compass point to it. But your compass isn't going to point straight at a magnet; it's going to follow the bands. So if anything, half the time it's going to be pointing sideways because those bands are going outwards.
Can I get a magnet, put it on a table, put my compass next to it, and the compass will point to the magnet?
Sure, go for it. Let's see.
Awesome stuff. And I can go east to west around that magnet
Let's go
in a
see it.
circle. It's quite simple. We've done this at school.
Yeah.
The idea was we
It
can
is.
only travel
What
around in a circle.
What happens if you walk? What happens if? What happens if you walk north to south?
The claim was that you can only travel around in a circle if the Earth is a ball. Now that's stupid, isn't it?
What happens if you walk north and south?
I got a quick question. This is for Jim Butler. Why did you cheat on your wife?
Oh my.
Mute that guy.
No, maybe his wife didn't get
Are
good
you
enough
just
there.
randomly doxing people in the background? Is that what you're doing?
Who was that? Should we mute him?
Must be a slow day.
Any more for any more?
What happens if you walk north and south?
Oh, you'll probably fuck your compass up.
No, your compass will be fine.
No, you might demagnetize it, get it all shifted around. You might even fucking plate shift it.
No.
So you walk.
Yeah, it's fragged.
You
It's
walk
definitely
north,
fragged at this
you
point.
pass north, and then you walk south. That's what you're asking. You just walk towards the south direction.
You're some random spot on the quote unquote globe, and you
There's no
walk.
globe.
Well, okay, this area of landmass. You walk north towards this magnetic point, and then at some point your compass will just go haywire. You keep walking that direction until your compass turns around and points behind you, but your compass has 2 sides, so you can tell that you're moving south, and you just keep walking south. And hypothetically, you would just walk all the way around this quote unquote globe, and then you would come
You see
back
the
to
problem, right? The explorers themselves, they tell you that even the magnetic south, that the point, let's say the compass is somehow pointing to that spot. That's not even the geographical south. That's another different, over 1,500 miles away. So their claim about, the compass pointing towards the bottom of the ball, it's just nonsense.
So what? It's off a little bit. So what?
1,500 miles.
So what?
There is no ball.
How could you end up at the same point by walking in a straight line? That's my point.
No, you walk towards a direction, and then you have to turn back towards your direction. You will never be able to reach the same direction. Let's say you walk towards the south. You can't just go around the ball. You have to turn back.
I mean, do you have any evidence to support that?
Nobody's going to be walking that distance. You know how
Doesn't
long
matter.
that shit is?
I mean,
Exactly. Nobody has done it. No one has done it. Everybody
fly a
that
spaceship.
airplanes walking, everybody that does that, they always
Trains, cars. Yeah, we get it.
They just come back.
They just turn around. They're like, fuck it.
They turn around.
Well, the craziest thing
Do you have
is
any
like,
evidence of that?
No, the craziest thing is like you can't prove that life is like Minecraft, like on one plane throughout infinity. You can't prove that.
No, nobody's claiming that. You're claiming
one said
you're trying to project some type of idea in your mind. This idea is wrong. Therefore, reality
I want to
is-
get back to
is-
this turnaround thing. Okay, what evidence do you have that people turn around?
Well,
don't turn
the,
around
the
to
routes that
us.
they
Yeah.
tell they do, the routes that they said, hey, we walked over there, or even the airplanes that go over there, they go towards the Antarctic region, they fly a little bit, and then they turn back.
Yeah, they have to.
You know, they get off the airplane in an airport. They get off from that spot. They go towards whatever they're gonna look at from the airplane. They turn back and land.
So you can't fly from America over the North Pole to Russia. You're saying that's
Nobody
not
does
possible?
that.
That's not possible?
I mean,
They don't fly that way.
they don't fly that way.
Spaceships don't travel that way? Or you don't believe in spaceships at all, right?
Spaceships.
Spaceships. What the fuck? Now a spaceship travels from America to Russia?
I mean, a satellite would.
Oh my god.
Where?
I know satellites don't exist in your universe. I understand this part.
What universe?
The universe where you have a flat Earth.
Flat Earth
And
isn't a
people,
universe.
People have to turn around when they get to the edge.
If you're telling us about spaceships and the universe, and you can't even work out why someone can walk around in a point and claim that they circumnavigated the globe.
I mean,
Come on, man.
I just
A
asked
plane
why
is
you can't
called a
walk.
plane for a reason, you globe.
Hang on, I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to the other guy.
You still haven't pointed out why I can't walk north and south around the globe and come back
Has
to the
anyone
same
done
point.
it? Has anyone done it?
I'm sure someone's flown that path. I'm sure satellites have flown
What,
that path.
south underneath the ball to end up on the other side?
Correct.
You're sure someone's done it?
I would say satellites have definitely done it. I would not say maybe
You said
not
someone.
Oh.
Can you show me where someone has done this?
Yeah, where are they doing it?
You will
Show me-
see some
show me
people.
someone-
Listen, you're
show me
gonna
where they
see
turn
some
around.
people.
Show
that,
me your prostate.
Oh my gosh. You're gonna see some people
man,
that
you guys are retarded,
claim
man.
they have walked across the ice in the Antarctica, but they're gonna go from one area to another area, then they go to the coastline, and then they turn back. It's not.
It's a fucking island.
And anyone that's made it past the ice wall stays, so we'll never know if they've made it back.
Bro, come on.
See that guy? Is that the guy?
Can I get a
who's
picture of the ice wall,
proctologist?
please?
Listen. The
Is that the guy who's
surveyors.
the proctologist? Because he's
The-
been muted.
The surveyors of the Antarctic area, they label it the ice wall. Some of the areas, that's not someone in here that made it up. In the surveys, they label the ice wall in the survey. So what do you
In the
want?
very surveys themselves, in the documents.
In the document
Yeah.
itself, they
You know-
label it the ice wall. What do you want me to do?
Yeah, do you know what an
Can
ice
you link
sheet
that?
is? Yeah,
I do
it's an
want to
ice
see that.
sheet.
Could you show that?
Do you know what an ice sheet is, guys?
Sure.
Yeah, that's exactly what they're talking about. The edge of an ice sheet.
The shore, the
Are you
basin.
saying that it doesn't exist, or what?
I'm pretty sure the Garden of Eden exists, and it's beyond that barrier.
Okay, you got any evidence for that?
That they've all melted away, and they're just starting to talk just retard shit now.
You know, you guys can't even grasp.
Why are you LARPing existential, bro? You sounded cool earlier. Now you're LARPing. Why? Why are you doing this?
I'm not LARPing. I'm just trying to say that there could possibly be more than what we've ever expected beyond there.
I mean, it could be. Yeah, that's why they,
Could
you know,
be, yeah.
Antarctic Treaty, and they don't allow civilians to reach certain areas. So maybe there's a VIP section over there, but that's speculation. You know, we don't really know.
Yeah, that's all I was trying to say. I didn't know why I got muted for that.
But the thing is that this channel, we try to skip to things that we can demonstrate, observe, and kind of, you know, what people have experienced, and try to stay away from the speculation. If you're gonna,
I got you.
there is a.
I speculate a
If
lot.
you're trying to say there is a staircase to heaven in the Antarctic region, I mean, people are gonna be like, "Oh, come on, dude."
Yeah, I see that, but I don't know if it's worth like just completely discontinuing the conversation of. I mean,
Yeah,
there's
we
going to
just
be a lot of things out
about
there.
your speculations in here. That's all.
Hey, Shmoo, are you still there? Moo, are you still there?
I was muted.
Oh, were you? Oh, okay. So,
Yeah, I was muted.
can you? So, walking around a northern point in a circle, you know, you have to do that on a globe as well, yeah.
I'm not following.
So, even on a globe, if you're not on the equator, you know you have to keep on correcting to stay on a heading of east and west. Correct.
Yeah, I understand that part.
So why is it so hard to imagine the same thing on a flat surface?
I get what you're talking about. Placing a magnet and having your compass point to it, and following your magnet, you would walk a flat plane circle around your.
Yeah, that's how compasses work.
Yeah, I understand that part. That part
Yeah.
makes sense. But
Okay,
I see very little evidence for flat Earth, and I see a lot of evidence supporting the round globe. And I believe a lot of crazy shit, but flat Earth
For a
is
lot
one
of
them, man.
a lot of when you say a lot of evidence, let's you know, curvature at the surface of the Earth has to be one of those things. And if they're giving you if you're giving you dimensions of the ball and the radius of the Earth, then you should be able to measure this stuff. And when you say evidence that points to this, then surely you've got a measurement of this drop over distance that they're talking about that should be at a certain point. Yeah.
Yeah. This was done long ago. Galileo did this shit long ago. Galileo.
Galileo measured the Earth.
Yeah. They accurately knew the diameter of the Earth 200 years ago.
How did he do it?
I'm not sure. I'd have to dig it up.
Fucking hell, man.
Fucking hell, what? I don't study. I don't study flat Earth, anti-flat Earth theory.
It's not flat Earth. It was your claim of a globe Earth.
Let me dig it up then. Let me waste my fucking time and dig it up.
Well, don't. If you don't want to, don't do it. But fuck, man, no one's forcing you to do it.
I thought you were going to talk about some other interesting shit. I mean,
This is so crazy. Why does everybody just run away when they get questioned?
I'll be honest with you. 8 years, and I haven't heard Galileo once.
How does it work, though? I'm so
measuring
scared.
curvature of the fucking Earth.
Why is everybody running away? What is going on?
Could somebody link the documents they were talking about the ice wall?
What documents?
Yeah, somebody said there were like documents that literally said we had an ice wall or something like that.
Well,
no, he was saying that surveyors go down there and they survey, and sometimes there's the edge of an ice sheet and it looks like an ice wall, and this is undeniable. It's not. We're not claiming that there's an ice wall wrapped around the edge of a fucking plate. That's not what their claim is. You can go down there and see the edge of an ice sheet and it looks like an ice wall. No one's disagreeing. Are you disagreeing with that?
No, I was literally just asking for the documents they were talking about.
Are you telling me you don't believe
I'm
in
not
the
debating
coastline of
like
Antarctica?
literally anything.
Is that what you're telling us?
I just heard it mentioned.
Well, the flat plane can actually repeat at the edges if you think about it.
What?
I muted Mr. Larper. He's done. So don't unmute him. So the ice wall is a U.S. military term. So all your questions really should be directed towards them.
Doesn't matter if you think the Earth is a globe or if it's flat. Antarctica's a shoreline above the surface of the water, and there's a lot of fucking cliffs there, like walls of ice. That's within the globe Earth model. Antarctica, that place, yeah, ice walls.
How's everybody doing today?
Come up with a cooler topic, man.
Doing great.
Hollow moon. Start talking about the fucking hollow moon.
Why do you always want to talk about shit in the sky when we're talking about flat Earth, not things floating in the sky?
Trying to make this room sound crazier than it is, man.
Is there a text channel to post links for this voice channel?
Yes, down below in the Globe Earth channel, you can talk about hollow moons.
Top right hand corner, man. There's a little message box. Tap on that. I'll open it up. So, is there any Globers got any kind of positive sort of, don't know, positive statement for their globe or information, citations, anything?
Okay, so I was gonna go.
You cut out, I think. Or I did.
Well, that was his entire statement. I'm going to go.
Oof. Yeah, that it's the lack of space satellites. When they get onto NASA and send them some furious emails.